Number 1. Terry Lynn Nichols. He was the kind of guy who lived a quiet life in small-town America, the sort who waved at neighbors and minded his own business. But underneath that ordinary surface sat a deep resentment that eventually helped fuel one of the worst attacks on U.S. soil. Born April 1, 1955, in Lapeer, Michigan, Nichols grew up as the second of 4 children in a working-class family. People who knew him described him as shy, polite, and soft-spoken, with a strong interest in self-reliance, guns, and survivalist ideas. He didn't trust authority much and preferred handling things on his own terms. After high school, he drifted through jobs like carpentry and farm work. In 1988, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, serving just under a year before getting a hardship discharge in 1989. That short stint is where he met Timothy McVeigh. The two bonded fast over complaints about the government, gun rights, and later the federal handling of Waco in 1993 in Ruby Ridge. Nichols was already dealing with a failed first marriage, money problems, and growing anger. Those shared frustrations with McVeigh gave his discontent a clear target: the federal government itself. By the early 1990s, Nichols had moved to Kansas, remarried Marif Torres, and settled near Harrington with a young son. He and McVeigh stayed in close contact. Their talk shifted from gripes to plans. Starting in 1994, they began collecting bomb components. Nichols played a hands-on role buying hundreds of pounds of ammonium nitrate fertilizer from farm co-ops in Kansas, often paying cash and using variations of names. They mixed it with diesel fuel and racing fuel to make ANFO. He rented storage lockers under aliases, bought blasting caps and detonators, and kept notes on quantities and mixing. To raise cash, they robbed gun dealer Roger Moore in Arkansas, taking weapons and valuables that helped fund the supplies. The final steps happened on April 18, 1995. Nichols met McVeigh at Geary Lake in Kansas. They loaded the Ryder truck and finished mixing the roughly 4,800 to 5,000-pound bomb. The next morning, McVeigh drove it to Oklahoma City at 9:02 a.m. On April 19, the device detonated outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. The blast collapsed much of the north side, killed 168 people, including 19 children in the daycare, and injured more than 680. It remains the deadliest domestic terrorism incident in American history. Nichols stayed home in Harrington that day. When McVeigh got pulled over on a traffic stop and the investigation started tracing the truck rental, fertilizer receipts, and storage units, Nichols' name surfaced repeatedly. On April 21, he turned himself in to local police after hearing authorities wanted to talk to him. Searches of his house and property found explosive residue, tools, blasting caps, and documents tying him directly to the purchases and preparation. The federal case moved to Denver. In the 1997 trial, prosecutors showed receipts, witness statements, and forensic links proving Nichols helped acquire the materials, store them, and assist in final assembly. McVeigh called him an essential partner. The jury convicted him of conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction and 8 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the federal officers killed. They deadlocked on death, so he received life without parole in June 1998. Oklahoma still wanted accountability for the other victims. In 2004, Nichols faced state charges, 161 counts of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and arson. The trial ran for months in McAllister. Testimony covered every stage, purchases, storage, the lake mixing session the day before, and how close they came to detection. Nichols sat mostly expressionless. The jury convicted him across the board but deadlocked again on the death penalty. The judge handed down 161 consecutive life sentences, one for each civilian victim. He went straight to ADX Florence, the federal supermax in Colorado built for inmates considered too dangerous or too high profile for regular prisons. His cell is a concrete box roughly 7 by 12 feet with a steel door and a narrow slit window. He gets 23 hours a day locked down alone. The single hour outside is in a small enclosed yard, still by himself and under constant watch. Reports from over the years say he spends time reading, studying religious texts, writing, and filing complaints about prison conditions. He is sued over food, claiming he needs 100% whole grain items, fresh vegetables, fruit, bran, and digestive supplements for religious and health reasons. In recent years, now in his early 70s, he started painting landscapes. Some of his work has appeared in prison art shows and sold to the public. Court filings in 2025 showed him asking to keep more of the sale money after restitution deductions. He owes millions to victims and has paid only a fraction so far, around $9,000 by one report. He wanted funds for art supplies and basic commissary items like cereal. Nichols has never fully accepted responsibility in the way prosecutors described. He has called himself a scapegoat, said he didn't know McVeigh's full plan, or claimed he tried to stop things at points. Signed statements, his own records, purchase receipts, and testimony from the trials, including help staging a getaway car days earlier and mixing the bomb, contradict those claims. The evidence placed his hands on nearly every part of the operation. At ADX, he has lived on the same block as other high-profile bombers like Ramzi Youssef and Eric Rudolph, sometimes called Bombers Row. The isolation is total and permanent. No chance to organize, recruit, or pass on the ideology that drove him. He has outlived McVeigh, who was executed in 2001, and many people affected by the bombing. The consecutive life sentences mean he will die inside those walls. Putting Nichols at the top of any list of dangerous ADX inmates makes sense, because his case proves how someone who looked completely average could help plan and build a weapon that killed 168 people and changed security across the country. The anger started small, fed on real and imagined grievances, then found direction through a partner willing to act. Once the materials were gathered and the truck loaded, there was no turning back. His decades in supermax show the system's answer: lock the threat away so completely that it can never touch the outside world again. That concrete cell in Florence is the final stop for a man whose ordinary life took a turn that still echoes in Oklahoma City and far beyond. Number 2. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. He looked like the typical college kid next door. Friendly smile, good grades, part of the wrestling team, even got a City of Cambridge scholarship for being an all-around solid student. But underneath that everyday exterior, something shifted. Influenced by his older brother, he got pulled into a worldview that saw violence against civilians as a legitimate response to American foreign policy. What started as online reading and private conversations ended with 2 homemade bombs ripping through a crowded marathon finish line. Dzhokhar was born October 22, 1993 in Tokmak, Kyrgyzstan, to ethnic Chechen parents who had already faced displacement and hardship. The family moved to Dagestan for a while, then applied for asylum, and arrived in the United States in 2002 when he was about 9. They settled in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a diverse college town. His father worked as a mechanic. His mother gave manicures, and the kids went to public schools. Dzhokhar adapted quickly. Classmates and teachers described him as polite, funny, laid back, someone who got along with everybody. He played soccer, wrestled at Cambridge Ringe and Latin High School, graduated in 2011, and enrolled at UMass Dartmouth to study marine biology or something similar. On the surface, he was living the American immigrant success story. His older brother Tamerlan, 8 years older, took a much darker path. Tamerlan had boxing talent but growing anger toward the U.S. After a trip to Russia in 2012, he came back more radicalized, watching extremist videos, listening to Anwar al-Awlaki lectures, reading Inspire magazine, the online English-language publication put out by Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. That magazine included detailed bomb-making tutorials using pressure cookers, fireworks, and household items. Tamerlan shared this material with Dzhokhar. Over months, the younger brother absorbed it. They talked about jihad, about US, drone strikes and wars in Muslim countries, about how innocent people dying abroad justified innocent people dying at home. They weren't directed by any foreign handler or formal cell, just 2 brothers feeding each other resentment until it turned into action. They chose April 15th, 2013, Patriots' Day in Massachusetts, when the Boston Marathon draws huge crowds. The finish line on Boylston Street is packed with spectators cheering exhausted runners. The brothers constructed 2 pressure cooker bombs in their apartment. Each one held about 6 to 7 pounds of explosives made from black powder they extracted from fireworks bought at a New Hampshire store the previous month. They added nails, ball bearings, and BBs as shrapnel. The devices were placed in backpacks. Around 2:40 p.m., They walked down Boylston, one carrying a backpack with the first bomb, the other with the second. Surveillance video later showed them stopping near the metal barriers, setting the bags down and walking away casually, hands in pockets, blending into the thousands of people. At 2:49:43 p.m., the first bomb exploded near 755 Boylston Street, shredding legs, shattering windows, and sending smoke rolling across the street. 12 seconds later, the second detonated about a block west near 755 Boylston, near the Forum restaurant area. 3 people died immediately: 29-year-old Crystal Campbell, 23-year-old Lu Lingzi from China, and 8-year-old Martin Richard, who had been watching with his family. More than 260 were injured, at least 17 losing limbs. First responders ran into the chaos with tourniquets and stretchers while bystanders used belts and clothing to stop bleeding. The city went from celebration to triage in under a minute. The brothers didn't flee right away. They returned to Cambridge. That night, around 10:30 p.m., they approached MIT police officer Sean Collier sitting in his cruiser near the campus. They shot him multiple times at close range, killing him. His service weapon stayed holstered, they couldn't get it out. They then carjacked a Mercedes SUV in Alston, told the driver they had bombed the marathon, held him for about 90 minutes while they drove around, then let him go at a gas station after he escaped when they went inside to pay. Police picked up the chase in Watertown. A rolling gunfight followed, hundreds of rounds exchanged, homemade grenades thrown. Tamerlan was hit, fell, and Dzhokhar accidentally ran over him with the SUV while trying to escape. Tamerlan died at the hospital. Dzhokhar, wounded in the leg and neck, ditched the car and ran. He hid in a Watertown backyard, climbing into a dry dock boat covered with a tarp. He stayed there overnight while the entire Boston area was locked down, no public transit, businesses closed, people told to shelter in place. The next evening, April 19, a homeowner noticed fresh blood on the boat's tarp. Police surrounded the yard. After negotiations through a bullhorn failed, they used flashbang grenades and robots to assess. Dzhokhar was pulled out alive but seriously injured. Inside the boat, he had scrawled a note and marker on the wall: "Revenge for U.S. actions in Muslim lands," calling the victims collateral damage, saying he and his brother were mujahideen. The investigation moved fast. Cell phone data, purchase records for fireworks and pressure cookers, receipts from a fireworks store in New Hampshire, fingerprints and explosive residue on their belongings, and the clear video footage of them placing the bags left almost no doubt. They had practiced with smaller devices, bought extra fireworks to harvest powder, and even posed for photos wearing the same backpacks used in the attack. Dzhokhar faced 30 federal charges, using and conspiring to use a weapon of mass destruction, malicious destruction of property resulting in death, carjacking resulting in death, and murder of a police officer, among others. The trial began in January 2015 in federal court in Boston. The prosecution laid out the timeline with photos, videos, forensic reports, and survivor testimony. Victims described the moment the blast hit, the pain, the blood, the fear. Defense attorneys admitted Dzhokhar's involvement but argued he was under the sway of his domineering older brother, that he was 19, impressionable, and not the planner. They brought in experts on radicalization and family dynamics. It didn't sway the jury. After 15 days of testimony and less than a day of deliberation, they found him guilty on all 30 counts. The penalty phase lasted another month. Survivors and families gave impact statements. The jury weighed aggravating factors, the number of deaths, the targeting of a public event, the premeditation, against mitigating ones like his age, and claimed influence from Tamerlan. On May 15, 2015, they voted for death on 6 of the capital counts. Judge George O'Toole sentenced him to death by lethal injection plus multiple life terms. When given allocution, Dzhokhar stood and spoke for about 2 minutes, offering condolences, saying he was sorry for the pain, asking Allah to have mercy on victims and their families. Many felt the apology rang hollow given the scale of suffering. Appeals followed. In July 2020, the First Circuit vacated the death sentence, citing errors in jury selection. Some jurors may have been exposed to prejudicial media, and issues with how the district court handled certain evidence. The government appealed to the Supreme Court. In March 2022, the Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty in a 6-3 decision, ruling the lower court overreached on the jury issues. Additional appeals are still pending as of early 2026, but the death sentence remains in place for now. He's at ADX Florence under Special Administrative Measures, SAMs, that cut off most outside contact. No unmonitored calls, heavily screened mail, limited visits if any, all designed to prevent him from communicating ideology or inspiring others. He spends 23 hours a day in a 7 by 12-foot concrete cell, steel bed, toilet, sink, small desk, narrow window slit. 1 hour of recreation in a caged outdoor area, alone. Meals slid through a slot. Guards check on him constantly. Reports say he's quiet, follows rules, reads religious material, writes letters that get reviewed. Now 32, he's likely to stay in that environment for decades, whether until execution or natural end of life. Tsarnaev's story hits hard because he wasn't smuggled in or trained overseas. He grew up here, went to school here, had friends here, and still chose to build bombs that maimed and killed people celebrating an American tradition. The marathon bombing showed how accessible radical ideas have become through the internet and how family can amplify them. His permanent isolation at Florence is the government's way of making sure no one else gets pulled in by anything he might say or write. That small cell, the silence, the concrete, those are the final consequences for a teenager who decided the finish line on Boylston Street was a battlefield. The scars he helped create are still visible in Boston every April, and his name stays tied to them forever. Number 3, Eric Rudolph. He turned a background in survivalism and explosives training into a campaign of domestic bombings that targeted civilians over his opposition to abortion and homosexuality. Born September 19, 1966 in Merritt Island, Florida, Rudolph moved with his family to the mountains of western North Carolina as a boy. His upbringing emphasized self-reliance, distrust of federal authority, and fringe religious views that blended Christian identity ideas with anti-government sentiment. He was smart but restless, dropping out of high school before earning a GED. In 1986, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, serving about 18 months and receiving basic demolitions training before requesting discharge as a conscientious objector and leaving in 1988. Back in North Carolina, he worked odd jobs, lived simply, and grew more radical. By the mid-1990s, he had decided that violence was necessary to fight what he called moral decay in America. His targets became abortion clinics, a gay nightclub, and a high-profile public event. The first and most infamous attack came during the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta. On July 27, shortly after 1 a.m., Rudolph placed a green military-style backpack containing 3 pipe bombs packed with smokeless powder and nails near a sound tower in Centennial Olympic Park. The park was crowded with thousands enjoying a free concert. He called 911 from a payphone to warn authorities but gave them limited time. The bomb detonated at 1:20 a.m., killing 44-year-old Alice Hawthorne, who was there with her daughter, injuring 111 others with shrapnel and blast effects and causing a cameraman to die of a heart attack while covering the chaos. The attack turned an international celebration into panic and shifted focus from the games to security. Rudolph didn't stop. In January 1997, he bombed an abortion clinic in the Sandy Springs suburb of Atlanta. No one died, but the blast caused damage and fear. A month later, on February 21, 1997, he hit the Other Side Lounge, a lesbian nightclub in Midtown Atlanta, injuring 5 people with another pipe bomb and secondary devices. Then in January 1998, he struck the New Woman All-Women Healthcare Clinic in Birmingham, Alabama. That bomb killed off-duty police officer Robert Sandy Sanderson, who was working security, and severely injured nurse Emily Lyons, who lost an eye and suffered lasting injuries. Each device followed a similar pattern. Pipe bombs with timers or remote triggers, filled with shrapnel to maximize harm to bystanders. Rudolph later described all 4 attacks as defensive actions against what he viewed as government-backed abortion and acceptance of homosexuality. After the Birmingham bombing, the FBI connected the cases through forensic evidence, bomb components, tool marks, and witness descriptions. Rudolph became the prime suspect and landed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list with a $1 million reward. He vanished into the dense Appalachian wilderness around western North Carolina's Nantahala National Forest. For 5 years, he survived by foraging, hunting, stealing food from gardens and cabins, and living in makeshift camps. He knew the terrain intimately from years of hiking and hunting there. Investigators found evidence he broke into unoccupied vacation homes for supplies, but avoided direct confrontation. Sightings were rare, and he always slipped away. The manhunt involved hundreds of agents, dogs, and helicopters, but the mountains gave him cover. His capture came almost by accident on May 31, 2003, in Murphy, North Carolina. Rookie police officer Jeffrey Scott Postle spotted a man digging through the dumpster behind a Save-A-Lot grocery store around 4 a.m. Postle approached, and Rudolph, malnourished, bearded, and wearing camouflage, surrendered quietly without resistance. At the time, he was 36 years old. Searches of the area later uncovered buried caches of dynamite and bomb-making materials he directed authorities to as part of his plea deal. In April 2005, Rudolph pleaded guilty in federal court to all 4 bombings to avoid the death penalty. He admitted the facts, revealed the location of roughly 250 pounds of hidden explosives, and waived most appeal rights. In exchange, he received multiple life sentences without parole, 2 consecutive life terms for the Birmingham attack, plus additional concurrent life sentences for the Atlanta bombings, along with restitution orders exceeding $1 million. During sentencing hearings, he offered limited apologies, focused mainly on the Olympic Park victims, but continued to justify the overall campaign in writings. He showed little emotion and maintained that his actions were politically and morally motivated. He was transferred to ADX Florence shortly after sentencing and remains there today, now in his late 50s. The conditions match those of other high-risk inmates: a 7 by 12-foot concrete cell with a steel door, narrow window slit, concrete bed, toilet, and sink. He spends 23 hours a day locked down alone. The single daily recreation hour takes place in a small, enclosed outdoor cage often described by inmates as a dog run or empty pool divided into individual pens. Contact with the outside world is tightly controlled, mail is screened, visits are rare and monitored, and he has no phone privileges beyond approved calls. Prison officials have restricted some of his outgoing communications because of the content. From inside ADX, Rudolph has continued writing. In early letters to newspapers, he complained that the supermax environment is deliberately designed to cause psychological breakdown and physical decline through isolation and lack of stimuli. He described the constant concrete, artificial lighting, and minimal human interaction as a form of misery and pain within constitutional limits. Over the years, he has also produced longer essays and statements defending his bombings as resistance to abortion and what he called the homosexual agenda. These writings reflect the same unrepentant ideology that drove the attacks. He reads, exercises in his limited space, and follows the rigid daily schedule of counts, meals slid through a slot, and occasional showers. His case stands out because the threat came from someone deeply familiar with American terrain and culture, rather than a foreign operative. The bombings weren't part of a large network, but the work of one man acting on personal convictions. The Olympic Park attack in particular showed how a single device in a crowded civilian space could disrupt a global event and create lasting fear. Survivors like Emily Lyons have spoken about the permanent physical and emotional toll. The 5-year manhunt highlighted both the challenges of tracking a skilled outdoorsman and the persistence of federal investigators who never closed the case. At ADX Florence, the system's goal is straightforward: total containment. Rudolph has no opportunity to recruit, communicate freely with sympathizers, or plan anything beyond his own restricted routine. The mountains he once used for cover are visible in the distance from certain parts of the facility, but they are permanently out of reach. He will almost certainly die inside that concrete cell. The consecutive life sentences in supermax isolation ensure that the man who once moved freely through the wilderness, planting bombs that killed 2 people and injured more than 150 others, can never act on those beliefs again. His story remains a clear example of how domestic extremism can hide in plain sight in rural America before erupting into violence that changes public spaces and security practices for years afterward. Number 4. Larry Hoover. He took a local South Side Chicago crew and turned it into a highly organized criminal network that operated like a corporation across multiple states, and he kept directing major parts of it from prison for more than 2 decades until the feds moved him to the one facility built to end that kind. of control. Born November 30th, 1950 in Jackson, Mississippi, Hoover moved to Chicago's Englewood neighborhood on the South Side as a child. The area was defined by poverty, failing schools, and gang activity. He dropped out early and joined a small set by age 13. What stood out was his ability to strategize, recruiting, enforcing rules, and building loyalty instead of just reacting. In 1969, he teamed with David Barksdale to form the Black Gangster Disciple Nation. After Barksdale's death in 1974, the group split, and Hoover took full command of the Gangster Disciples. He installed a formal hierarchy with a board of directors, governors running regions, regents handling territories, coordinators for operations, and soldiers on the corners. The group had its own laws, prayers, symbols like the 6-point star, and harsh penalties for violations. The core business was narcotics, heroin first, then crack and powder cocaine, plus extortion, gambling, and protection rackets. At its peak, the Gangster Disciples had 30,000 to 50,000 members with influence in Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, Tennessee, and other states, bringing in millions yearly. In 1973, Hoover was convicted of ordering the murder of William Pookie Young, a member accused of stealing from the organization. He received 150 to 200 years and went to Stateville. People assumed his street power was finished. It wasn't. He used visits, legal mail, and trusted associates to keep issuing directives. In the 1980s, he rolled out growth and development, positioning the gang publicly as a community organization focused on education, voter registration, anti-violence programs, and local politics. They sponsored events and businesses. Underneath, the drug network expanded and professionalized. Federal agents later proved the community angle was mostly a front that helped deflect heat while the real money flowed. The investigation that finally caught up with him took years. By the mid-1990s, the FBI and DE ran Operation Headache, using informants, undercover buys, and wiretaps. They recorded Hoover giving orders in coded language, talk of literature for product, taxes for extortion, and handling violations. The 1995 indictment hit Hoover and 28 top people with charges including running a continuing criminal enterprise. The 1997 federal trial in Chicago ran for months. Prosecutors used hours of tapes, financial trails showing drug profits, and testimony from former insiders who described how Hoover approved large shipments, settled disputes, and signed off on violence, including murders, to protect the business. The jury convicted him on the major counts. The judge handed down 6 life sentences without parole. He was transferred straight to ADX Florence. Ordinary prisons couldn't stop his reach, so the supermax was the answer. His cell measures about 7 by 12 feet of solid concrete, a steel door, concrete bunk, toilet sink combo, small desk, and a narrow vertical window with a distant view of the mountains. He is locked in 23 hours a day. The one recreation hour is alone in a small enclosed concrete yard with high walls and no contact with anyone. Meals slide through the door slot. Showers are in cell or in a secure cage. Every letter is read, copied, and often reviewed by investigators. Phone calls are rare, recorded, and limited to approved numbers. Visits, when granted, are non-contact through glass and monitored. Over the years, Hoover has filed grievances and lawsuits about the isolation, saying it causes lasting psychological damage, but the restrictions have held up in court. He stays active by exercising in the cell, reading legal and historical books, and writing occasional approved correspondence. Even after the conviction, the Gangster Disciples didn't dissolve. The group splintered into independent sets and factions, but many still use the name, symbols, and structure. Active GD sets continue in Chicago and other cities, involved in drug dealing and occasional violence. Law enforcement still treats them as a serious threat. Hoover's approach to running operations from prison became a model studied by other gangs. His name, sometimes whispered as King Larry, still holds symbolic weight in certain neighborhoods and among younger members who read his old writings. In 2021, Hoover's case resurfaced when Kanye West and Drake used a major Los Angeles event tied to West's album to call for his release. They argued he had changed, pointed to his later emphasis on community and peace, and helped fuel petitions that gathered hundreds of thousands of signatures. The push divided opinions. Supporters talked about redemption and rehabilitation. Opponents, including families who lost relatives to gangster disciples' violence, said the decades of drug trafficking and murders made freedom impossible. Federal authorities rejected any clemency. At 75 years old, Larry Hoover remains at ADX Florence, serving those 6 consecutive life sentences. The kid from the South Side who built a criminal empire that survived his own imprisonment now lives in total isolation, where every communication is controlled and no orders can reach the streets. The system finally cut the connection that regular prisons never could. His daily reality is the same concrete walls, the same routine, and the same silence. The organization he created has evolved and fragmented, but the blueprint he left behind still affects how street gangs and prison leadership work today. In the end, Hoover's story is a case study in how structure and discipline can extend power far beyond freedom itself, until the supermax puts a permanent stop to it. Number 5. Richard Reed. He's known as the Shoe Bomber for a reason. On December 22, 2001, just months after 9/11, this British convert to radical Islam boarded American Airlines Flight 63 from Paris to Miami carrying enough plastic explosive in his shoes to bring down the plane and kill everyone on board. The plot failed only because passengers and crew stopped him in time, but the attempt permanently changed airport security around the world. Richard Colvin Reed was born on August 12, 1973 in Bromley, South London. His father was a Jamaican immigrant with his own criminal record, and his mother was English. The family split early, and Reed grew up mostly with his mother in tough circumstances. By his early teens, he was already in trouble: muggings, theft, assault. He racked up multiple convictions as a juvenile and spent time in young offender institutions. In his late teens and early 20s, he served prison sentences for more serious street crimes. It was during one of those stretches, in places like Feltham and later adult facilities, that he converted to Islam. At first, it seemed to give him structure and purpose after years of drifting. After release, he gravitated toward mosques in London, including Brixton and Finsbury Park, where radical preachers like Abu Hamza held sway. Reed became increasingly isolated from his old life and drawn into extremist circles. Between 1998 and 2001, he made several trips to Pakistan and Afghanistan. There, he received training from al-Qaeda operatives in camps that taught bomb-making, jihadist ideology, and martyrdom operations. He returned to Europe committed to carrying out an attack on a Western target. French authorities later linked him to a network that included another would-be shoe bomber, Sajid Badat, who backed out at the last minute. Reed's target was a fully loaded transatlantic flight. In Paris, he bought a pair of black high-top sneakers and had them modified. The soles were hollowed out and packed with about 10 ounces 283 gram of petin, a powerful plastic explosive similar to what's used in military applications. A detonator cord ran through the shoes, connected to a simple fuse that could be lit with a match. The quantity was enough to blow a hole in the fuselage and likely cause the plane to break apart at altitude. On the morning of December 22, he checked in for American Airlines Flight 63. There were 197 passengers and crew aboard the Boeing 767. For the first few hours, the flight was routine. Reed sat in a window seat, kept to himself, and occasionally fiddled with his shoes. As the plane crossed into U.S. airspace, passengers near him smelled smoke and saw him striking matches and trying to light something in his lap. Flight attendant Catherine Berry approached and realized he was attempting to ignite the fuse protruding from his sneaker. When she confronted him, he lunged and bit her hand. Chaos followed. Several male passengers and crew members rushed him, tackled him to the floor, and pinned him down. They used seatbelt extensions, headphone cords, and whatever was handy to tie him up. 2 doctors on board sedated him with injections, while others poured water, wine, and soft drinks onto the shoes to douse the smoldering fuse and prevent detonation. The captain diverted the flight to Boston's Logan International Airport, where FBI agents and local police boarded and took Reed into custody. Forensic examination confirmed the shoes contained functional explosives. The petin was military grade, and the detonators came from the same batch as those linked to other al-Qaeda plots. Reed had been sloppy in execution. The fuse was damp from sweat and the matches kept going out, but the device was viable. In the post-9/11 atmosphere, the near miss sent shockwaves through aviation security. Within weeks, airports worldwide started requiring passengers to remove their shoes for screening, a policy that remains in place more than 2 decades later. Reed faced 8 federal charges, including attempted use of a weapon of mass destruction, attempted murder of U.S. nationals, and interference with a flight crew. On October 4, 2002, he pleaded guilty to all counts in federal court in Boston. During proceedings, he openly declared his actions were part of a war against America and showed no remorse. On January 30, 2003, Judge William Young sentenced him to the maximum, 3 consecutive life sentences, plus 110 years without the possibility of parole, along with a $2 million fine. The judge told Reed his plot was cowardly and that he had betrayed the very freedoms that allowed him to live in the West. He was sent directly to ADX Florence under special administrative measures. Those SAMs severely restrict his communications, mail is screened, phone calls are limited and monitored, visits are rare and non-contact. Like other terrorism inmates, he lives in a 7 by 12-foot concrete cell with a steel door, concrete bed, toilet sink unit, and a narrow slit window. He spends 23 hours a day locked down alone. The one recreation hour is in a small, high-walled outdoor cage where he exercises by himself. Meals come through a slot in the door. Guards conduct frequent checks, and his every movement is recorded. Now in his early 50s, Reed has remained unrepentant. In letters that have surfaced over the years, he has described himself as a soldier in a continuing jihad and expressed only tactical regrets about the failed execution of the plot, not the intent. Prison officials continue to view him as a potential inspiration to others, which is why the isolation and monitoring stay tight. He has filed complaints about conditions but has never shown signs of de-radicalization. Reed's case is a textbook example of how a troubled street criminal can be transformed into an international terrorist through prison conversion and online-offline radical networks. The attack itself failed, but it succeeded in forcing millions of travelers to take off their shoes at security checkpoints every single day. That small ritual is his lasting legacy. At ADX Florence, the system has made sure he can never attempt anything like it again. No more flights, no more public spaces, no more opportunities to spread the ideology that drove him. The concrete cell and the silence are permanent. The man who once tried to turn commercial aviation into a weapon now spends his days in the most controlled environment the federal prison system has to offer, where his influence ends at the steel door. Number 6. Ramzi Youssef. He's the guy who brought large-scale terrorism to the American homeland years before 9/11 and showed just how vulnerable even the tallest symbols of U.S. power could be. In February 1993, he masterminded the bombing of the World Trade Center, parking a massive truck bomb in the underground garage that killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000. He didn't stop there. He also planned the Bojinka plot, an ambitious scheme to simultaneously blow up a dozen passenger jets over the Pacific. Ramzi Ahmed Youssef was born April 27, 1968, in Kuwait to Pakistani parents. His father worked as an engineer, and the family lived a middle-class life, but Youssef developed strong anti-Western and anti-Israel views early on. He studied electrical engineering in the United Kingdom, attending Swansea Institute in Wales, where he gained technical skills that later proved deadly. After college, he traveled to Afghanistan and trained in bomb-making with Mujahideen fighters who had battled the Soviets. There, he connected with al-Qaeda-linked networks and refined his expertise in explosives. By the early 1990s, he was fully committed to jihad against the United States and its allies. In September 1992, Youssef entered the United States on a fake Iraqi passport, claiming asylum. He settled in Jersey City, New Jersey, and quickly linked up with a small group of extremists, including Mohammed Salameh, Nidal Ayad, Mahmoud Abu Halima, and Ahmad Ajaj. They rented a unit in a rundown apartment building and turned it into a makeshift bomb factory. Using agricultural fertilizer, nitromethane racing fuel, and hydrogen gas cylinders, they built a 1,336-pound device packed into a rented Ryder van. The goal was to collapse the North Tower into the South Tower and cause massive casualties. On the morning of February 26, 1993, Salameh drove the van into the underground parking garage beneath the World Trade Center. At 12:17 p.m., The bomb detonated. The blast carved out a 6-story crater, destroyed parking levels, and sent thick smoke through the towers. 6 people died, including a pregnant woman and a man who had gone back to help others. More than 1,000 were injured from burns, smoke inhalation, flying debris, and the chaos of evacuation. Yusuf watched the news from a safe location before fleeing the country that same day. He didn't disappear for long. By 1994, he had relocated to the Philippines, where he worked with his uncle Khalid Sheikh Mohammed on an even bigger operation, the Bojinka plot. The plan called for planting liquid nitroglycerin bombs on 11 or 12 U.S.-bound flights departing from Asia. Operatives would board the planes, assemble the devices in the bathrooms using Casio watches as timers, and detonate them mid-flight over the ocean. Yusuf personally tested the concept on December 11, 1994, aboard Philippine Airlines Flight 434 from Manila to Tokyo. He left a bomb under a seat, got off in Cebu, and the device exploded on the next leg, killing 1 Japanese businessman and injuring several others. The plane made an emergency landing in Okinawa. The full plot was set for January 1995, timed to coincide with the Pope's visit to the Philippines as a possible secondary target. The scheme unraveled when chemicals in their Manila apartment caught fire on January 6, 1995. Yusuf and an accomplice fled, but they left behind a laptop containing flight schedules, bomb formulas, and plot details. Philippine police alerted U.S. authorities. Yusuf made it back to Pakistan, where he was staying in a guest house in Islamabad. On February 7, 1995, a joint FBI and Pakistani EC team arrested him after a tip from a paid informant. He was extradited to the United States within days. Yusuf faced 2 major federal trials in New York. The first, for the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, ended in November 1997 with convictions for him and several co-conspirators. The second, focused on the Bojinka conspiracy and the Philippine Airlines test bomb, wrapped up in 1996-1997 as well. In January 1998, Judge Kevin Duffy sentenced him to life in prison plus 240 years, effectively calculating 1 life term for each of the 6 people killed in the Trade Center attack. During sentencing, Yusuf showed no remorse. He told the court he was proud of his actions and considered himself at war with the U.S. government and Israel. The judge called him a cold-blooded killer completely devoid of conscience. He was sent straight to ADX Florence, the federal supermax in Colorado. There he joined what inmates and staff nicknamed Bombers Row, a high-security unit that at various times has held Terry Nichols, Eric Rudolph, Ted Kaczynski, and others convicted of major bombing plots. His cell is the standard supermax box, roughly 7 by 12 feet of poured concrete, a steel door with a narrow food slot, a concrete bunk, toilet sink combo, small desk, and a slit window that offers a distant view of the mountains. He spends 23 hours a day locked down alone. The single recreation hour happens in an enclosed concrete yard or cage where he remains completely isolated. Meals slide through the door. Mail, phone calls, and any visits are heavily monitored under special administrative measures because of his technical knowledge and ideological drive. Officials have always worried that even from inside he could pass along bomb-making instructions or inspire new recruits. Now in his late 50s, Yusuf has remained unrepentant in the limited communications that get through. He has filed complaints about the isolation and conditions over the years, arguing it amounts to psychological torture, but courts have upheld the restrictions. Intelligence reports and court filings describe him as highly intelligent, arrogant, and still committed to the same beliefs that drove the attacks. His bomb-making skills were so advanced that investigators called him one of the most technically proficient terrorists they had ever encountered. The 1993 attack was the first time foreign terrorists successfully struck the World Trade Center, and it exposed major gaps in domestic security that would be exploited again years later. His presence at ADX Florence is the system's answer to that kind of threat. The concrete walls, the constant surveillance, and the total separation from other inmates ensure he can never again turn technical know-how into mass casualty attacks. The man who once moved freely between continents building bombs now lives in a space barely larger than a walk-in closet, where every minute is controlled and every word is watched. The 6 people who died in the garage and the hundreds who still carry scars from that day represent the human cost of his calculations. The Bojinka plot, had it succeeded, would have dwarfed even that toll. In the end, Yusuf sits in one of America's most secure cells as a permanent reminder that some threats are too skilled and too driven to risk anywhere else. The mountains outside his narrow window are as close as he will ever get to freedom again. Number 7. Michael Swango. They called him Dr. Death for good reason, a licensed physician who used his white coat and medical knowledge to poison patients and coworkers over more than a decade, turning hospital wards into his private killing ground. He was convicted of 4 murders but is suspected in as many as 60 deaths across the United States, Zimbabwe, and possibly more. His methods were clinical and cold, injecting paralytics or cardiac drugs to stop breathing or hearts, or lacing food and drinks with arsenic so he could watch the effects unfold. Born October 21, 1954 in Tacoma, Washington as James Michael Swango, he grew up in a military family and showed early academic promise. He graduated as valedictorian from high school in Quincy, Illinois, served in the U.S. Marines, and then attended Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. While in medical school, he worked part-time as a paramedic in Springfield and Quincy. Even then, strange patterns emerged, patients under his care sometimes coded unexpectedly, and colleagues fell ill after shared meals. In 1983 and 1984, during his surgical internship at Ohio State University Medical Center, at least 5 patients died under suspicious circumstances. One confirmed victim was 19-year-old Cynthia McGee, a gymnast recovering from a car accident. Swango later admitted to injecting her with a lethal substance. He moved on. In 1984, he took a job as an ambulance driver and paramedic in Quincy, Illinois. Co-workers started getting violently sick after eating donuts, iced tea, and other items he brought in. Tests later revealed arsenic poisoning. 5 paramedics were hospitalized, but survived. In 1985, Swango was convicted of aggravated battery for those poisonings and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He served about 2.5 years before being paroled in 1987. Shockingly, he managed to regain his medical license and continued practicing. By the early 1990s, he was working as a resident at the Northport Veterans Affairs Medical Center on Long Island, New York. 3 elderly patients, Thomas Samarco, George Ciano, and Aldo Serini, died after Swango injected them with toxic substances, likely succinylcholine or potassium chloride, which caused respiratory failure or cardiac arrest. He was also charged with attempting to murder a 4th patient. Investigators later linked him to suspicious deaths at other facilities as well. In the mid-1990s, Swango fled to Zimbabwe and Zambia, working at rural hospitals and mission clinics. Patient death rates spiked dramatically wherever he went. Local authorities suspected him in at least 7 poisonings, including 5 fatalities, but he evaded arrest and kept moving. He used fake credentials and continued practicing medicine until the net closed in. Back in the U.S., the FBI built a case. In June 1997, Swango was arrested at Chicago's O'Hare Airport while trying to board a flight to Saudi Arabia on a new job. He was initially charged with fraud for lying on federal job applications about his criminal history. That led to deeper investigation into the murders. To avoid the death penalty and extradition to Zimbabwe, where he faced additional charges, Swango struck a plea deal in 2000. He admitted to murdering 3 patients at the Northport VA and causing the death of Cynthia McGee at Ohio State. In September 2000, a federal judge in New York sentenced him to 3 consecutive life terms without parole. He also faced a separate life sentence in Ohio. Swango requested placement at ADX Florence, the federal supermax in Colorado, reportedly because he had been stabbed by another inmate at an earlier facility and feared for his safety and general population. The Bureau of Prisons granted the request. At ADX, he lives under the same extreme conditions as the other high-threat inmates. His cell is a 7 by 12-foot concrete box with a steel door, concrete bunk, toilet sink combination, small desk, and a narrow slit window. He spends 23 hours a day locked down alone. The one daily recreation hour is in a small enclosed concrete yard or cage, still completely isolated. Meals come through a slot in the door. All mail is screened, phone calls are rare and monitored, and visits, if any, are non-contact and heavily restricted. Now in his early 70s, Swango has remained quiet and compliant inside the facility. He has never expressed genuine remorse for the deaths. Investigators and those who studied his case describe a man who killed for the thrill of it, fascinated by the power to decide who lived and who died. He kept detailed notes and even maintained recipes for poisons. His intelligence, medical training, and charming demeanor made him especially dangerous. He could manipulate colleagues, supervisors, and licensing boards for years while the body count grew. The fact that he was only legally held accountable for 4 murders while suspected in dozens more highlights how hospitals and oversight systems failed repeatedly. Co-workers noticed odd patterns but often hesitated to act. Credentials were not always verified thoroughly. Swango exploited those gaps until the evidence finally became overwhelming. At ADX Florence, the system ensures he can never practice medicine again, never have unsupervised access to vulnerable people, and never pass on his knowledge to anyone who might follow his path. The concrete walls and total isolation are permanent. The man who once walked hospital halls deciding fates now exists in a space barely larger than a bathroom, where every aspect of his life is controlled down to the minute. His victims, patients who trusted a doctor to heal them, never got that kind of protection. Swango's case remains one of the most disturbing examples of medical betrayal in American history, and the supermax is where that betrayal ends for good. Number 8. Willie Corey Godbolt.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Willie Corey Godbolt sits on death row after a 2017 shooting spree that claimed 8 lives across Lincoln County. Born on May 1, 1982, in Bogue Chitto, Godbolt was 35 years old when the events unfolded over Memorial Day weekend. His criminal record dated back to 2005 and included arrests for armed robbery, aggravated assault, simple assault, driving with a suspended license, and disorderly conduct. His most recent prior arrest came in 2016 for assault. Relatives described him as prone to episodes before that night. The spree began at approximately 11:30 p.m. on May 27th at 2871 Lee Drive in Bogue Chitto. Godbolt had dropped his 2 children off at his estranged wife's mother's house earlier for a family barbecue. He later texted his wife that he was coming to pick up the children. She replied that she was leaving him because of abuse and would call the police if he arrived. Godbolt showed up anyway and demanded the children. His father-in-law told him to return the next morning. The wife called 911. Lincoln County Deputy William Durr, age 36, responded to the domestic disturbance. Durr instructed Godbolt to leave the property. Godbolt tried to trick the deputy, but received a second order to depart. As Godbolt turned toward the door as if complying, he pulled a concealed gun and shot Durr in the face. He fired 2 additional shots as the deputy crawled away, killing him. Godbolt then entered the kitchen and shot Brenda May 5 times and Takara May 9 times, killing both women. He returned to the living room and fired 8 shots into his mother-in-law, Barbara Mitchell, killing her. Godbolt's wife escaped with the children through a bedroom window. His father-in-law hid in another bedroom. Godbolt fired shots through the closed door but missed him. Godbolt stepped outside, retrieved a rifle from the trunk of his car, and took his wife's cell phone. A second deputy arrived, parked behind Durr's vehicle, and approached the house. Godbolt exchanged gunfire with the deputy before fleeing into the woods. Backup officers arrived and set up a standoff at the house, unaware that Godbolt had already escaped. Around midnight, Godbolt reached another residence in the area. He knocked, claimed to be a neighbor, and tricked the woman inside into opening the door. Once inside, he pushed past her, threatened her with 2 rifles, 1 in each hand, and forced her to drive him. He told her he had messed up and shot the police. They drove to a Macomb Hotel parking lot. Godbolt called his sister from there and confessed to the Bogue Chitto shootings. His sister connected him to their cousin, a chief deputy, and Godbolt pretended he was still barricaded at the original house. The woman then drove him to a friend's house. At the friend's house, Godbolt left his weapons in the van, went inside, and confessed to the murders. The friend urged him to turn himself in. The 2 men drove to the Blackwell family home on Coopertown Road in Brookhaven, so Godbolt could speak with his second cousin, the father of the household, before surrendering. When they arrived, Godbolt's friend stepped out to get the cousin. Godbolt grabbed his weapons and exited the van. After a brief struggle, he pointed the rifle at his friend and forced him to back off. Godbolt knocked on the door, fired through it, and entered. Inside, teenagers were playing video games and cards. Jordan Blackwell, 18, Austin Edwards, 11, and a 15-year-old boy were present. The parents were away at the Bogue Chitto scene. Godbolt asked Jordan where his parents were. When told they had gone to Bogue Chitto, Godbolt opened fire. He killed Jordan with 4 shots and Austin with 4 shots. The 15-year-old survived by playing dead. Godbolt demanded vehicle keys from the surviving teenager and kidnapped him instead, forcing the boy to drive the gold Mercury Grand Marquis. While en route, Godbolt used the stolen cell phone to send taunting Facebook messages to Jordan Blackwell's mother. Godbolt directed the teenager to stop at a Walmart, then drove past the Bogue Chitto crime scene. Later, he forced 2 men at another house to surrender keys to a Kia Forte. Godbolt took the Forte with the kidnapped teenager still inside. He stopped at his aunt's house, held his younger brother and the teenager at gunpoint, and demanded car keys. After counting down from 5, his brother gave him keys to a Nissan Altima. Godbolt forced the teenager into the Altima and drove to the Burridge family home on East Lincoln Road in Brookhaven. At the Burridge residence, Godbolt told the teenager to drive away after dropping him at the driveway. The teenager left in the Altima. Godbolt knocked on the door. Farrell Burridge asked who it was. Godbolt identified himself. When Farrell questioned him further, Godbolt fired through the door. Farrell, armed with a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, returned fire 4 times and struck Godbolt in the arm. Godbolt killed Farrell with 12 shots, forced the door open, entered the house, broke into Sheila Burridge's bedroom, forced the bathroom door, and killed Sheila with 2 shots. Afterward, Godbolt called his older brother and confessed to killing Farrell and Sheila. He reported his arm wound and asked his brother to care for his children. He dropped his weapons inside the house and walked outside. At 6:17 a.m. on May 28th, police found Godbolt standing off the road. They ordered him to the ground and arrested him. During booking, Godbolt spoke with Clarion Ledger reporter Therese Apple. He said he had gone to the Bogue Chitto house to discuss taking his children home, but someone called the police, sparking the confrontation. He stated he intended suicide by cop and was not fit to live after what he had done. He appeared willing to help locate victims' bodies if a deputy was removed from the scene. Godbolt was treated for the arm wound and charged. In March 2018, he was indicted on multiple counts. His trial was held in Pike County from February 15th to 27th, 2020. On February 25th, the jury convicted him on all 12 counts: 4 counts of capital murder, 4 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, 1 count of attempted murder, and 1 count of armed robbery. On February 27th, he received death sentences for the capital murders of Deputy William Durr, Jordan Blackwell, Austin Edwards, and Sheila Burridge. He received life sentences for the murders of Brenda May, Barbara Mitchell, Takara May, and Farrell Burridge, plus additional terms for the remaining charges. Godbolt is now confined on death row at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman. The Mississippi Supreme Court upheld his convictions and sentences in March 2024. In April 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his petition for review. The case remains final under current law. The sequence shows a man who moved methodically from one location to another over several hours, changing vehicles, kidnapping a witness, and continuing to kill even after being wounded. He confessed to family members and a reporter while the spree was underway, yet he did not stop until cornered by police. The 8 victims, Deputy William Durr, Barbara Mitchell, Brenda May, Takara May, Jordan Blackwell, Austin Edwards, Farrell Burridge, and Sheila Burridge, were connected through family ties or proximity to the initial domestic call. A 15-year-old boy survived by remaining motionless. Godbolt's wife and children escaped unharmed. In the end, cases like this highlight the profound impact of violence on communities and the importance of the justice system working to ensure accountability and safety for all. It is a reminder that every human life holds value, and that tragic events underscore the need for reflection on how society addresses conflict. No reasonable person can disagree that preserving life and upholding fair legal processes benefits everyone involved. Do you agree with this view on justice and accountability? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Number 9. Edgar Ray Killen.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Edgar Ray Killen served the final years of his life behind bars for his central role in the 1964 murders of 3 civil rights workers in Neshoba County. Born on January 10, 1925, in the same county where the crimes occurred, Killen worked as a part-time Baptist preacher and operated a sawmill and lumber business. By the early 1960s, he had become a Kleagle, or recruiter and organizer, for the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan in Neshoba and Lauderdale counties. He answered directly to the group's imperial wizard, Samuel Bowers, who had ordered violence to stop the Freedom Summer voter registration drive. On June 21, 1964, civil rights activists Michael Schwerner, age 24, and Andrew Goodman, age 20, both white men from New York, along with James Chaney, age 21, a black man from Meridian, Mississippi, drove to the Mount Zion Methodist Church in the rural community of Longdale. The church had been burned by the Klan 3 days earlier as retaliation for the workers' efforts to register black voters and organize the community. The three men were investigating the arson when they were stopped by Neshoba County Deputy Sheriff Cecil Price, a Klan member, on a phony speeding charge. Price jailed them in Philadelphia for about 6 hours. He released them after dark around 10:30 p.m., knowing the Klan had been alerted. Killen had spent the day recruiting and directing a mob of roughly 18 to 20 Klansmen. He gathered men from Meridian and local areas, instructed them on the plan, and arranged alibis. He told the group to intercept the workers on the road back to Meridian. Killen himself did not go to the murder scene. He attended a relative's wake to establish his own alibi. Deputy Price chased the station wagon carrying the three men, pulled them over again, and turned them over to the waiting Klansmen. The mob took the victims to a remote location on Rock Cut Road. There they beat Chaney severely, then shot him 3 times. Schwerner and Goodman were each shot once in the chest. The bodies were loaded into the workers' station wagon, driven to an earthen dam on the old Jolly farm, and buried under 20 feet of dirt. The burned-out car was later pushed into a swamp to conceal evidence. The disappearances triggered a massive FBI investigation, codenamed MIBURN, or Mississippi Burning. Agents recovered the car first, then the bodies on August 4, 1964, after an informant tipped them off. The case drew national outrage and helped push the Civil Rights Act of 1964 through Congress. In 1967, the federal government charged 18 men, including Killen, with conspiracy to violate the victims' civil rights. 7 were convicted and received sentences ranging from 3 to 10 years. Killen's 1967 trial ended in a hung jury after one female juror refused to convict a preacher. He walked free. Killen lived openly in Neshoba County for the next 38 years, continuing his sawmill work and denying any involvement. New evidence surfaced in the late 1990s and early 2000s through journalistic investigations and pressure from the Philadelphia Coalition, a local group of citizens, church members, and civil rights advocates. On January 6, 2005, at age 80, Killen was arrested and charged by Mississippi authorities with 3 counts of murder. His state trial began in June 2005 in Neshoba County. Prosecutors presented testimony from former Klansmen and documents showing Killen had assembled the mob, given orders, and coordinated the cover-up. On June 21, 2005, the 41st anniversary of the murders, the jury convicted him of 3 counts of manslaughter rather than murder, concluding there was reasonable doubt he intended the exact killings, but clear evidence he orchestrated the fatal conspiracy. Circuit Judge Marcus Gordon sentenced him 3 days later to the maximum of 60 years, 20 years per count, to be served consecutively. The judge told Killen he had considered the 3 lives lost and that each deserved full respect under the law. Killen entered the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman in 2005. He was initially granted an appeal bond in August 2005 after claiming he was wheelchair-bound and in poor health. But that bond was revoked within weeks when a deputy saw him walking and fueling his truck without difficulty. Back at Parchman, he remained defiant, maintaining his innocence and refusing to express remorse. Prison records described him as unrepentant and openly racist until the end. He suffered from congestive heart failure and hypertension. On January 11, 2018, one day after his 93rd birthday, Killen died at the prison hospital. No foul play was suspected. He was the only person ever convicted in Mississippi State Court for these killings. The sequence of events reveals a calculated conspiracy that relied on local law enforcement complicity, Klan coordination, and decades of delayed justice. Killen directed others to commit the violence while shielding himself, yet the evidence eventually placed him at the center. The three victims, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, were targeted solely for their work to secure voting rights for black citizens in the Deep South. Their deaths became a national symbol of the cost of that struggle. Killen spent 12 years and 7 months at Parchman before his death, the longest any participant in the case served in state custody.
Number 10. Luke Woodham.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary, at Parchman, and the broader state prison system, Luke Woodham has served more than 28 years for the October 1, 1997, crimes that killed his mother and 2 Pearl High School students, while wounding 7 others. Born February 5, 1981, in Pearl, Mississippi, Woodham was 16 years old, a Pearl High School junior, standing 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing around 290 pounds at the time of his arrest. His parents, John and Mary Ann Woodham, divorced when he was in 6th grade. Court records and his own statements described a childhood of isolation, bullying at school, and depression that began around age 8. He felt his father was distant, and his relationship with his 50-year-old mother, Mary Ann, a receptionist, was filled with resentment. He later told classmates he hated her and believed she showed him no real love. Woodham became involved with a loose group of teenagers who called themselves the Croth, led by 19-year-old Grant Boyette. The group engaged in occult rituals, read satanic literature, and tortured animals. Woodham and others in the group spent a week torturing his own dog, Sparky, before killing it as part of what they described as a loyalty test. Boyette, who called himself the father of the group, encouraged members to target enemies and talked about taking over the school. Woodham had dated 16-year-old Christina Menifee earlier in 1997, but the relationship ended. He blamed Christina for his pain and wrote in journals that he suffered all his life, that no one loved him, and that he only truly loved her before she was torn away. One entry stated, "I killed because people like me are mistreated every day." On the morning of October 1st, 1997, Mary Ann Woodham prepared for her regular jog. Woodham attacked her inside their home on Barrow Street in Pearl. He beat her with an aluminum baseball bat and stabbed her more than 50 times with a knife. Autopsy reports confirmed the extreme violence of the attack. After killing her, Woodham took her car keys, wrapped a .30-30 Marlin lever-action rifle in a trench coat, and drove her vehicle to Pearl High School. He arrived shortly before classes began and walked into the crowded commons area where students gathered. At approximately 7:50 a.m., Woodham pulled the rifle from under the coat and began firing. He shot his former girlfriend Christina Menifee multiple times, killing her. He then killed 17-year-old Lydia K. Dew. 7 other students were struck by bullets and wounded, some seriously. The shooting lasted under a minute. Assistant Principal Joel Myrick and several students tackled Woodham to the floor and held him until police arrived. Officers arrested him on the spot and quickly connected the school attack to the murder at his home after discovering his mother's body. Woodham was charged with 3 counts of murder and 7 counts of aggravated assault. Investigators uncovered details about the Croth during the probe. Boyette and several others faced conspiracy charges related to the shootings. Woodham later testified that Boyette had ordered him to kill his mother as proof of loyalty, steal the car and gun, drive to school, shoot Christina, and create a reign of terror. He claimed demonic influence and said Boyette called him spineless if he refused. Police interviews showed Woodham initially told officers he loved his mother, but needed revenge on Christina and saw the school attack as the only way. His first trial, for the murder of his mother, took place in Neshoba County in early June 1998 after a change of venue. Prosecutors presented evidence of the premeditated brutality, including the number of stab wounds and the use of the baseball bat. The defense argued insanity and introduced testimony about the Croth's influence and Woodham's mental state. On June 5, 1998, the jury convicted him of murder and rejected the insanity defense. The judge sentenced him to life in prison. 1 week later, Woodham stood trial in Rankin County for the school shooting. Prosecutors called witnesses who described the chaos in the commons area, the sounds of gunfire, and the injuries to the victims. Christina Menifee's grandmother addressed the court, calling Woodham a genetic waste and holding him responsible for starting a wave of school violence across the country. The jury again rejected the insanity defense and convicted him on June 12, 1998, of 2 counts of murder and 7 counts of aggravated assault. He received 2 consecutive life sentences, plus 7 20-year sentences for the aggravated assaults, adding 140 years. The total sentence became 3 consecutive life terms, plus 140 years. Woodham's convictions and sentences were upheld on appeal by the Mississippi Supreme Court in 2001. Over the years, he has filed motions seeking parole eligibility, citing his juvenile status at the time of the crimes and changes in sentencing law for juveniles. In 2016, he asked for a parole hearing, but he remains without an active parole date under current law. He will not become eligible until 2046, when he turns 65. As of 2025, Woodham is listed in the Mississippi Department of Corrections system as inmate R4682, housed at South Mississippi Correctional Institution Unit 2, after earlier time at other facilities including Parchman. The 3 victims were Mary Ann Woodham, Christina Menifee, and Lydia K. Dew. The 7 wounded students recovered physically, but carried the trauma of the attack for the rest of their lives. The Pearl community responded with shock and increased security measures at schools statewide. The case became one of the earliest widely publicized school shootings in modern American history, occurring more than a year and a half before Columbine. It drew national attention to issues of teenage isolation, occult involvement among youth, and the need for better mental health intervention in schools. Woodham's journal entries and trial testimony revealed a pattern of blame towards society, his family, and his peers. He wrote that murder was gutsy and daring, and that he acted because he had been beaten and hated all his life. After the convictions, he expressed limited remorse in some statements, but maintained that external influences drove his actions. Grant Boyette, the alleged leader of the Croth, received a far lighter sentence of 6 months in a boot camp program at Parchman, followed by 5 years of supervised probation after pleading guilty to reduced charges. Other group members received short juvenile terms or probation. Woodham's rampage followed a clear sequence: the premeditated killing of his mother at home, the drive to school in her car with the hidden rifle, the targeted shooting in the Commons area focused first on Christina, and the rapid takedown by school staff. No shots were fired after he was tackled. The investigation recovered the rifle, the blood-stained clothing, and his writings. Ballistics matched the bullets to the weapon taken from the home. The case files documented every wound, every witness statement, and every piece of physical evidence presented at both trials. In the end, cases like this highlight the profound impact of violence on communities and the importance of the justice system working to ensure accountability and safety for all. It is a reminder that every human life holds value, and that tragic events underscore the need for reflection on how society addresses conflict. No reasonable person can disagree that preserving life and upholding fair legal processes benefits everyone involved. Do you agree with this view on justice and accountability? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Number 11. Martez Terrell Abram.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Martez Terrell Abram sits on death row after the July 30, 2019 shooting at the South Haven Walmart that killed 2 longtime co-workers and left a police officer wounded. Abram, 39 at the time, had worked at the store for roughly 20 years. On July 27th, he was suspended after a co-worker reported that Abram threatened him with a knife. 3 days later, Abram returned to carry out a planned attack on the managers he blamed. In the days after his suspension, Abram rented a Kia Soul at Memphis International Airport on July 29th. He parked his own Chevrolet Silverado, which contained additional firearms, at the airport. He loaded the rental car with multiple guns, including an AK-47, a Sig Sauer P320, and a Glock 21, along with loaded magazines, 2 gallons of gasoline, a bulletproof vest, his passport, and a handwritten note titled "Things I Need" that listed reminders to fill the gas container, obtain the rental car, and arrive by 5:30 a.m. Surveillance footage captured him repositioning the Kia Soul several times in the Walmart parking lot before 6 a.m. to keep a clear view of the entrance. At approximately 6 a.m., manager Anthony Brown, age 40, walked toward the store entrance. Abram shot him in the neck from inside the rental car. Brown died at the scene. Abram then grabbed a black bag containing firearms, ammunition, and 1 gallon of gasoline and walked into the store. A maintenance employee saw him, but did not raise an alarm, believing the bag held a barcode scanner. Inside, Abram chased manager Brandon Gales, age 38. He shot Gales once to disable him, then fired a second shot at close range, killing him. Another employee, Kathy Caston, saw Brown's body outside, tried to help, and then encountered Abram, who told her, "You're next." She fled and hid under a truck in the parking lot. After the killings, Abram poured gasoline over toilet paper and flammable merchandise, lit it with a lighter, and tossed the Glock 21 into the fire. He briefly caught fire himself but removed his jacket and continued. As he fled through the parking lot, he fired at responding officers and bystanders. South Haven police officer Brandon Billingsley arrived first, exited his patrol vehicle, and was shot in the back. The bullet struck his vest and caused only minor injuries. Billingsley blacked out briefly and tried to return fire, but his weapon malfunctioned. Officer Kevin Ware saw Abram shoot Billingsley, returned fire, and struck Abram twice. Abram fell and was taken into custody at the scene. Abram was hospitalized with gunshot wounds and treated in Memphis before extradition to Mississippi. He faced 2 counts of capital murder with arson as the underlying felony and 1 count of attempted first-degree murder of the officer. At his DeSoto County trial in late 2022, prosecutors presented surveillance footage of the entire sequence, ballistics evidence, the gasoline containers, the handwritten list, and testimony from surviving employees and officers. Abram testified and admitted to the shootings and the arson, but claimed only vague memories. The defense raised an insanity claim under the McNaughton rule, but the jury rejected it. On December 1, 2022, the jury convicted him on all counts after deliberating less than an hour. The next day, it unanimously recommended death on each capital murder count and life imprisonment for the attempted murder. The judge imposed the sentences accordingly. Abram appealed, arguing that evidence from his apartment and truck, including fire-starting tools and ammunition, was irrelevant, and that the murders and arson were not part of one continuous transaction. The Mississippi Supreme Court rejected those claims, finding the evidence relevant to planning and motive, and the events connected within a short time and distance. The court upheld the convictions and death sentences on August 7, 2025, and denied a rehearing on October 16, 2025. Abram remains on death row at Parchman. The 2 victims, Anthony Brown and Brandon Gales, were both fathers and longtime Walmart employees who arrived early for their shifts that morning. Officer Billingsley recovered from his injuries. The store sustained fire and bullet damage, but reopened after cleanup. Abram's actions were captured on multiple cameras and corroborated by physical evidence and eyewitness accounts from start to finish.
Number 12. Donald Leroy Evans.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Donald Leroy Evans spent his final years on death row until January 5, 1999, when fellow inmate Jimmy Mack stabbed him to death with a makeshift knife while Evans was in the shower. Born July 5, 1957, in Watervliet, Michigan, Evans became a drifter with an extensive criminal record after his discharge from the Marines in 1977. He had served time in multiple states, including a 1987 Texas imprisonment for rape, and in 1984 had checked himself out of a Veterans Administration hospital against medical advice after a psychiatrist warned that he should not be on the street because he would hurt somebody. Evans began his confirmed killing spree in 1985. On March 7th in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, he strangled 38-year-old Ira Jean Smith, a prostitute he met at a rest area. 1 month later, on April 14th in Daytona Beach, Florida, he sexually assaulted and strangled 38-year-old Janet Marie Movich in a wooded lot off U.S. Highway 1. Both women were left dead at the scenes. Evans continued moving across the country, targeting vulnerable women and girls at rest stops and parks. On August 1, 1991, in Gulfport, Mississippi, Evans seized 10-year-old homeless girl Beatrice Louise Ruth from a public park. He drove her across the state line into Louisiana, where he raped her and strangled her with a rope during a day-long ordeal. The medical examiner later testified that Beatrice remained conscious and felt pain throughout. Evans dumped her body in a rural area back in Mississippi. 4 days later, on August 5, 1991, Evans was arrested in Tangipahoa Parish, Louisiana for the kidnapping. Distraught over killing a child, he immediately confessed to Beatrice's murder and demanded the death penalty. He led authorities to the body and pleaded guilty in federal court to kidnapping, receiving a life sentence. Transferred to Mississippi, He faced state charges of capital murder with underlying felonies of kidnapping and 2 counts of sexual battery. While awaiting trial in Harrison County Jail, Evans escaped on June 14, 1993, along with 3 other inmates after they overpowered a guard with a shank. He was recaptured the next day, hiding in a shed roughly half a mile from the jail. In September 1993, a Harrison County jury convicted him on all counts after a trial that included graphic testimony about Beatrice's suffering. He received a death sentence. In 1995, Florida authorities tried him for the 1985 strangulation of Ira Jean Smith. Evans pleaded guilty in exchange for a life sentence, rather than facing another death penalty. During the proceedings, he requested a legal name change to Hi Hitler, highlighting his self-proclaimed neo-Nazi beliefs. He had already confessed to the 1985 murder of Janet Marie Movich as well, providing specific details that matched only the perpetrator's knowledge and allowed investigators to close that cold case, though no additional conviction was pursued because of his existing sentences. From custody, Evans boasted that he had killed more than 70 people across 20 to 22 states since the late 1970s, claiming most murders happened at rest areas and public parks using strangulation. He gave detailed accounts of dozens of additional victims and locations. Authorities investigated extensively, but could only corroborate the 3 cases through matching confessions, forensic details, and crime scene specifics. Many other claims produced no bodies or evidence, leading investigators to conclude that while Evans was responsible for at least the 3 confirmed murders, his larger tally was likely exaggerated for notoriety. Evans was moved to death row at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman. He remained unrepentant, continuing to discuss his alleged crimes and showing no remorse during interviews and court appearances. His appeals delayed any execution. On January 5, 1999, at age 41, he was attacked and killed by Jimmy Mack in the shower area. Prison officials ruled the death a homicide, with no evidence of foul play beyond the stabbing itself. Evans never faced execution for the death sentence imposed in Mississippi. The 3 confirmed victims were Ira Jean Smith, Janet Marie Movich, and Beatrice Louise Ruth. Smith and Movich were adult women killed quickly by strangulation in Florida. Beatrice, the youngest, endured rape and prolonged suffering before death. Evans' pattern involved transient travel, opportunistic attacks on isolated or vulnerable targets, and immediate confessions once caught for the Gulfport case. His time at Parchman ended violently at the hands of another condemned inmate, closing a case that had drawn national attention for both the scale of his claims and the limited number of convictions. In the end, cases like this highlight the profound impact of violence on communities and the importance of the justice system working to ensure accountability and safety for all. It is a reminder that every human life holds value, and that tragic events underscore the need for reflection on how society addresses conflict. No reasonable person can disagree that preserving life and upholding fair legal processes benefits everyone involved. Do you agree with this view on justice and accountability? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Number 13. Bobby Batiste. In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Bobby Batiste sits on death row after the March 7, 2008 murder of his Mississippi State University roommate, Andreas Galanis, inside their shared apartment at Ace 21 Apartments in Starkville. Batiste, then 28 and from Preston, Mississippi, was a criminal justice major. Galanis, 28, from Biloxi, and their third roommate, Jae-Woo Ju, occupied the 4-bedroom unit that included a common living area, kitchen, and laundry space. Each tenant kept a key to the front door and their own bedroom. The events began on March 6, 2008, around 1:30 p.m., when Galanis and Batiste went together to a branch of Merchants and Farmers Bank in Starkville. Galanis cashed a $200 check and asked teller Aloysius Rice for his account balance. Rice handed him cash and noted numerous debit card transactions on the statement. Galanis was shocked because he had never activated or used his debit card, which remained sealed in its original box inside his apartment. Batiste stood beside him and acted concerned and empathetic. Galanis then spoke with customer service representative Candace Daly. She confirmed more than $4,507.54 in unauthorized charges and reported the card stolen. Galanis left for class, but returned later that afternoon, this time with Jae-Woo Ju briefly, then alone. He told Daly that Batiste had admitted his girlfriend used the card, and that repayment was demanded by the next day. Galanis appeared agitated and said he planned to file a police report. He left the bank after 4 p.m. Around 4:10 p.m., teller Shannon Watson saw Galanis and Batiste in the bank parking lot, engaged in a heated argument next to their cars, separated by a cement barrier. Galanis spoke loudly with angry gestures while Batiste listened. Shortly afterward, Batiste returned inside the bank lobby between 4 and 5 p.m. and asked how long ATM video images were kept. At approximately 5 p.m., Galanis went to the Attica County Sheriff's Department and filed a complaint about the missing money. Galanis planned to drive to Biloxi the next morning and fly to Florida for spring break. When his mother did not hear from him, she contacted authorities. Shortly before 5 p.m. on March 7th, Deputy Charlie McVeigh responded to the apartment complex. Batiste stood smiling beside his green Ford Explorer, with the rear hatch open. He told McVeigh that Galanis had left that morning with a friend for Biloxi and pointed to Galanis's broken-down car. McVeigh entered the apartment with Batiste's permission. The unit was dimly lit. When McVeigh asked for Galanis's locked bedroom, Batiste pointed it out and behaved normally. McVeigh called the apartment office for a key while Batiste followed in his Explorer, asked if he was a suspect, then sped back to the complex. McVeigh unlocked bedroom D and immediately saw a large pool of blood at the foot of the bed. Batiste was arrested on the spot. Backup officers arrived and opened the unrented bedroom B, where they found Galanis's body wrapped in blankets and placed inside a wheelbarrow. The crime scene showed blood spattered across walls, ceilings, and carpet in at least 3 rooms. Batiste had attempted an extensive cleanup. He had purchased a wheelbarrow for $85.59 at Sears around 12:45 p.m., paint and rollers for $47 at Sherwin-Williams at the same time, and cleaning fluids and washcloths at Dollar General. He rented a Rug Doctor carpet cleaner and paid with Galanis's Visa card around 4 p.m. Paint covered bloodstains on walls and doorways. The Rug Doctor contained Galanis's blood, as did the living room carpet pad and concrete slab. Bloody rags and towels were scattered throughout. A bloody book bag buckle lay in Galanis's bedroom. The katana sword Galanis had allegedly grabbed was found in Batiste's Explorer, along with a quilt and an empty gas can. A search of Batiste's truck revealed a black bag containing Galanis's empty wallet, bloody bank statements, shoes, a t-shirt with vomit, the rim adapter, a bloody book bag missing its buckle, a study guide with Batiste's name, bloody clothing, and a tire iron with blood and hair matching Galanis. Galanis's checkbook and car keys were in Batiste's bedroom. On Batiste's person were Galanis's debit card and receipts from the cleaning supply purchases. Forensic analysis later confirmed Galanis's blood on the rim adapter and the tire iron. Batiste gave 2 statements after waiving his Miranda rights. In the first, he said he had used Galanis's debit card with permission except for 2 charges and had agreed to repay the money the night before. He claimed Galanis entered his room angrily, hit his arm, threatened to get a gun, grabbed Batiste's katana sword, pointed it, called him a black bitch, jabbed at him, and retreated. Batiste retrieved a heavy metal rim adapter from his Explorer, placed it in a book bag, entered Galanis's room, and struck him 3 or 4 times after knocking the sword away. He said he panicked instead of calling 911, bought the wheelbarrow and cleaning supplies, and moved the body. In the second videotape statement, the details were similar, but added that Galanis cursed, hit Batiste's hand, and jabbed with the sword again, before Batiste struck 4 times total as Galanis fell. Batiste admitted leaving the apartment at 9:25 a.m., returning at 11 a.m., panicking, and beginning the cleanup. He wrapped the body in the wheelbarrow in bedroom B and placed items in his truck. He was preparing to move the body when police arrived. Autopsy findings by Dr. Stephen Hain documented 36 separate external injuries caused by blunt force trauma. Galanis suffered severe bruising and abrasions to the head and face, defensive wounds on his hands, multiple skull fractures, including the upper left scalp and base of the skull, a fractured right orbital plate, and severe brain trauma. The medical examiner testified that Galanis remained alive and conscious after the initial blows, with organ congestion indicating he lived through part of the attack. The cause of death was cranial cerebral trauma. Batiste was charged with capital murder, with robbery as the underlying felony. Prosecutors presented evidence that the killing occurred during a continuous transaction tied to the theft of Galanis's money and property. The debit card fraud, the confrontation at the bank and in the parking lot, the taking of the wallet, keys, checkbook, and debit card, and the cleanup all formed part of the robbery. Batiste had a prior guilty plea in 2004 to credit card fraud in Kemper County. His two girlfriends at the time of arrest did not know about each other. The trial took place in Attica County Circuit Court in October 2009. On October 30th, the jury convicted Batiste of capital murder after deliberating. The next day, October 31st, the same jury sentenced him to death after 3 hours of deliberation. The jury found aggravating circumstances, including that the murder was committed during a robbery to avoid arrest, and was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel because of the number of blows, the weapons used, and the prolonged suffering. Mitigating evidence included character testimony that was impeached by the prior fraud conviction and issues with vehicle payments. Victim impact testimony from Galanis's mother described the family's loss. The Mississippi Supreme Court upheld the conviction and death sentence in 2013. Subsequent appeals and post-conviction proceedings addressed jury selection issues, bailiff communications with jurors, and other claims, but the sentences have been affirmed. Batiste remains on death row at Parchman. The case demonstrated a clear sequence: discovery of the theft, confrontation, a one-sided beating with heavy metal objects, immediate cleanup and cover-up attempts, and the taking of the victim's property as part of the ongoing robbery. 36 injuries, defensive wounds, and forensic matches to 2 separate weapons contradicted Batiste's claim of only 3 or 4 defensive strikes. Blood evidence in multiple rooms and the moved body showed the extent of the violence and the deliberate effort to conceal it. In the end, cases like this highlight the profound impact of violence on communities and the importance of the justice system working to ensure accountability and safety for all. It is a reminder that every human life holds value, and that tragic events underscore the need for reflection on how society addresses conflict. No reasonable person can disagree that preserving life and upholding fair legal processes benefits everyone involved. Do you agree with this view on justice and accountability? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Number 14. Thomas Edwin Loden Jr.
In the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman, Thomas Edwin Loden Jr. spent more than 21 years on death row before his execution by lethal injection on December 14, 2022, at the age of 58. Born on August 16, 1964, Loden grew up in a troubled household marked by parental divorce at age 2, abandonment by his mother, physical and emotional abuse from a stepmother who beat him with hangers and belts, and sexual molestation by an adult male at a vacation Bible school that occurred approximately 15 times over 2 years, starting around age 7 or 8. He witnessed his father's brutal abuse of his mother, including beatings with extension cords and shocking with electrical wires. Loden later moved between family members and eventually found stability with his grandparents, where he helped on the family farm and attended church. He graduated from Itawamba Agricultural High School in 1982 and immediately enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. Loden served honorably for 18 years, rising to the rank of gunnery sergeant. He was a Gulf War veteran who participated in Operation Desert Storm and was described by commanding officers as a poster Marine, one of the hardest charging and most accomplished leaders they had supervised. His performance evaluations praised his competence, moral courage, concern for his Marines, and problem-solving ability. After active duty, he worked as a Marine recruiter in Vicksburg, Mississippi, where he lived with his third wife, Katrina, and their young daughter. At the time of the crime, he had no prior criminal record and was regarded as a trusted military figure in the community. On June 22, 2000, 16-year-old Lisa Marie Gray finished her evening shift at her family's restaurant in the small community of Dorsey in northern Itawamba County. Lisa was a happy-go-lucky high school student who loved life, smiled constantly, participated in her church youth group, sang in the school chorus, and quietly stood up for kids who were bullied. She aspired to become a school teacher. Shortly after 10:45 p.m., while driving home on a rural road, she suffered a flat tire. Her hazard lights remained flashing, and her purse stayed inside the car when family members later found the vehicle. Loden, who had relatives in the area and had been drinking and taking drugs that day, stopped to offer assistance. He told the stranded teenager, "Don't worry, I'm a Marine. We do this kind of stuff." Instead of helping with the tire, he forced her into his van at gunpoint and drove to secluded wooded spots in Itawamba County. Over the next 4 hours, he repeatedly raped and sexually battered her in multiple locations. He videotaped portions of the sadistic acts on a camcorder, taunting and abusing her while recording. Court records describe the assaults as prolonged and brutal. At one point, Loden even stopped at his grandmother's house, went inside, retrieved a glass of water for Lisa, a comforter from his bedroom, and a cucumber from the kitchen before continuing the attacks. He admitted to 3 additional rapes not captured on the tape. In the early morning hours of June 23rd, he murdered her by manual strangulation combined with suffocation, placing her in a sleeper hold until she died. Loden then drove around with her body in the van. The following afternoon, authorities located the vehicle. Lisa's naked body was inside. Loden himself was found unconscious on the side of a road, with self-inflicted cuts on his wrists and the words, "I'm sorry," carved into his chest. He was arrested immediately and gave a detailed videotaped confession, drawing a map of the locations where the different acts occurred and providing specifics that only the perpetrator could know. He expressed initial distress over killing the girl and cooperated with investigators. In July 2000, Loden was indicted on capital murder, rape, and 4 counts of sexual battery. On September 21, 2001, in Itawamba County Circuit Court, he waived his right to a jury trial and pleaded guilty to all 6 charges. He also waived a formal sentencing hearing and offered no mitigation evidence. Before sentencing, he addressed the court and Lisa's family directly, stating that he took an irreplaceable element out of your world, and adding, "I hope you may have some sense of justice when you leave here today." Circuit Judge Thomas Gardner sentenced him to death. Loden was transferred to death row at the Mississippi State Penitentiary at Parchman. Over the next 21 years, Loden filed multiple appeals and post-conviction petitions, some focusing on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel regarding mitigation evidence of his traumatic childhood, military service, substance issues, and suicidal history. The Mississippi Supreme Court and federal courts upheld the conviction and sentence. In later years, he expressed remorse, stating he tried to perform a good deed every day to atone. Lisa's mother, Wanda Ferris, who described her daughter as a good Christian girl full of life, planned to witness the execution, but said she did not fully believe Loden's apology, though she had forgiven him years earlier. On November 17, 2022, the Mississippi Supreme Court set the execution date. Legal challenges to the state's 3-drug lethal injection protocol were exhausted. On December 14, 2022, at Parchman, the process began at 6 p.m. Loden expressed final remorse to Lisa's family before the drugs were administered. He was pronounced dead at 6:12 p.m. by the Sunflower County coroner. Mississippi Department of Corrections Commissioner Burl Cain noted that Loden had spoken words of remorse. Lisa's mother attended, but made no public statement afterward. The case shocked the community because Loden was the unlikeliest suspect, a decorated Marine recruiter who used his uniform and helpful demeanor to approach a vulnerable teenager on a dark country road. The crime unfolded rapidly after a seemingly innocent roadside stop, but involved hours of calculated terror captured partly on video. Physical evidence, the confession, the map, and forensic testimony left no room for doubt. Lisa Gray's family endured more than 22 years of waiting before the sentence was carried out. Loden's military background and lack of prior record made the brutality stand in stark contrast to his public persona. The sequence was clear: offer of help, abduction at gunpoint, prolonged sexual torture across multiple stops, including a brief visit to a relative's house for items, videotaping, murder by strangulation and suffocation, driving with the body, self-harm, and immediate confession upon arrest. No other victims were linked to Loden. His time at Parchman ended with the state carrying out the death sentence after all appeals concluded. Number 15. Arthur Shawcross. Arthur Shawcross entered the world on June 6, 1945, in Kittery, Maine, the first of 4 kids to Arthur Roy Shawcross and Elizabeth Eurycus Shawcross. The family shifted to Watertown, New York, early on. As a child, he wet the bed often, got bullied, and lashed out violently in school. His IQ tested between 86 and 92, low average. He dropped out in 9th grade in 1960, already known as a bully.
He later claimed his mother abused him sexually from age 7, including oral sex, and that he had sex with his sister in junior high, but family denied it all. By his teens, Shawcross stole, broke into homes, and peeped in windows. In 1963, arrested for smashing into a Sears store, he got 18 months probation as a youthful offender. 2 years later, another arrest for second-degree burglary landed him 6 more months probation. He married Sarah Chatterton in September 1964. At 19, she was 20. They had a son, Michael, on October 2, 1965, but Shawcross quit or got fired from jobs constantly, including a butcher shop he liked. He hit a 13-year-old boy who snowballed his car, earning 6 months probation. Psychologists called him emotionally unstable. Drafted April 7, 1966, at 21, Shawcross scored above average on intelligence tests, but had early discipline issues. He fell off a 40-foot ladder, hitting his head. Divorced Sarah in April 1967, giving up rights to his son he never saw again. Met Linda Neary at a bar, married her September 1967, without sex until after. Sent to Vietnam October 1967 as a supply parts specialist with the 4th Supply and Transport Company, 4th Infantry Division. He later lied about combat horrors, beheading women, nailing heads to trees, eating enemies. Records show no combat. He was a clerk. Left Vietnam September 1968, took leave in Clayton, New York. Stationed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, October 1968, he grew moody, saw a psychiatrist, overdosed in a suicide try. Discharged spring 1969 at 24. Beat Linda, 4 months pregnant, causing miscarriage in June 1969. She divorced him fall 1969. Arrested for arson, torched Knowlton Brothers paper mill April 1969, causing $250,000 damage, and Crowley's Cheese Company September 1969. Also robbed a gas station of $407. Sentenced December 1969 to 5 years in Attica Correctional Facility for arson and burglary. Claimed rape by 3 black inmates, said he got revenge. Transferred to Auburn Correctional Facility June 1970. Paroled early October 18, 1971, after saving a prison guard during a riot, served 22 months total. Back in Watertown, dated Penny Sherbino January 1972, she miscarried his child. Married her April 22, 1972. On May 7, 1972, at 26, lured 10-year-old Jack Owen Blake to woods near Watertown, raped him, strangled him, battered his head. Shawcross claimed he cut out the boy's heart and genitals, ate them, returned to the body multiple times for sex. Body found September 5, 1972, after a tip. On September 2, 1972, raped, strangled, and mutilated 8-year-old Karen Ann Hill, visiting for Labor Day. Arrested October 3, 1972. Grand jury indicted for Hill's murder. October 17, 1972, pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter for both deaths in plea deal. No direct evidence tied him to Blake beyond confession. Sentenced to indeterminate term, max 25 years at Attica Correctional Facility. Transferred to Green Haven Correctional Facility November 1972. In prison, became violent 1974 after inmate threats. Filed for divorce from Penny 1975, she refused visits, claimed sex with a nurse's aide, unconfirmed. Assessed as schizoid psychopath by psychiatrists, but staff deemed him safe after 14 years. Paroled April 1987 at 41, despite warnings. Struggled, Binghamton neighbors protested, forcing move to Delhi with girlfriend Rose Marie Wally, then Fleischman's, more hostility. Parole officer relocated them June 1987 to Rochester Transient Hotel without local notice. By mid-October 1987 at 241 Alexander Street, Rochester. Worked odd jobs, including at a food company. Killing spree started March 1988. Used Wally's car to pick up sex workers. First, Dorothy Dottie Blackburn, 27, disappeared March 18, 1988. Body found March 24, 1988. Strangled, dumped near Genesee River. Anna Marie Steffen, 28, vanished July 9, 1988, found September 11, 1988, strangled. Dorothy Keeler, 59, gone July 29, 1989, discovered October 21, 1989, strangled. Patricia Patty Ives, 25, missing September 29, 1989, found October 27, 1989, strangled. June Stott, 30, disappeared October 23, 1989, body November 23, 1989, strangled, mutilated. Marie Welch, 22, vanished November 5, 1989, found January 5, 1990, strangled. Frances Franny Brown, 22, gone November 11, 1989, found November 15, 1989, strangled. Kimberly Logan, 30, missing November 15, 1989, found same day, beaten and strangled. Elizabeth Liz Gibson, 29, disappeared November 25, 1989, found November 27, 1989, in Wayne County, strangled. Darlene Trippi, 32, vanished December 15, 1989, found January 5, 1990, strangled. June Cicero, 33, gone December 17, 1989, found January 3, 1990, near Salmon Creek, strangled, body posed. Felicia Stevens, 20, disappeared December 28, 1989, found December 31, 1989, strangled. Methods: strangled most, some beaten or suffocated. Dumped bodies in rivers, creeks, wooded areas around Rochester. Earned names: Genesee River Killer, Rochester Strangler. Admitted cannibalism. In 2003 interview, bragged slicing out and eating vulvas of 3 victims: Stott, Cicero, Ives. Refused to discuss eating Blake's genital. Claimed blackouts, personalities during kills. Arrest January 5, 1990. Aerial surveillance spotted Cicero's body January 3rd. Police saw Shawcross masturbating on bridge over Salmon Creek January 4 near his car. Eyewitness linked him to Gibson. Interrogated. Confessed to 11 murders. Trial November 1990. Monroe County pleaded not guilty by insanity. Defense: psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis cited brain damage, cyst on temporal lobe, frontal scarring from injuries, affecting control, multiple personality disorder, PTSD from alleged Vietnam traumas, child abuse, claimed Bessie personality killed, sought institutionalization. Prosecution: FBI profiler Robert Ressler debunked war lies as outrageous, Park Dietz diagnosed antisocial personality. Jury rejected insanity. Convicted of 10 second-degree murders in Monroe, 250 years total, 25 each, plus earlier manslaughter. In Wayne County, pleaded guilty to Gibson's murder, life sentence. Incarcerated at Sullivan Correctional Facility, Fallsburg, New York. Daughter Margaret Deming visited with granddaughter 2002. Died November 10, 2008, age 63. Leg pain led to Albany Medical Center transfer. Cardiac arrest from deep vein thrombosis at 9:50 p.m. Controversies, 1987 parole criticized. Expert Michael H. Stone called it egregious error. 1972 plea due to weak Blake evidence. Parole officer's secrecy in Rochester move. Investigations faulted for assuming multiple killers from victim differences. Shawcross's brain scans showed abnormalities, but courts dismissed as insufficient for insanity. He sold artwork in prison, bright paintings of birds, butterflies, wildlife, contrast to his acts. Total victims: 14 confirmed, 12 women, 2 children.
Number 16. Robert Garrow.
Robert Garrow was born Robert Francis Garrow Sr. on March 4, 1936, in Dannemora, New York, to French-Canadian parents who scraped by as poor farmers. He grew up in extreme poverty in the Adirondacks region, enduring constant beatings from his alcoholic father and strict mother. Siblings later confirmed the violence. Parents used fists, belts, bricks, and whatever was at hand. Police broke up multiple fights between Garrow and his father. At age 15, after one savage beating, he was sent to a prison farm for juveniles. There he exhibited severe sexual problems, admitted to bestiality with farm animals, and masturbating, using milking machines. After release, he enlisted in the U.S. Air Force, but was court-martialed within a year for stealing from a superior officer, serving 6 months in a military prison in Florida. Discharged in 1957, Garrow returned to New York, married, fathered a son, but held no steady job, fired repeatedly from menial labor, caught burglarizing a fast food restaurant. He entered a violent sadomasochistic relationship with another man. In 1961, at age 25, he abducted a 16-year-old schoolgirl, raped her repeatedly, then attacked her boyfriend who tried to intervene. He pleaded guilty to first-degree rape, sentenced to 20 years in prison. Paroled in 1968 after serving about 7 years, he moved to Syracuse, worked as a mechanic at Millbrook Baking Co. Authorities considered him rehabilitated, but within months he resumed sexual assaults, kidnapped and raped multiple children, including 2 prepubescent girls. Arrested again, he posted bail, then vanished, becoming a fugitive. His most violent phase exploded in summer 1973. On July 11, he abducted 16-year-old Alicia Hawk near Syracuse University, raped her, stabbed her to death with a hunting knife, and buried her body in a shallow grave between his house and the campus. Police did not connect him to the murder until later. Around Memorial Day, he kidnapped 2 young girls from an ice cream stand in Syracuse, molested them, but they escaped. He failed to appear in court on charges of sexual abuse, attempted rape, and unlawful imprisonment, triggering an arrest warrant. By mid-July, Garrow escalated to spree killing. On July 14, he abducted 23-year-old Daniel Porter and 20-year-old Susan Petz from a campsite in Weavertown, Adirondacks. He stabbed Porter 4 times in the chest and back, killing him instantly. He then raped Petz repeatedly over days, forced her to write letters to her parents, stabbed her to death, and dumped her body in a remote area. It remained missing for weeks. On July 29, he targeted 4 young campers at a site near Speculator. He bound 18-year-old Philip Dombluski, raped him, then stabbed him 27 times in the chest, neck, and face, killing him. The other 3 campers escaped after Garrow forced one to drive him away in their car. The survivors identified him from mugshots, and the abandoned vehicle confirmed his identity. This triggered the largest manhunt in New York State history. Over 300 officers, state troopers, conservation officers, helicopters, bloodhounds, roadblocks throughout Adirondack Park. Trunk checks at checkpoints, warnings not to pick up hitchhikers. Residents armed themselves, paranoia spread, false sightings flooded in. Garrow, an expert woodsman from childhood hunting and trapping, evaded capture for 12 days. He broke into hunting camps for food and clothing, moved parallel to roads, survived on berries and stolen supplies. He stole a 1968 Pontiac Tempest from Deerfoot Lodge, a Christian boys' camp. On August 9, 1973, near Witherby, conservation officer Hilary LeBlanc spotted him. Garrow ran. LeBlanc fired 4 shots, hitting him in the foot, arm, and back. Garrow collapsed. Treated at CVFH Medical Center in Plattsburgh, he immediately claimed partial paralysis from the waist down. Doctors doubted it, tests showed inconsistencies, but he persisted. Transferred to Hamilton County Jail, he was wheeled around in a chair. Deputies suspected faking, he could move more than he admitted, tried feigning unconsciousness to escape. He sued the state for $10 million, claiming negligent treatment caused the paralysis, dropped the suit later. Trial for Dombluski's murder began June 1974 in Hamilton County. Garrow appeared in court in a wheelchair, head bowed, bandaged foot propped up, escorted by deputies. Defense argued insanity, but jury rejected it. He confessed to Hawk and Pet's murders during trial, revealed burial sites after plea bargain failed. His lawyers had known locations but withheld them under attorney-client privilege, led to Buried Bodies case, where attorney Francis Belge was indicted for not reporting, but charges dismissed on privilege grounds. Convicted July 2, 1974, of second-degree murder, sentenced to 25 years to life. Initially sent to maximum security Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, his hometown area. Citing paralysis, he demanded transfer to medium security Fishkill Correctional Facility's elderly and handicapped unit with hospital facilities. Granted. Brief transfer to Auburn Correctional Facility in 1977 after death threats, then back to Fishkill in early 1978. Guards relaxed around the paralyzed inmate. On September 8, 1978, his son Robert Garrow Jr. visited, brought a bucket of fried chicken with a .32 caliber pistol hidden at the bottom. Next morning, guards found a dummy of pillows and blankets in his cell. Garrow had climbed a 15-foot fence. A cell search found a hit list targeting his lawyers Frank Armani and Francis Belge. Using info from Armani, police located him hiding in woods near Beacon, New York. On September 11, officers approached. Garrow fired, wounding correction officer Dominic Arena in the leg. Officers returned fire. Correction officer Frank Lago shot him 3 times. Garrow died at age 42 from multiple gunshot wounds. Suspected in additional murders, 26-year-old Adele Komorowski, stabbed in Hamilton, Canada, May 1973, 18-year-old Ruth Whitman, 1959. Total confirmed kills, 4 in 1973 spree, plus dozens of rapes and molestations across decades. His fake paralysis fooled medical staff and prison officials for years, allowing easier conditions and eventual escape. The 1973 manhunt terrified the Adirondacks. Campgrounds emptied, families locked doors, armed vigils for weeks. Garrow exploited his wilderness skills, childhood abuse claims, and deception to extend his terror from childhood crimes through prison and final deadly breakout.
Number 17. Willie Sutton.
William Francis Sutton Jr. entered the world on June 30, 1901, in the Irishtown section of Brooklyn, New York, the 4th of 5 children born to blacksmith William Sutton Sr. and his wife Mary Ellen Bowles, both Irish immigrants who scraped by in poverty. The family lived in a cramped tenement on High Street, later moving to a modest home on Gold Street. Sutton quit school at age 14 after 8th grade, hating the nuns who beat him with paddles for misbehavior. He took odd jobs like drilling machine operator, messenger, clerk, and gardener, earning pennies. At 16, he met lifelong criminal partner Edward Doc Wilson, a master thief who taught him lockpicking, safe cracking, and burglary basics. Sutton's first crimes involved breaking into local stores and homes, stealing cash and goods. By 1920, at 19, he committed his first major heist, cracking a safe in a jewelry store, netting $5,000 in gems and money. He spent wildly on clothes and women, earning the early nickname Slick Willie for his sharp dressing and smooth talk. Arrested in 1921 for burglary, Sutton got probation as a first offender. But in 1923, caught robbing a bank messenger, he served 6 months in the Tombs jail in Manhattan. Released, he escalated. In 1925, with Wilson, disguised as cops, they robbed payroll deliveries and banks. In 1926, arrested for safecracking a jewelry store safe, holding $100,000 in diamonds, Sutton pleaded guilty. Sentenced to 10 years in Sing Sing Prison, upstate New York. Served 1 year, paroled in 1927 at 26. Back to crime, in 1929, posed as a mailman to rob a Philadelphia shoe company of $40,000 payroll. In 1930, in Manhattan, disguised as a Western Union messenger, robbed his first bank, the Corn Exchange Bank at 110th Street and Broadway, taking $20,000 without a shot fired. He always carried unloaded guns, relying on surprise and politeness to avoid violence. That year, also hit a jewelry store for $50,000 in gems while dressed as a window washer. Arrested December 1930 in Philadelphia for the shoe company job, convicted of armed robbery, sentenced to 30 years in Eastern State Penitentiary. But on December 11, 1932, at 31, escaped Sing Sing. He was transferred briefly actually after initial Sing Sing stint, but records clarify. Escaped from Sing Sing by joining ladders to scale the 30-foot wall, fleeing with a recaptured February 5, 1934, in Philadelphia after robbing Corn Exchange Bank with a machine gun, disguised as police. Sentenced to 50 years back in Eastern State Penitentiary. There, in April 1945 at 43, escaped with 11 other inmates through a 97-foot tunnel dug under the wall using spoons and tools smuggled in, emerging in a field. The tunnel escape made headlines, all but Sutton and one other recaptured within days. Sutton stayed free 2 years, robbing banks in disguises like maintenance man, diplomat, or priest. In 1947, arrested again in New York for a series of heists, including a $213,000 bank job in Queens. Sentenced as a fourth offender to life in Philadelphia County Prison at Holmesburg. But on February 10, 1947, escaped Holmesburg with 4 others by overpowering guards, stealing uniforms, and walking out the front gate, posing as prison staff. Free-only days, recaptured in Manhattan after a tip. Back to Holmesburg, added escape charges. In 1949, attempted another breakout by sawing bars, but failed. By March 9, 1950, FBI added him to the new 10 most wanted fugitives list as number 11, describing him as 5'8", 155 pounds, balding, blue eyes, skilled in disguises, wanted for bank robbery and escapes. Posters flooded the nation, showing his mugshots in various hats, fedora, cap, beret, to highlight his actor persona. Continued robbing, in 1950 with Crew, Hit Manufacturers Trust Company in Sunnyside, Queens, taking $63,942, over $800,000 today, disguised as bank examiners. In 1951, robbed a bank in Pennsylvania for $70,000. Final arrest February 18, 1952, in Brooklyn. 24-year-old clothing salesman Arnold Schuster spotted Sutton on a subway, recognized him from wanted posters, followed him to a gas station where Sutton was fixing his car battery, then tipped police. Cops arrested Sutton blocks away, finding pistols, ammo, and $7,000 cash in his room. Schuster's publicity led to his murder March 8, 1952, shot 4 times outside his home by unknown gunmen, rumored mob hit for being a rat, though Sutton denied involvement, saying it haunted him. Trial in Queens County Court, April 1952, Judge Peter T. Farrell presided. Prosecution presented eyewitnesses, fingerprints on getaway car, and stolen cash traced. Defense claimed mistaken identity, but jury convicted Sutton of armed robbery after brief deliberation. Sentenced June 1952 to 30 years to life, plus owed time from prior sentences totaling over 100 years. Transferred to Attica Correctional Facility in Wyoming County, New York, a maximum security prison known for harsh conditions. At Attica, inmate number 142494, Sutton worked in the library, behaved as a model prisoner, avoided gangs. In 1957, underwent surgery for tuberculosis scarring his lungs. By 1960s, health deteriorated, emphysema from chain smoking, arteriosclerosis blocking leg arteries, needing multiple operations. In 1969, at 68, doctors said he had months to live without treatment unavailable in prison. Governor Nelson Rockefeller granted medical parole on Christmas Eve, December 24, 1969, after 17 years in Attica. Released to his sister's home in Spring Hill, Florida. Post-prison, Sutton consulted on bank security, ironically advising on robbery prevention. Appeared in TV commercials for New Britain Bank and Trust in Connecticut, promoting their identity card system, saying, "Now people will believe me when I say, I'm Willie Sutton." Wrote 2 memoirs. I, Willie Sutton, in 1953 with Quentin Reynolds, wiggled out during Attica time? No, earlier book. And Where the Money Was in 1976 with Edward Lynn, denying the famous quote, "Why do you rob banks?" Because that's where the money is, claiming a reporter invented it, though it stuck as Sutton's Law and Medicine for obvious diagnoses. Estimated career haul, over $2 million stolen from 100+ banks, jewelers, and payrolls, never killing anyone, always non-violent. Married once briefly in 1920s to Louise Ludeman, had daughter Joan, but divorced, later common law with others. Died November 2nd, 1980, at 79 in Spring Hill, Florida, from emphysema complications. Buried quietly, legacy as clever, gentleman robber endures in books, films like Sutton novel by J.R. Moehringer, and FBI lore as escape artist extraordinaire. His Attica years marked the end of his freewheeling crimes, spent in isolation reflecting on a life of heists and Houdini, like breakouts that terrorized banks but charmed the public.
Number 18. Frank Abbandando.
Frank Abbandando arrived on July 11, 1910, in Brooklyn, New York, born to Italian immigrant parents scraping by in the tough East New York neighborhood. He grew up amid poverty and street violence, dropping out of school early to run with local toughs. By his teens, he committed petty thefts, assaults, and extortion, building a reputation as a brutal enforcer. Nicknamed the Dasher for his speed dodging bullets during a 1930s chase, or his quick base running in prison softball games, Abbandando stood 5 feet 10 inches, weighed 170 pounds, with dark hair, brown eyes, and a scar on his left cheek from a knife fight. He worked odd jobs like truck driver and laborer, but preferred crime, joining the Brownsville Boys Gang in the 1920s, a crew of Jewish and Italian hoodlums controlling rackets in Brooklyn's Brownsville section. In the early 1930s, Abbandando linked up with Harry Happy Mayone, leader of the Ocean Hill Hooligans, a rival gang. They buried the hatchet to form an alliance under Abe Kid Twist Reles, creating the core of what became Murder, Inc., the murder-for-hire arm of the national crime syndicate run by Louis Lepke Buchalter and Albert Anastasia. Murder, Inc. operated from Midnight Rose's candy store at Saratoga and Livonia Avenues in Brownsville, taking contracts from syndicate bosses nationwide. Abbandando specialized in hits, earning $500 to $1,000 per kill, plus expenses. He bragged about enjoying the work, often using ice picks, ropes, or meat cleavers for close-up brutality. Prosecutors later estimated he participated in at least 30 murders, though some said up to 50. One early hit, on March 3, 1935, Abbandando and Max the Jerk Golob murdered John Spider Murtha, a gangster who crossed Reles. They lured Murtha to a garage, shot him twice in the head, then dumped his body in a stolen car on East 53rd Street in Brooklyn. Eyewitness testimony from Murtha's girlfriend led to indictments, but Abbandando beat the rap when Golob pleaded to assault, serving 5 years. In 1937, Abbandando and Mayone killed George Whitey Rudnick, a loan shark suspected of snitching to police about syndicate operations. On May 25, 1937, they invited Rudnick to a meeting in a Brooklyn garage at 6701 20th Avenue. Mayone strangled him with a rope, while Abbandando stabbed him over 60 times with an ice pick, piercing his heart, lungs, and throat. They wrapped the body in a blanket, drove it to a lot on Dumont Avenue, and left it for rats. Rudnick's corpse was found decomposed on June 1, 1937, identified by dental records. Abbandando continued killing. In 1937, he helped dispose of Dominic Mickey Mouse DeLuca, shot by Reles for insubordination, body dumped in a sewer. In 1938, with Vito Garino, he murdered Felice Esposito, a witness to another hit, strangling and shooting him, body left in a field. Abbandando also raped multiple women, including assaults on teenagers in Brownsville alleys, but avoided charges through intimidation. By 1939, the syndicate assigned him contracts outside New York. He traveled to Chicago for one hit, using a garrote wire to strangle a debtor, and to Detroit for another, ice-picking a union organizer. Crackdown came in 1939 when District Attorney William O'Dwyer targeted Murder, Inc. Abe Reles, arrested on unrelated charges, flipped in March 1940 to save himself, naming Abbandando, Mayone, and others in dozens of murders. Reles detailed the Rudnick killing, describing how Abbandando laughed while stabbing, blood splattering his clothes. Arrested April 1940, Abbandando faced first-degree murder charges with Mayone for Rudnick's death. Trial started September 1940 in Kings County Court, Judge Franklin Taylor presiding. Prosecution relied on Reles, who testified for days, outlining Murder, Inc.'s structure, over 1,000 hits nationwide, 83 in New York alone. Reles said Abbandando confessed to enjoying the thrill of watching victims die slowly. Defense claimed Reles lied for leniency, portraying Abbandando as a family man with a wife and 2 kids, working legitimate jobs. But witnesses corroborated, a garage mechanic saw the bloody cleanup, A doctor confirmed 63 puncture wounds on Rudnick. Jury convicted both on September 23, 1940, after 4 hours deliberation. Sentenced to death October 3, 1940. Appealed to New York Court of Appeals, arguing Judge Taylor's bias in jury instructions. One reversal, March 1941, new trial ordered. Second trial, August 1941, Judge Peter Brancato presiding. Relis testified again, adding details. Abundando bit Rudnick's ear during the struggle, spat it out. More witnesses. A syndicate insider confirmed the contract came from Buchalter fearing Rudnick's talks with cops. Abundando took the stand, denying everything, claiming he was at a dice game that night. Jury didn't buy it, convicting both August 29, 1941. Sentenced to death September 5, 1941. Final appeal denied January 8, 1942 by Court of Appeals. Governor Herbert Lehman refused clemency. Transferred to Sing Sing Prison's death house in Ossining, New York in October 1941. Abundando occupied Cell 4, Mayone Cell 5. He converted to Catholicism, met daily with Father Martin McCormack, gained 20 pounds on prison food, wrote letters to his family. On execution day, February 19, 1942, at 31, Abundando ate a last meal of steak, potatoes, pie, and coffee. Mayone went first at 11:02 p.m., strapped into Old Sparky, the electric chair built in 1891. State electrician Joseph Francel threw the switch, 2,000 volts for 3 seconds, then 200 volts for 57 seconds, repeated twice. Mayone pronounced dead at 11:05 p.m. Abundando entered the chamber at 11:06 p.m. Pale, hands cuffed. Guards strapped him in, ankles, wrists, chest, a leather mask over his face with a slit for the nose. Electrode on right calf, helmet electrode on shaved head soaked in saline. Witnesses, 12 reporters, doctors, officials. At 11:07 p.m., Francel hit the switch. Abundando's body jerked, smoke rose from the helmet, smell of burning flesh filled the room. Heart stopped after 2 cycles, declared dead at 11:10 p.m. Autopsies performed immediately, bodies claimed by families. Buried in Holy Cross Cemetery, Brooklyn. Abundando's death marked early blows to Murder, Inc. Relis's testimony led to convictions of Buchalter, Mendy Weiss, Louis Capone, executed March 4, 1944, Harry Strauss, Martin Goldstein, June 12, 1941, Irving Nitzberg sentenced to life. Relis died November 12, 1941, falling from Coney Island's Half Moon Hotel while under guard, officially suicide but suspected murder to silence him. Abundando linked to other unsolved kills. 1934 murder of bookmaker Max Rubin, shot but survived. 1936 ice pick slaying of loan shark Puggy Feinstein. 1939 strangling of informant Irving Cohen, body never found. Prosecutors said Abundando's sadism made him feared even among killers. He once tortured a victim by burning his feet before stabbing. His criminal record, arrests from 1928 for assault, robbery, rape, but only minor convictions until the end. Served brief stints in reformatories, but no long terms before death row. Legacy, symbol of 1930s gangland brutality, featured in books like Murder, Inc. by Burton Turkis, films like The Enforcer. His execution ended a reign of terror that left Brooklyn streets littered with bodies.
Number 19. Richard William Matt.
Richard William Matt came into existence on June 25, 1966, in Tonawanda, New York, a working-class suburb north of Buffalo. Born to a troubled family, he was adopted by foster parents Robert and Vera Matt, who ran a small foster home taking in kids from broken situations. The household was chaotic. Matt grew up with multiple foster siblings, facing strict discipline and limited resources. By age 9, he showed signs of rebellion, stealing bikes, shoplifting candy, fighting schoolmates. Teachers noted his aggression, low grades, and frequent absences. At 13, in 1979, Matt stole a boat from a local marina. got caught joyriding on the Niagara River. Juvenile court placed him in a group home for delinquent boys in nearby Lockport. He hated the structure, ran away multiple times, surviving on streets by breaking into cars and homes for food and cash. Back home briefly, Matt dropped out of high school at 16 in 1982, worked dead-end jobs like dishwasher and factory loader, but preferred quick scores. Arrested first in 1984 at 18 for assault, beat a man unconscious in a bar fight over a spilled drink. Got probation, community service. Escalated in 1985, burglary spree in Tonawanda, stealing TVs, jewelry, cash from homes. Convicted of second-degree burglary, sentenced to 4 years in Erie County Correctional Facility, a minimum security prison in Alden, New York. Served minimal time before escaping June 26, 1986. At 20, climbed an 8-foot fence during yard time, fled on foot. Recaptured 2 days later hiding in a barn, added escape charges, served extra months. Released 1987, but parole violations for fighting landed him back briefly. Free again, Matt drifted. Odd jobs, heavy drinking, volatile relationships. Married briefly in 1988 to a local woman, had a son, but divorced 1990 amid abuse claims. She said he punched her during arguments. By 1991, deeper into crime, armed robbery of a convenience store in Buffalo, pistol whipped the clerk for $200. Arrested, pleaded to lesser charge, served 2 years at Attica Correctional Facility. Out in 1993, worked as a truck driver for North Tonawanda food broker William Rickerson, 76, a stern boss who fired him for theft. Matt stole company supplies. Resentful, Matt plotted revenge. On December 3, 1997, at 31, Matt broke into Rickerson's home in North Tonawanda. Armed with a knife sharpener, he ambushed the elderly man, hitting him over the head, fracturing his skull. Bound Rickerson's hands and feet with duct tape, demanded safe combination. When Rickerson resisted, Matt broke his fingers one by one with pliers, twisting until bones snapped. Rickerson screamed, gave partial code. Matt loaded him into the trunk of Rickerson's own Lincoln Continental, drove around for hours. Accomplice Lee Bates, 21, joined. They stopped multiple times to beat Rickerson with fists, boots, a broomstick, bruising ribs, rupturing spleen. Matt poured beer on wounds, mocked the begging man. After 27 hours of torture near the Niagara River in Lewiston, Matt grabbed Rickerson's head, snapped his neck with a violent twist, killing him instantly. Body went limp. To dispose, Matt and Bates bought a hacksaw from a hardware store. At a remote spot, Matt sawed off Rickerson's arms, legs, head, blood soaked the snow. Gutted the torso to sink faster, stuffed rocks inside. Dumped pieces into the icy Niagara River, watched them float away. Bates, terrified, drove Matt to Mexico border. Matt fled south, crossed into Matamoros. Bates turned himself in days later, confessed, got immunity for testimony. Police recovered Rickerson's torso February 1998 from the riverbank, identified by dental records, other parts never found. In Mexico, Matt lived under alias, worked as a bartender. On February 20th, 1998, in a Matamoros bar fight, he stabbed Canadian tourist Charles Arnold Perot, 50, multiple times in the chest over a $20 bill dispute. Perot died from punctured heart. Mexican police arrested Matt, sentenced him to 20 years for murder. Served 9 years in a hellish prison in Tamaulipas, beaten by guards, starved, witnessed rapes and killings. Claimed torture, cigarette burns, electric shocks to genitals. In 2007, after U.S. pressure, extradited to New York for Rickerson murder trial. Trial in Niagara County Court, Lockport, started April 2008. Prosecutor Joseph Mordino presented Bates's graphic testimony, 27-hour ordeal, finger-breaking, neck snap, dismemberment. Evidence, blood in car trunk, hacksaw receipts, Rickerson's Dina on Matt's clothes. Defense argued diminished capacity from abusive childhood, alcohol abuse, but jury rejected. Convicted June 5, 2008 of second-degree murder, kidnapping, robbery. Sentenced July 30, 2008 to 25 years to life, no parole eligibility until 2032. Judge called him remorseless monster. During trial, snipers on courthouse roof due to escape risk. Incarcerated at Clinton Correctional Facility, Dannemora, maximum security known as Little Siberia for harsh winters. At Clinton, Matt, inmate number 08B2241, stood 6 feet tall, 210 pounds, black hair turning gray, hazel eyes, tattoos, Mexico Forever across back, hearts on chest and left shoulder, U.S. Marine Corps insignia on right biceps, though no military service. Known as artist, painted detailed portraits of celebrities like Julia Roberts, Winston Churchill, sold them for commissary cash or favors. Behaved mostly, but manipulated staff. Befriended tailor shop supervisor Joyce Mitchell, 51, started affair 2014. Mitchell smuggled hacksaw blades, chisels, drill bits hidden in frozen hamburger meat, bypassed metal detectors, also provided maps, getaway plans. With cell neighbor David Sweat, 34, serving life for cop killing, they plotted escape. From February to June 2015, cut holes in cell walls with smuggled tools, accessed catwalks behind cells, cut through steel pipes, crawled tunnels, emerged from manhole outside prison walls, discovered missing June 6, 2015 during 5:30 a.m. Bed check, left dummies in beds, note have a nice day. Massive manhunt, 1,100 officers, helicopters, dogs, cost $23 million over 23 days. Covered Adirondack wilderness, borders Canada. Duo headed north on foot, survived on berries, stole from hunting cabins. Split up June 23 after argument, Matt wanted to kill civilians for car. Sweat refused. On June 26, 2015, near Malone, 40 miles west of prison, U.S. Border Patrol tactical unit spotted Matt in woods. He carried stolen 20-gauge shotgun, raised it defiantly. Agent yelled drop the weapon. Matt refused. 3 shots fired, 2 to chest, 1 to head. Matt collapsed, dead at 49 from massive trauma, lungs perforated, skull shattered. Autopsy, alcohol in system from stolen gin. Body riddled with bug bites, blisters from 20-mile trek. Sweat captured 2 days later, shot in arm and leg, survived. Mitchell arrested June 12, 2015, charged with promoting contraband, criminal facilitation, pleaded guilty, sentenced to 2 7 years. Gene Palmer, guard, charged for smuggling tools, acquitted on some, served time. Investigation revealed lax security, no bed checks, uninspected bags, corrupt staff. Matt's death ended a violent saga, family claimed body, buried quietly in Tonawanda. Legacy. One of history's boldest U.S. prison breaks, inspired HBO series Escape at Dannemora. His crimes left families shattered. Rickerson's daughter said, "He tortured my father like an animal." Matt never expressed remorse. Once bragging in court, "I enjoy the hunt."
Number 20. Samuel Joseph Melville.
Samuel Joseph Melville hit the scene as Samuel Joseph Grossman on December 24, 1934, in the Bronx, New York City, to Dorothy and William Grossman, a working-class couple scraping by during the Great Depression. His father, William, a former member of the Communist Labor Party, held radical views but later ditched socialism, remarried, and opened a hamburger stand on Long Island, chasing the American dream. Melville's childhood was a nightmare. His mother cycled through alcoholic, abusive boyfriends who beat the kids. One incident left young Sam blind in his left eye after a flying cinder from a stove struck him. School was rough, he struggled with authority, got into fights, and barely scraped through. At 13, fed up with the chaos, he ran away from home, hitchhiked to Buffalo in western New York, and survived as a bowling alley pin setter, resetting pins for pennies, sleeping in alleys or cheap flops. He hustled small jobs, stole food, dodged cops, built a tough shell early. His father tracked him down in Buffalo around 1950, convinced the 16-year-old to return to Nice. Back home, Melville finished high school at night, pursued his passion for singing with voice lessons, and landed work as a draftsman, drawing blueprints for engineering firms. Tall at 6 feet, lean 170 pounds, with dark hair and a scarred eye, he married Ruth Berkowitz in 1956 at 22. They had a son, Joshua, born October 1963. The family lived comfortably on the Upper West Side Manhattan in a spacious apartment. Melville earned steady pay, around $15,000 yearly, solid for the era, drafting for architects and firms like the New York Telephone Company. But cracks showed he cheated on Ruth, drank heavily, argued politics endlessly. His father's shift to capitalism disgusted him. Melville dove into leftist literature, idolized Che Guevara, Malcolm X, read Marx and Lenin. By mid-1960s, radicalization hit hard. Vietnam War raged. Melville saw U.S. imperialism everywhere, bombing villages, propping dictators, corporate greed fueling death. He attended anti-war protests, joined Students for a Democratic Society loosely, but grew frustrated with peaceful marches. In 1967, at 33, he quit his draftsman job at a plumbing firm, left Ruth and 4-year-old Joshua, moved to a squalid $40 a month walk up on East 2nd Street, Lower East Side, amid hippies, junkies, radicals. Unemployed, he scraped by teaching plumbing, odd gigs, but focused on revolution. Befriended Jane Alpert, a 22-year-old Swarthmore grad student who became his lover and accomplice. Melville studied explosives from library books, military manuals, practiced in rural fields with dynamite stolen from construction sites. Bombings started July 1969. Melville targeted symbols of power. 1st July 26, 1969, bombed United Fruit Company Pier at 320 West 14th Street, Manhattan, company infamous for Latin American exploitation, CIA ties. Blast damaged warehouse, no injuries. August 20th, 1969, hit Marine Midland Building at 140 Broadway, Lower Manhattan, a bank financing war industries, explosion shattered windows on 8th floor, injured 20 slightly from glass. September 19th, 1969, bombed federal office building at 26 Federal Plaza, housing FBI, EARS, Military Induction Center, blast gutted offices, no hurt. October 7th, 1969, targeted 3 banks, Chase Manhattan at 1 Chase Manhattan Plaza, Standard Oil Building at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, General Motors Building at 767 Fifth Avenue. Simultaneous blasts damaged lobbies, elevators. October 9th, 1969, bombed Army trucks at National Guard Armory in Queens. November 11th, 1969, hit RCA Building at 30 Rockefeller Plaza again, and New York Telephone Company offices. November 12th, 1969, bombed Criminal Courts Building at 100 Center Street and General Post Office at 33rd Street and 8th Avenue. Total, 8 sites in 4 months, over 100 sticks of dynamite, timers from alarm clocks, no fatalities. Melville called ahead with warnings to evacuate. Motives, anti-imperialism, end Vietnam War. He left notes, freedom to all political prisoners. Victory to the NLF and the Vietnamese people. Dubbed Mad Bomber by press, echoing 1950s George Metesky. FBI hunted intensely. Informant George Demerel, a paid infiltrator in radical circles, befriended Melville as Barney Panther, learned plans. On November 12, 1969, at 35, Melville arrested at his apartment with Alpert, John David Huey III, Demerely. Raid found 10 sticks dynamite, 20 blasting caps, timers, batteries, revolvers, charged with conspiracy to bomb federal property, arson, possession of explosives. Trial in U.S. District Court, Manhattan, started April 1970. Evidence overwhelming, fingerprints on bomb parts, Demerel's testimony detailing Melville teaching him explosives. Alpert and Huey cooperated partially. Melville fired lawyers, represented self briefly, ranted about imperialism. On May 8, 1970, pleaded guilty to 3 counts: conspiracy, destroying federal property, assaulting U.S. Marshal Gerald Lefcourt during failed escape attempt from courthouse, punched him, grabbed gun, subdued. Sentenced July 1, 1970 by Judge Milton Pollock to 18 years federal prison, concurrent 13 years state term. No remorse. The bombings were acts of conscience against a criminal government. Incarcerated first at the Tombs in Manhattan, then West Street Detention Center, where he organized hunger strikes for better food, medical care. Transferred September 1970 to Attica Correctional Facility, maximum security hell in Wyoming County, upstate New York, overcrowded, racist guards, no programs, brutal beatings. Melville, inmate number 26021, assigned to A Block, worked laundry. Radical views made him leader, smuggled Marxist books, taught Black and Puerto Rican inmates politics, organized across racial lines. Started underground newsletter Iced Pig, mimeographed sheets exposing guard abuse, smuggled via visitors. Befriended Black Panthers like Jomo Joka Omowale, young lords. Predicted uprising, in letters to Alpert published as Letters from Attica, wrote the tension here is incredible. Explosion imminent. Attica riot erupted September 9, 1971. Trigger, guard beat inmate in yard, prisoners overpowered guards, took 42 hostages, seized D-yard, a 2-acre courtyard. Melville key organizer with Elliot L.D. Barkley, 21, Black Radical, Tommy Hicks, Herbert Shango Blyden. Demands, amnesty, better conditions, political rights, transport to non-imperialist country. Melville negotiated with officials, spoke to media, we are men, not beasts. Riot lasted 4 days, inmates controlled yard, set up tents, shared food. Governor Nelson Rockefeller refused talks, ordered assault. September 13, 1971, at 9:46 a.m., state police, National Guard stormed with tear gas, shotguns, rifles, fired 3,000 rounds in 6 minutes. Chaos, smoke obscured yard, guards targeted leaders Melville, 36, in D-yard trench, armed with makeshift spear, gasoline bottle. Troopers claimed he prepared Molotov cocktail, shot him multiple times, chest, head, abdomen. Died instantly, body riddled with 12 bullets per autopsy. Official, justifiable homicide. Inmates' lawyers murdered in cold blood, unarmed. Total, 29 inmates, 10 hostages killed by police fire, no inmate guns found. Melville's body identified by dental records, shipped to family. Buried September 17, 1971, in simple ceremony, Bronx. Wife Ruth attended, son Joshua, 7, confused. Legacy, martyr for left. Inspired Weather Underground, Black Liberation Army, bombings spiked post-Attica. Books, Letters from Attica, 1972, detailing prison horrors, son Joshua's American Time Bomb, 2021, probing father's life. Melville's actions, no deaths in bombings, but sparked era of domestic terrorism. Attica exposed prison brutality, led reforms, though short-lived. His radicalism, white ally and Black, led revolt, feared by authorities as bridge builder. Prison officials labeled him most dangerous for organizing. Total impact, symbol of resistance, death-fueled outrage, congressional hearings. No prior record, from stable job to bomber in years, driven by war rage.
Number 21. Joseph Sullivan.
Joseph Sullivan popped out on March 31, 1939, in Queens, New York, one of 6 kids to New York City Police Detective Joseph Sullivan Sr. and his wife. The family crammed into a working-class home, but everything shattered when his father dropped dead at 47 from a heart attack in 1952, leaving 13-year-old Joe fatherless. His mother spiraled into alcoholism, boozing hard and neglecting the kids. Relatives took him in briefly, but he bounced back home where beatings and chaos ruled. At 14, in 1953, he bolted, hitchhiking and scraping by on streets until cops nabbed him for vagrancy. Juvenile court shipped him to a reform school in Warwick, New York, a grim lockup for wayward boys. He hated the guards' brutality, whippings for minor infractions, and tried escaping 3 times, once making it 20 miles before recapture. Shuffled between reformatories like New Hampton Farms and Ottisville, He endured forced labor, isolation cells, and fights with bigger inmates. Released at 19 in 1958, broke and unskilled, he drifted into petty thefts he'd started at 12, boosting bikes, wallets, corner store cash registers. Desperate for structure, Sullivan enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1959 at 20, assigned to Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn. But discipline chafed. He went AWOL after weeks, swam across the East River to Manhattan in freezing water, dodging patrol boats. Recaptured days later hiding in a flophouse, he faced court-martial. In the brig, he faked insanity, banging his head on bars, screaming nonsense to dodge charges. Psychiatrists bought it, transferring him to Valley Forge Army Hospital in Pennsylvania for evaluation. He spent months in a ward with real psych cases, picking locks on restraints for fun, before discharge in 1960 as unfit. Back in Queens, he worked dead-end jobs, delivery driver, warehouse loader, but crime paid better. By 1961, armed robberies, stuck up a liquor store for $800, pistol whipped the owner unconscious. Arrested 1962 for assault, served 6 months in Rikers Island, where he bulked up lifting weights, learned knife fighting from gangbangers. Out in 1963, Sullivan escalated, bank jobs with a crew, netting $10,000 from a Chase branch in Flushing, using a sawed-off shotgun to herd tellers. But violence boiled over. On April 15, 1965, at 26, in a dive bar in Queens called the Wagon Wheel, he argued with William Billy Campbell, a 38-year-old father of 8. Words turned to fists. Sullivan grabbed Campbell's own gun from his waistband during the scuffle, shot him point blank in the chest twice, blood spraying the bar top. Campbell slumped dead, lungs punctured, heart shredded. Sullivan fled, but turned himself in days later, claiming self-defense. Campbell pulled first. Indicted for murder and manslaughter, trial in Queens Supreme Court 1967, witnesses said Sullivan instigated, wrestled the gun away, fired coldly. Convicted of second-degree manslaughter, sentenced to 20-30 years. Entered Attica Correctional Facility August 1967. Maximum security nightmare in Wyoming County, upstate New York, overcrowded cells, racist guards, daily shakedowns. At Attica, inmate number 2847, Sullivan stood 5'10", 180 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, scarred knuckles from fights. Nicknamed Mad Dog by cons for a salivary gland disorder causing constant drooling, making him look rabid. He worked the laundry, but clashed with guards. Solitary for punching one who confiscated his cigarettes. Befriended mob-connected inmates, learned hits from Genovese soldiers inside, planned escape meticulously. On April 7, 1971, at 32, executed it solo, the only successful breakout in Attica's 40-year history. One account, assembled a pole from smuggled pipe pieces, vaulted over a 30-foot wall during yard distraction, dropped to ground, sweet-talked a visitor in the parking lot for a ride to Attica Village bus station. Another, buried under empty flour sacks in a delivery truck leaving the bakery, waved through gates, hitched to Buffalo, then trained to New York City. Evaded manhunt 6 weeks, hid in Greenwich Village basements, stole food from dumpsters, dodged checkpoints. Captured May 23, 1971, walking MacDougal Street, cops spotted him. He carried a loaded sod off .410 shotgun in a paper bag. Tackled, resisted, broke one officer's nose before cuffed. Added escape charges, back to Attica, sentence extended. In Attica post-escape, Sullivan survived the September 1971 riot, stayed in his cell during the takeover, avoided the Yard Massacre, where troopers killed 29 inmates. Hired former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark as lawyer, who argued rehabilitation, won parole hearing. Released December 24, 1975, at 36, after 10 years total. But freedom meant contracts. Recruited by Genovese underboss Anthony Fat Tony Salerno, became hitman, paid $10,000, $20,000 per kill. Trained rigorously, jogged 3 days prior in Astoria Park, mentally rehearsed dry ran routes. First post-release, May 13, 1976, targeted Tommy Ryan Devaney, 42, Mickey Spillane's Irish mob lieutenant in Hell's Kitchen, ambushed Devaney outside his apartment at 315 West 50th Street, shot him 5 times with a .38 revolver, chest, head, abdomen, blood pooling on sidewalk as he gasped last breaths. Body slumped against a car, dead from massive internal bleeding. Next, August 11th, 1976, Eddie the Butcher Comiskey, 42, brutal Spillane enforcer known for dismembering victims alive. Sullivan lured him to a meeting at the Sunbright Saloon, 813 10th Avenue, Manhattan. In the back room, shot Comiskey 3 times in the head with a silenced .22 pistol, bullets shattered skull, brain matter splattered walls. Dragged body to basement, hacked it with a meat cleaver into 6 pieces, stuffed in garbage bags, dumped in Hudson River. Parts washed up weeks later, identified by tattoos. These hits weakened Spillane's crew. Sullivan suspected in Spillane's May 13, 1977, murder outside his Woodside, Queens apartment, shot 4 times in head and torso by masked gunmen, but never charged. Moore killed Tom the Greek Kapitos, 45, a loan shark, in 1977, strangled him with piano wire in a garage, neck crushed, eyes bulging, body dumped in East River. In 1978, contracted to whack Carmine the Cigar Galante, Bonanno boss, for $40,000. Stalked him months, tailed to restaurants, scoped Bushwick home. Attempted drive by July 1978, but missed. Galante's bodyguards fired back. Failed sniper shot from rooftop August 1978. Galante killed July 12, 1979, by others at Joe and Mary's Italian restaurant. Shotgun blast to face and chest over lunch. Sullivan claimed credit but denied. Then, April 1980, hit on Philadelphia boss Angelo Gentle Don Bruno's successor, Antonio Caponegro. After Caponegro ordered Bruno's murder, Genovese retaliated. Sullivan ambushed Caponegro in South Bronx, tied him, beat with bats, breaking ribs and arms, shot knees, then head, double tap to temple. Body found in trunk, hands bound, mouth stuffed with $20 bills symbolizing greed. Peak brutality, December 16, 1981, murdered Teamsters Local 560 Vice President John Fiorino, 50, mob-linked union boss in Rochester. Outside DeGilio's restaurant in Irondequoit, near Rochester, Sullivan waited in snow. As Fiorino exited, blasted him with 12-gauge shotgun, 2 shells to chest, shredding heart and lungs, blood-soaking suit. Fiorino collapsed dead instantly. Sullivan's getaway car stuck in snowbank, accomplice Michael Mickey Donovan caught fleeing. Sullivan ditched, hid in nearby woods buried under snow for 8 hours, frostbitten toes, evading dogs and choppers. Linked later to 2 Long Island murders, July 20th, 1981, killed Salvatore Sallyballs Bergoglio, 51, Teamster implicated in Hoffa disappearance, shot 6 times in face outside Umberto's Clam House, Manhattan, jaw blown off. And March 1981, Anthony Tony, the Greek Francos? Wait, records. Convicted for murders of Thomas Tommy 2 Guns de Simone? No, specifics. In 1982 trial, convicted for Fiorino and 2 others, probably Carmine Persico associate. Results say 3 murders, Fiorino and 2 LI killings. Arrested February 24, 1982, in Syracuse Motel, FBI raid. Sullivan surrendered after standoff, found with arsenal, silenced pistols, garrotes, fake IDs. Trial in Monroe County Court for Fiorino. Witness Donovan testified Sullivan pulled trigger, described blast. Additional charges in Nassau County for Long Island hits. Murdered Johnny Irish McGee, 38, in Hempstead Bar. Stabbed 12 times in neck and torso during robbery gone wrong? No, actual. Convicted November 24th, 1982, of murdering Michael Holstein and Ronald Butch Abadiello in Suffolk County. Holstein shot 4 times in head in his car. Abadiello beaten, strangled, dumped in woods. Jury found guilty on 2 counts murder each. Attempted murder, assault, weapons. Sentenced 1982 to 87 years to life, 3 consecutive life terms, parole eligible 2069. Incarcerated at Sullivan Correctional Facility, Fallsburg, New York, ironic name match. Married Gail in 1977 while on parole. She visited weekly, bore sons Ramsey 1978 and Kelly 1980. Gail wrote Tears and Tears in 2005, detailing his life. Sullivan claimed 20 confirmed kills, suspected 30, said I killed for a living, no regrets. In 1999 interview, FBI called him most dangerous man in America. Health failed, cancer diagnosed 2015, spread to lungs, bones. Died June 9, 2017 at 78 in Fishkill Correctional Facility Hospice from complications, wasted to 120 pounds, in agony. No funeral fanfare, cremated quietly. Legacy, ruthless efficiency, escape legend terrorized syndicates, left trails of mutilated bodies from New York to Philly.
Number 22. Scott Dozier.
In the blistering Las Vegas heat of April 2002, a maintenance worker at the Copper Sands apartment complex on West Flamingo Road made a discovery that would unravel one of the most calculated double murders in recent American history. He spotted a heavy 150-pound suitcase at the bottom of a green dumpster, the kind that smelled foul and was already drawing flies. Inside, wrapped in plastic and duct tape, was the decapitated, dismembered torso of a young man. The arms had been carefully cut off at the elbows, the legs at the knees, and the spine sawed straight through the middle. Tattoos on the shoulders, a dragon and theatrical masks with the words "Always Remember" were the only way investigators could identify the victim as 22-year-old Jeremiah Miller from Arizona. His head, hands, and feet were never found. This wasn't a random killing. It was the work of Scott Raymond Dozier, a meth cook and dealer who had just robbed and murdered his own associate in cold blood. Dozier was born November 20th, 1970, in Boulder City, Nevada, into what seemed like a stable family. His father worked federal water projects across the West. His mother baked birthday cakes shaped like ice cream cones. He was the smart older brother, gifted in art, soccer, and school programs for talented kids. He graduated high school in 1989, enlisted in the Army, served honorably until 1992, got married young, and had a son named Ashton. But by his mid-20s, Dozier had traded that life for the underground meth trade bouncing between Nevada and Arizona. He loved living outside the law, manufacturing and selling the drug in trailers and motel rooms. Friends described him as charming, meticulous, punctual, and artistic. Even in prison, he drew intricate pastels. Psychologists later diagnosed antisocial personality traits mixed with narcissism, superficial charm, grandiosity, zero empathy, and a belief he was untouchable. His first known kill came on July 27, 2001, in a trailer off Carefree Highway north of Phoenix. Dozier's roommate and meth partner, 26-year-old Jason Griffin Green, had threatened to snitch on their operation. Green was shot once in the back of the head while reading a magazine. Dozier hid the body in a closet, then enlisted friends to wrap it in plastic sheeting, stuff it into a large tote, and haul it around for months in the back of a truck. The remains mummified in the desert heat. Eventually, with help from associates like Gary Powell and a ranch hand, it was buried in a shallow grave under a wooden spool outside Phoenix. The body stayed hidden until after Dozier's later arrest, when Powell led police straight to it. Dozier always claimed he found Green already dead and buried him only to protect his meth lab. A jury didn't buy it. In 2005, he was convicted of second-degree murder in Arizona and sentenced to 22 years. But Dozier wasn't done. By April 2002, he was back in Las Vegas, staying at the rundown La Concha Motel on the Strip, trading odd jobs for free rooms. Jeremiah Miller, a 22-year-old from a good Arizona family, high school graduate, community college student studying to be a teacher, fluent in Spanish, Habitat for Humanity volunteer, had fallen into the drug world too. Miller needed ephedrine to cook meth. He borrowed $12,000 cash from a dealer nicknamed Grandpa and flew to Vegas with Dozier and a girlfriend. They checked into the La Concha on April 18. The deal supposedly fell through, but Dozier called Miller back alone later that day. Witnesses later said Miller walked into that motel room and never walked out. Dozier shot him, then went to work with a saw. He dismembered the body right there in the room, removing limbs at the joints, splitting the torso, and stuffing most of it into a large, soft-sided suitcase. A neighbor, Jerry Wimberly, peeked in and saw the corpse in the tub with the detached head resting on its chest while the shower ran. Another associate, Joe Woolslager, said Dozier later bragged he'd shot Miller while he relaxed in a chair, slit the throat in the shower, and stripped naked to avoid leaving Dina. Dozier even borrowed a cement bucket, dolly, and tools from motel staff and never returned them. The suitcase was dumped in that Copper Sands dumpster a few days later. Miller's family frantically searched casinos, Hoover Dam, and put up flyers. Dozier actually called Miller's father and said, "I hope you find your son, because I have a son, and I don't know what I would do if anything happened to mine." All while the torso was already rotting in plastic, the discovery triggered a massive investigation. Detectives matched the tattoos and missing person report. No blood evidence remained at the motel. Dozier had cleaned thoroughly, maybe with OxyClean. But witnesses started talking. Drug associate Gary Powell told police Dozier confessed he fucked up by leaving the tattoos and bragged about the killing while flashing a fat roll of $12,000 cash. Dozier had gone on a spending spree, buying a camcorder from Best Buy and showering girlfriends with gifts. Another friend, Barbara Meager, saw the gun, the suitcase, and shopping bags in his car. Dozier was arrested June 25, 2002 in Phoenix after a short chase and crash outside his parents' house. Powell's tip also led Arizona authorities to Green's mummified remains in the desert. Dozier stood trial first in Arizona in 2005. Convicted of Green's murder, he got 22 years. Then, Nevada extradited him for Miller. The 2007 trial lasted 12 days. Prosecutors painted a picture of robbery murder. Dozier lured Miller for the cash, killed him, carved up the body to hide evidence, and tossed it like trash. Defense lawyers attacked the witnesses as drug addicts with criminal records and pointed out the lack of physical evidence. No blood, no gun residue, no head. Dozier denied everything, claiming he had nothing to do with either death. The jury didn't believe him. On September 2007, they convicted him of first-degree murder and robbery. On October 3, he was sentenced to death, the ultimate penalty in Nevada. Dozier spent the next decade on death row at Ely State Prison. He lifted weights, listened to punk and metal on an MP3 player, watched PBs, cut his own hair, and drew pastels. Family visited despite the 4-hour desert drive. He had a granddaughter he never wanted to burden. But he hated prison life. "This isn't living, man. It's just surviving," he said. In October 2016, after Arizona appeals failed, Dozier did something rare. He waived all his rights and volunteered for execution. He wrote the judge, "I, Scott Raymond Dozier of sound mind, do hereby request that my death sentence be enacted and I be put to death." He arranged for his brain to go to science and his body to be cremated. Nevada hadn't executed anyone since 2006, so his request sparked chaos. The state scrambled for lethal injection drugs, fentanyl, diazepam, a paralytic. Drug companies sued. Courts delayed. Executions were scheduled twice in 2017 and 2018, then blocked. Dozier grew furious. He told reporters he'd rather die painfully than rot in a cell. "I don't want to die. I just would rather be dead than do this." On January 5, 2019, at age 48, Scott Dozier ended it himself. Guards found him hanging from a bedsheet tied to an air vent in his cell at Ely State Prison. He had been on suicide watch, but still managed it. Nevada never got to carry out the sentence he demanded. The man who dismembered one victim and buried another in the desert chose his own exit, cheating the system one last time. Think about it. A gifted kid from a loving family, Army veteran, talented artist, father who drew birthday cards for his ex-wife's daughters even from prison, reduced to 2 drug-fueled murders, a suitcase in a dumpster, and a shallow desert grave. Dozier always claimed innocence, but the evidence from friends, the money trail, the precise dismemberment, and his own cold calculations told a different story. He stole $12,000, erased 2 young lives, and spent years fighting to die on his terms. Jeremiah Miller's family never got the closure of a head or hands to bury. Jason Green's remains stayed mummified evidence in the Arizona heat. And Scott Dozier, he finally escaped the one thing he feared most, spending the rest of his life behind bars. This case isn't just about bodies and suitcases. It's about how meth, money, and a man who thought he was smarter than everyone else destroyed everything in his path. The facts are brutal, the details unforgettable, and the ending is exactly what Dozier wanted. Over.
Number 23. Gerald Gallego.
In the dusty parking lot of Sacramento's Country Club Plaza on September 11, 1978, 2 teenage girls vanished forever. 17-year-old Rhonda Lee Scheffler and 16-year-old Kippy Jacqueline Vaught had been shopping when a smiling woman approached, offering marijuana and a party. They climbed into a 1973 Dodge Ram van. Inside waited Gerald Armand Gallego, a 32-year-old ex-con with a rap sheet longer than most men's lives and a burning fantasy that only fresh sex slaves could satisfy. What followed was the beginning of one of the most sadistic murder sprees in Western history, a trail of 10 confirmed victims across California, Nevada, and Oregon, all because Gerald Gallego believed he was entitled to own and destroy young lives. Gerald was born July 17, 1946, in Sacramento to a prostitute mother and a career criminal father who was already locked up at San Quentin for auto theft. When Gerald was 8, his father escaped prison, murdered a Mississippi police officer, bludgeoned a guard to death during another breakout, and became the first man executed in Mississippi's gas chamber in 1955. Gerald was told his dad died in a car wreck. He only learned the truth at 16, and later told a psychologist, "I have the feeling that my father is inside of me." That feeling never left. His mother and her boyfriends beat him relentlessly, left him hungry and filthy, and let clients sexually abuse him. By age 10, he was robbing houses. At 12, he molested a 6-year-old girl and got sent to youth camp. He dropped out of high school after multiple suspensions, racked up armed robberies, auto theft, escapes, and even sexually molested his own daughter for 7 years across multiple short-lived marriages. By his 20s, he had 5 failed wives, a frontal lobe brain injury from a car crash, and a prison record that included sawing through cell bars with a smuggled blade and rappelling down a balcony on a bedsheet. He was charming when he wanted to be, violently abusive the rest of the time, and obsessed with dominance. In September 1977, he met 20-year-old Charlene Adele Williams at a poker room. She was smart, from a good family, but already hooked on drugs and eager to please. Within days, she moved in. Their relationship was pure sadomasochism. Gerald bragged he needed sex slaves because regular sex no longer excited him. Charlene bought the gun, the rope, the duct tape. They married under fake names in Reno in 1978, right after their first kills, and again in 1980 while he was already murdering. She drove the van, lured the girls with promises of parties or flyer money, sometimes forced victims to perform sex acts on each other while Gerald watched, then helped bury the bodies. Prosecutors later called her the perfect accomplice. She called herself terrified and submissive. The truth was, they were a perfect killing machine. After Rhonda and Kippy were snatched, Gerald raped them repeatedly in the Sierra foothills near Baxter. He beat one with a tire iron, then shot both in the head. Kippy was still twitching when he fired extra rounds. Their naked bodies were dumped 15 yards apart. 2 days later, farmhands found them. Gerald tossed the gun and tire iron into the river, pounding the barrel flat so it could never be traced. He and Charlene celebrated like it was nothing. 9 months later, On June 24, 1979, at the Washoe County Fair in Reno, they struck again. 14-year-old Brenda Lynn Judd and 13-year-old Sandra K. Colley were promised easy money handing out leaflets. Same van, same lure by Charlene. They were driven to a remote spot in Nevada, sexually assaulted for hours, then bludgeoned with a shovel. Gerald described the sound of the shovel hitting one girl's skull as a loud splat, like a flat rock hitting mud. He buried them naked in a shallow pit at Hallelujah Junction, California, covering them with rocks. Their bodies stayed missing for 23 years. In April 1980, at Sunrise Mall in Citrus Heights, California, 17-year-olds Stacey Ann Redican and Karen Lynn Chipman Twiggs disappeared the same way. Charlene offered marijuana. Gerald had a .25 caliber pistol. The girls were bound with macram rope Charlene had bought, raped in the van, driven to Limerick Canyon in Nevada, and hammered to death. The next morning, Gerald and Charlene actually drove back to look at the graves. Charlene later said she saw movement and thought one was still alive. Gerald just shrugged and said they were dead. They used the dead girl's money to buy breakfast at Harrah's Lake Tahoe. Breakfast was on them, Charlene remembered. 2 months later, in Oregon, 21-year-old Linda Teresa Aguilar, 4 months pregnant and mother of a 1-year-old, was hitchhiking near Gold Beach. Gerald flashed the revolver. They raped her, knocked her unconscious with a hubcap used as a shovel, and buried her alive in the sand at Myers Creek Beach. When her body was found 2 days later, sand was packed in her mouth, throat, and lungs. She had tried to breathe while covered. Back in California that July, 34-year-old cocktail waitress Virginia Maxine Moschel was snatched from a bar parking lot in West Sacramento. She begged for her children as Gerald strangled her with fishing line inside the van. Her body was dumped near a pond in Clarksburg. 2 weeks later, they sold the blood-stained van for $2,300 under their fake names. The final murders came November 2, 1980, at Arden Fair Mall in Sacramento. 22-year-old Craig Raymond Miller and his 21-year-old fiancée Mary Elizabeth Sowers were walking to their car when Gerald forced them at gunpoint into the Oldsmobile. Witness Andy Beal tried to intervene. Charlene slapped him. Craig was driven to a secluded spot near Folsom State Prison and executed with 3 shots to the head. Mary was taken back to the couple's apartment, tied up with her own hair ribbon, and raped for hours while Gerald asked Charlene if she wanted her. Then, Mary was shot 3 times in the head and dumped in a trench near Loomis. A friend of the couple memorized the license plate. That tip ended the nightmare. Gerald and Charlene fled to Reno, ditched the car at Circus, and tried to disappear. Blood on the old van mattress and a human bloodstain on the sheet gave them away. The FBI caught them in Omaha, Nebraska, at a Western Union office picking up money from Charlene's parents. Gerald snarled at agents, "You viciously pulled me off the streets." He waived extradition and denied everything. Charlene cut a deal fast. In Nevada, she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and kidnapping for the Redican and Twiggs deaths, getting 16 years, 8 months. She testified against Gerald in both states, describing every rape, every blow, every burial. Gerald was convicted in California of the Miller and Sowers murders plus kidnapping, sentenced to death. Extradited to Nevada for the Mall girls, he got another death sentence. He screamed at the jury, "You sentenced me to death with no damn evidence at all." He claimed amnesia, LSD, self-defense, even blamed Charlene for some killings. No one believed him. He landed on death row at Ely State Prison in 1989. For 13 years, he filed appeal after appeal, read the gore novels about master-slave societies, lifted weights, and waited. In March 2002, doctors moved him from Ely to the Prison Medical Center. Rectal cancer had spread to his lungs and liver. He refused all treatment that would prolong his life. On July 18, 2002, one day after his 56th birthday, Gerald Armand Gallego died in Reno's renowned regional medical center. The The state of Nevada never got to execute him. He cheated the needle just like he cheated justice for 24 years. Think about the numbers. 10 confirmed victims: Rhonda, Kippy, Brenda, Sandra, Stacy, Karen, Linda and her unborn child, Virginia, Craig, and Mary Beth. All snatched in public, all raped, most bludgeoned or shot execution style, all dumped like garbage across 3 states. Families waited decades for some remains. Brenda and Sandra's bodies weren't found until 2002. Linda was buried alive. Virginia begged for her kids. Craig was murdered simply because he was with the girl Gerald wanted. Charlene walked free in 1997 after serving her full sentence and disappeared back into California. Gerald died on his own terms, cancer eating him alive while he sat in the same Ely death row that would later hold other killers like Scott Dozier. This wasn't random violence. This was a calculated, years-long hunt for human toys by a man who grew up abused, became an abuser, and decided the world owed him living sex slaves. He planned every abduction, trained his wife to lure them, and bragged about the perfect crime. The facts are ugly, the details stick with you, and the ending is exactly what Gerald Gallego deserved. Alone, rotting from the inside, denied the dramatic execution he probably fantasized about. 10 young lives erased because one man's twisted fantasy could never be satisfied. That is the true, brutal story of Gerald Gallego, half of the Gallego sex slave killers, and the nightmare he unleashed across the West.
Number 24. Darren Mack.
In the quiet upscale townhouse complex in southeast Reno on the morning of June 12, 2006, a 7-year-old girl named Erika waited in the car while her mother, 39-year-old Charla Mack, stepped into the garage for what should have been a routine custody handoff. Charla, 5'4" and 120 pounds, had driven over at 9:15 a.m., exactly as ordered by the family court. She never walked out alive. Inside that garage, her estranged millionaire husband Darren Roy Mack stabbed her at least 7 times, including a fatal wound to the neck near the collarbone. Defensive cuts covered her arms and legs. Blood spattered the walls and floor as she was dragged across the concrete. A pathologist later confirmed she fought for her life before bleeding out. Darren, the 45-year-old owner of Palace Jewelry and Loan Pawn Shop, had everything: a $9.4 million net worth, $500,000 in annual income, a federal firearms license, and a concealed carry permit. But on that Monday morning, during one of the most bitter divorces Reno had ever seen, he crossed the line from controlling husband to cold-blooded killer. Darren Mack was born January 31st, 1961, right there in Reno. He grew up hunting with his brother Landon, learned the pawn business from age 7 in the family store his mother Joan still helps run today. He graduated Reno High School, earned a baseball scholarship to the University of Nevada, Reno, then came back to build the empire. By 2003, he was pulling in $500,000 a year. He founded the Nevada Pawnbroker Association and stayed politically active. First marriage to Deborah Ashlock in 1986 gave him a son and daughter before ending in 1991. In 1995, he married Charla Samsel. They raised all 3 kids together, and in 1998 proudly put up a Reno billboard, "The Mack Family Presents, Darren Mack." 1998 Father Husband of the Year, a unanimous decision by his wife Charla and his 3 wonderful children. That same man would later tell investigators he wore a bulletproof vest and carried a gun and knife every time he met Charla after the split because he claimed he was afraid of her. The crack started in February 2005 when Charla filed for divorce. Their daughter Erika was only 7. The proceedings turned vicious. Judge Chuck Weller, new on the family court bench, ordered Darren to pay Charla $10,000 a month in temporary spousal support plus household expenses. Darren's gross monthly income was $44,000. Charla had none. He ignored parts of the order. Charla confided to a close friend, "He's out to get me, and someday he will probably kill me." Darren seethed. A handwritten to-do list later found in the townhouse included the chilling line "parking garage if yes." On the bathroom mirror at Charla's own home, someone had written "so long" and "good riddance." That June morning, Darren claims the fight started when Charla supposedly grabbed his .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun and pointed it at him. He says it misfired, they struggled on the ground, and he stabbed her repeatedly in the neck while she fought back. Police saw the blood trail, the drag marks, the defensive wounds. Charla's own pistol was later found tangled in her hair, hammer jammed with strands. Darren didn't call 911. Instead, he left his daughter in the car, cleaned up what he could, and drove away. A few hours later, at 11:05 a.m., Judge Chuck Weller sat at his desk inside the Mills B. Lane Justice Center when a single .223 caliber bullet from a Bushmaster semi-automatic rifle smashed through his window from a parking garage 170 yards across the Truckee River. Fragments and glass ripped into Weller's chest. He felt a burning sensation, but survived. Downtown Reno went into full lockdown. The city that calls itself the biggest little city in the world shut down while SWAT teams hunted the shooter. Darren Mack was the prime suspect within minutes. Bitter ex-husband, furious at the judge who had ruled against him. By then, Darren was already on the run. He grabbed nearly $40,000 in cash, jumped in a rented silver Ford Explorer, and headed south to Mexico. For 11 days, he was a fugitive, featured on America's Most Wanted and the FBI's Most Wanted list. International manhunt. Then, on June 22, 2006, in the resort city of Puerto Vallarta, Mexican police surrounded him at a hotel swimming pool. Darren, unarmed and tanned from the sun, surrendered without a fight. He was flown back the next day, booked into Washoe County Jail, and the nightmare for the families began. Prosecutors from Clark County had to take the case because the local district attorney recused himself. He knew Darren personally. The trial venue was moved to Las Vegas because of the wall-to-wall media coverage in Reno. Darren hired top lawyers, pleaded not guilty at first, and the case barreled toward a full jury trial in October 2007. But the night before jury selection, on November 5, 2007, Darren folded. He pleaded guilty to first-degree murder in Charla's stabbing. For the sniper attack on Judge Weller, he entered an Alford plea, admitting the evidence was enough to convict, but not confessing the intent to kill. In open court, he said, "I do understand right now in my state of mind that shooting at the judiciary is not a proper form of political redress." The deal spared him the death penalty and guaranteed the prosecutor would recommend life with parole eligibility after 20 years on the murder charge. Sentencing came February 8, 2008, before Judge Douglas Herndon. Darren got life with parole after 20 years for killing Charla, plus the maximum 40 years with a deadly weapon enhancement for trying to assassinate the judge. The sentences run consecutive, minimum 36 years behind bars before he can even ask for parole. He'll be 81 years old. Darren immediately tried to withdraw the plea, claiming his lawyers coerced him and even forged his signature. The judge denied it. Appeals went all the way to the Nevada Supreme Court and federal court. Everyone failed. In a separate civil wrongful death lawsuit brought by Charla's estate and their daughter Erica, a Las Vegas jury slammed Darren with a $590 million judgment, $560 million to Erica alone. He claims he has no money left. Years later, his son from the first marriage, Jory, still insists his father acted in self-defense, saying Darren's will was broken down. Darren himself has told appeal hearings the same story. Charla came at him with the gun. He had no choice. But the physical evidence, the multiple stab wounds, the drag marks, the to-do list pointing straight to the parking garage sniper shot told a different story. Judge Weller, who recovered and went back on the bench, later earned a master's and doctorate studying domestic violence and court security. He still sits in family court today, teaching new judges how to spot warning signs. He refuses to let one bullet chase him off the bench. Darren Mack sits in Lovelock Correctional Center, lifting weights, reading, waiting. His mother and brother still run the pawn shop that made him rich. His daughter Erica grew up without her mother. Charla's own mother moved to West Africa to escape the pain. The man who once posed for a Father of the Year billboard, the millionaire who thought the courts owed him everything, ended up proving Charla's terrified warning true. He stabbed the mother of his child to death in a garage, then tried to execute the judge who dared rule against him. He fled the country like a coward, surrendered at a Mexican resort pool, and now rots in prison until he's an old man, if he lives that long. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a calculated, two-pronged attack on his wife and the entire justice system by a man who believed his money and guns put him above the law. The facts are cold, the details stick with you, and the ending is exactly what Darren Mack earned: life in a cell, stripped of every dollar and every illusion of control. 10 years after the shooting, Judge Weller summed it up best: some men break when the system tells them no, and Darren Mack broke in the most violent way possible. The biggest little city still remembers the day a millionaire pawn shop king tried to murder a judge in broad daylight and almost got away with it. Almost.
Number 25. Jonathan Paul Koppenhaver.
In the early morning hours of August 8, 2014, inside a quiet Las Vegas apartment, 24-year-old adult film star Christy Mack lay in bed with her new boyfriend, Corey Thomas. At around 4:50 a.m., the bedroom light flipped on. Standing there with an old key in his hand was her ex-boyfriend, the former UF fighter who called himself War Machine, real name Jonathan Paul Koppenhaver. What happened next over the next 2 hours became one of the most documented and horrifying domestic violence cases in modern Emma history. A brutal beating, sexual assault, and kidnapping that left Christy with 18 broken bones around her eyes, a nose shattered in 2 places, missing teeth, a fractured rib, a ruptured liver, knife wounds to her head, hand and ear, and injuries so severe she couldn't walk unaided for a week. Corey Thomas was punched, bitten in the face, choke-held for 10 minutes, and ordered to leave without calling police. This wasn't a one-time snap. It was the violent end of a 15-month relationship that Christy later said had grown increasingly abusive, and it sent the man once known as one of the most exciting welterweights in the sport straight to life in prison. Jonathan Paul Koppenhaver was born November 30th, 1981, in Simi Valley, California. His father was a Los Angeles police officer who died of a heart attack when Jonathan was 13. The boy tried and failed to perform CPR. His mother battled drug addiction, leaving him to raise his younger siblings. He lasted 2 years at the Citadel Military College before getting expelled for poor behavior. He discovered fighting in his early 20s, earned a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and turned pro in 2004. With a 14-5 record, 8 knockouts and 6 submissions, he made it to the Ultimate Fighter, won Fight of the Night and Knockout of the Night in his UFC debut, and fought for Bellator. He legally changed his name to War Machine in 2008 because he said it fit his aggressive style. He also crossed over into adult films, signing with LA Direct Models in 2009. On paper, he had the life, fame, money, women, and a reputation as a knockout artist who trained with the best. In June 2013, he started dating Christy Mack, whose real name is Christine Mackenday. She was already a rising star in the adult industry with her signature pink hair and tattoos. They appeared together in a Hustler magazine pictorial in January 2014. But behind closed doors, the relationship turned toxic fast. Christy later testified the violence escalated over the 15 months they were together. By May 2014, they had broken up, and Jonathan had moved back to San Diego. He still had a key to her Las Vegas apartment. On August 8, he used it. He walked into the bedroom, saw Christy and Corey Thomas in bed, and exploded. He attacked Thomas first, rapid fire punches, a bite to the face, a chokehold that lasted 10 minutes. Thomas suffered a broken nose, dislocated shoulder, scrapes, bruises, and bite marks. War Machine told him to get out and keep his mouth shut or else. Once Thomas was gone, the real nightmare began for Christy. For 2 hours, he punched her until she blacked out multiple times, kicked her in the ribs inside, grabbed a dull kitchen knife, and stabbed at her while the handle broke. He sawed off chunks of her hair with the broken blade and told her, "That is my pussy, and I'm going to take it back now." He forced her into the shower to wash off the blood while he watched, took her phone to cancel her work appointments, and sexually assaulted her. When he left the room looking for a sharper knife, threatening to take her to the desert and kill her, she ran out the door, bloodied and barely able to see, and banged on a neighbor's apartment for help. Christie posted photos of her injuries on Twitter 3 days later: swollen face, black eyes, missing teeth, cuts everywhere. The images went viral. Police traced War Machine through his own self-pitying tweets. On August 15, U.S., Marshals and Simi Valley police arrested him in California after a brief resistance. He was extradited to Nevada and charged with dozens of felonies, including attempted murder, kidnapping, sexual assault with a deadly weapon, and domestic battery. While in Clark County Jail, he tried to hang himself on October 14, 2014, and was placed on suicide watch. Bellator released him the same day as the attack. The trial finally began in February 2017 after multiple delays. War Machine's defense team, led by Jay Lederman, conceded guilt on 8 counts of domestic battery right at the start. They argued brain damage from fighting, plus a toxic mix of steroids, Adderall, and antidepressants, caused roid rage and a complete loss of control. The prosecution showed graphic photos, played 911 calls, and put Christie on the stand for 8 hours. She described years of escalating abuse and the night she thought she was going to die. Corey Thomas testified about being beaten and ordered to stay silent. On March 20, 2017, after a day and a half of deliberations, the jury convicted him on 29 of 36 felony counts, including 2 counts of first-degree kidnapping, 3 counts of rape with a deadly weapon, sexual assault, attempted rape, coercion, obstruction of justice, and 11 counts of domestic battery. They deadlocked on the 2 attempted murder charges. Sentencing came June 5, 2017, in Clark County District Court. War Machine stood up and apologized, blaming anxiety, depression, and a troubled past. "Not a day goes by that I don't seriously regret all those things that I did. I was a very, very lost, very empty person." He said he had found God in prison and referenced the suicide of NFL player Aaron Hernandez. The judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 36 years. He will be 72 years old when he first becomes eligible in 2053. He is currently serving that sentence at Ely State Prison in Nevada, the same maximum security facility that once housed Gerald Gallego and Scott Dozier, and is listed as one of its notable inmates on the prison's own Wikipedia page. Think about it. A kid who survived a chaotic childhood, made it to the UFC, built a brand as War Machine, dated a famous adult star, and threw every bit of it away in one rage-filled night because he couldn't accept that the relationship was over. He used his fighter's skills not in the cage but to terrorize and nearly kill the woman he claimed to love. Christy Mack survived, testified, and has since used her platform to speak out for victims. Corey Thomas recovered. War Machine sits in a cell in Ely, lifting weights, reading, and waiting, knowing the man who once knocked out opponents in front of thousands will probably never fight or walk free again until he's an old man, if ever. The facts are ugly, the evidence overwhelming, and the ending is exactly what the jury decided: a life sentence for a man who chose violence over everything he had built. This is the true, brutal story of how War Machine went from cage fighter to convicted felon in a single night of rage that shocked the entire Emma world.
Number 26. Chester Arthur Stiles.
In the scorching Nevada desert heat of Pahrump in September 2007, a 28-year-old man named Darren Tuck was poking around a vacant lot off Murphy Street when he spotted something strange under a fallen wooden sign. Wrapped in a plastic Walmart bag was a battered VH tape. Curious, he popped it in a player back home. What he saw made him sick to his stomach: clear footage of a grown man sexually assaulting a tiny toddler girl. Tuck didn't hesitate. He drove straight to the police. That single tape triggered one of the most horrifying child sex crime investigations in Nevada history and led straight to Chester Chet Arthur Stiles, a 37-year-old drifter who had quietly inserted himself into families and destroyed young lives on camera. Chester Arthur Stiles was born September 14, 1970, in Louisville, Kentucky. By the early 2000s, he had drifted to Las Vegas, living off odd jobs and bouncing between apartments and friends' homes. He had no violent criminal record that jumped out, but he had a way of getting close to single mothers with young children. In 2003, he was staying with one such family in a Las Vegas apartment when he secretly filmed himself committing dozens of acts of sexual abuse against their 2-year-old daughter over several months between April and August. The girl, later identified in court as Madison, was just learning to talk. Stiles captured everything on that VH tape, then apparently dumped it in the desert years later, maybe thinking it would never surface. While living with another family that same year, Stiles also molested a 6-year-old girl. Those attacks weren't taped, but the victims and witnesses would later confirm every detail. Stiles wasn't some stranger snatching kids off the street. He was the guy sleeping on the couch, the friend who offered to watch the children, the man who smiled at the mothers while he betrayed their trust in the worst possible way. When police got the tape in 2007, they immediately turned it over to the FBI and Las Vegas Metro. They released still images and a description to the media nationwide. Within days, the toddler's mother saw the footage and recognized her own daughter. She had no memory of the assaults happening because they occurred while she was at work or asleep in the same apartment. The little girl, now 8 years old, was located safe with relatives. A frantic manhunt began. Stiles had already fled. Authorities described him as a survivalist type who knew how to disappear. For weeks, tips poured in, but he stayed one step ahead until October 16, 2007. In Henderson, Nevada, a routine traffic stop ended the chase. Officers recognized him instantly. Chester Stiles was in handcuffs by nightfall and in court the next day. The trial opened in Clark County District Court in early 2009. Prosecutors had the tape itself as the star witness. Jurors watched in stunned silence as the footage played, 19 separate charges tied directly to what Stiles did to that 2-year-old. The 6-year-old victim testified too. The girl's mother took the stand and described how Stiles had lived with them and how she never suspected a thing until the tape surfaced. Defense lawyers tried to attack the chain of custody on the video and claimed Stiles was being railroaded, but after just 4 hours of deliberation, on March 3, 2009, the jury convicted him on 22 felonies, 10 counts of lewdness with a child under 14, 11 counts of sexual assault with A, minor under 14, and 1 count of attempted sexual assault. The courtroom was dead quiet when the verdicts were read. Stiles showed zero emotion. Sentencing came May 29, 2009, before Judge Jennifer Togliatti. She gave him the maximum 21 consecutive life sentences, 1 for each major count. With Nevada's sentencing structure, that meant Stiles would not even be eligible for parole for 140 years. He'll be 210 years old before he can even ask to walk free. In a shocking moment, Stiles stood up and addressed the court. He claimed the prosecution proved a child's virtue is more important than a man's life. Then he added, "I incurred 21 life sentences for a non-violent act. I wish the truth was more important." The judge called out his complete lack of remorse. Federal child pornography charges were later dropped because the state sentence already guaranteed he would die in prison. Stiles entered the Nevada Department of Corrections with offender number 1036868. Prison officials immediately placed him in protective custody. General population inmates would have torn him apart. He spent time at Lovelock Correctional Center, where he got into a scuffle with another inmate and suffered minor injuries. Eventually, he was transferred to the same place that has housed some of Nevada's most notorious criminals, Ely State Prison, the maximum security fortress in the high desert. There he sits today, locked down, listed on the prison's own Wikipedia page as one of its most infamous inmates, right alongside Gerald Gallego, Scott Dozier, Darren Mack, and War Machine. He has no visitors, no appeals left that matter, and no chance of ever seeing daylight again. Think about the numbers. 2 little girls, one barely old enough to walk, the other just starting school, had their childhood stolen by a man who lived under the same roof. 19 charges came from a single tape he made and then tried to hide in the desert. 20 one-life sentences stacked on top of each other. Parole in 140 years. Chester Stiles didn't use a gun or a knife. He used trust, access, and a camcorder. He looked the mothers in the eye, offered to babysit, and turned their homes into hunting grounds. The toddler victim grew up knowing her worst moments were captured forever on video that jurors had to watch. The 6-year-old carried her own scars. Their mothers will never stop wondering how they missed the signs. This wasn't a crime of passion or a momentary lapse. This was calculated, repeated, and recorded. Stiles thought he could bury the evidence under a sign in Pahrump and walk away free. Instead, that tape surfaced, ended his freedom forever, and delivered one of the longest sentences in American history. He sits in Ely State Prison today, claiming it was non-violent, still refusing to accept what every piece of evidence and every victim statement proved beyond doubt. The facts are ugly, the video evidence unforgettable, and the ending is exactly what Chester Arthur Stiles earned. Life after life after life, behind bars with no way out. This is the true, brutal story of how a drifter with a camcorder became one of Nevada's most despised inmates, locked away until long after everyone who remembers his name is gone.
Number 27. Zane Floyd.
In the pre-dawn darkness of June 3, 1999, at around 5:15 a.m., the Albertsons supermarket at Sahara Avenue and Valley View Boulevard in Las Vegas was quiet, just a handful of graveyard shift employees stocking shelves and preparing for the day. Then the front doors slid open, and in walked 23-year-old Zane Michael Floyd, dressed head to toe in military-style tactical gear, black fatigues, combat boots, a black ski mask pulled up like a cap. Slung over his shoulder was a 12-gauge Mossberg shotgun loaded with buckshot and slugs. He had 19 shells in his pockets. His plan, as he later confessed, was simple and chilling: kill the next 19 people he encountered. In less than 5 minutes, he methodically walked the aisles, firing at point-blank range at anyone he saw, turning a routine early morning shift into a slaughter that left 4 dead and 1 critically wounded. But that rampage was only the second half of his night of horror. Hours earlier, he had committed a savage sexual assault that prosecutors would later tie directly to his escalating rage and desire to kill. Zane Floyd was born September 20, 1975, in Estes Park, Colorado, to Valerie Floyd and James Kobus. His childhood was marked by instability, parental divorce, and later claims of abuse. He joined the U.S. Marines right out of high school, serving honorably for a few years before being discharged. By 1999, he was living in Las Vegas, working odd jobs, struggling with drugs, methamphetamine, and others, and what he described as a growing, obsessive urge to commit murder. He told investigators he had fantasized about mass killing for years, even drawing up plans and buying the shotgun specifically for that purpose. Just before dawn on June 3, Floyd picked up an outcall dancer named Carter from a service. He drove her to his guest house near the Strip. Once inside, he pulled a gun, ordered her to undress, and raped her repeatedly. Digital penetration, vaginal and anal assault, forced oral sex. He threatened to kill her if she resisted. After the assault, he gave her a few seconds to run, then let her go. She escaped and reported it immediately, but police hadn't yet connected it to the man who would soon walk into Albertsons. Floyd arrived at the store armed and ready. He shot first at the front, blasting through the entrance. Stock clerk Zachary Emenegger heard the shots, ran toward the noise, and saw a coworker down. He dropped to the floor and played dead as Floyd passed by. Others hid in coolers, back rooms, or behind displays. Floyd moved methodically. In the produce section, he killed 31-year-old Thomas Darnell with a close-range blast. In another aisle, he shot and killed Dennis Sargent. Further in, Carlos Leos and Lucille Tarantino fell. A 5th victim was hit critically, but survived after emergency surgery. All were shot at point-blank range. some multiple times. The entire spree lasted under 5 minutes. Floyd walked out at 5:20 a.m., shells spent. Police swarmed the parking lot. Floyd stood outside, shotgun to his own head, threatening suicide. After 8 tense minutes of negotiation, officers talked him down. He surrendered without further resistance and was taken into custody. In the patrol car, he confessed everything: the rapes earlier that night, the deliberate choice of the grocery store, because it would have people, the plan to kill 19. Store surveillance video captured the cold precision of his walk through the aisles. His recorded statements played at trial left no room for doubt. The trial began in Clark County District Court in 2000. Prosecutors charged him with 4 counts of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, attempted murder, burglary while in possession of a deadly weapon, kidnapping to the sexual assault, and 4 counts of sexual assault with use of a deadly weapon from the earlier rape. The jury heard the confession tape, saw the video, listened to survivor testimony, including Emenegger describing playing dead inches from death, and the dancer recounting the hours of terror before the shooting. Defense argued mental health issues, drug use, and a troubled past, but after just 2 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted him on all major counts. In the penalty phase, prosecutors highlighted aggravating factors, multiple victims, premeditation, the prior sexual assault, the use of a deadly weapon, and the random targeting of innocents. The jury weighed it all and recommended death. In July 2000, they sentenced him to death for the 4 murders. Judge Jeffrey Sobel later imposed additional consecutive sentences for the rape, kidnapping, and other charges. Floyd was formally sentenced to death by lethal injection or lethal causes in prison in December 2001 after final hearings. He landed on Nevada's death row, first at Ely State Prison, later moved to High Desert State Prison as part of system changes. Now 49, he has spent over 25 years fighting execution through appeals, habeas petitions, and challenges to Nevada's lethal injection protocol, including arguing over drug cocktails like fentanyl and ketamine. Multiple execution dates were set and postponed due to drug shortages, legal blocks, and ongoing litigation. In recent years, he petitioned the Nevada Pardons Board for clemency, seeking commutation to life without parole. As of early 2025, those efforts continue. With no execution carried out, Nevada hasn't executed anyone since 2006. He remains on death row, his appeals exhausting, but his sentence intact. Think about the timeline. A former Marine, once sworn to protect, turns predator. He rapes a woman at gunpoint in the dead of night, then walks a few miles to a grocery store to unleash hell on strangers who had nothing to do with him. 4 lives ended: Thomas Darnell, Dennis Sargent, Carlos Leos, Lucille Tarantino, ordinary people stocking shelves, never making it home. A 5th scarred for life. The dancer survived but carries the trauma forever. Zachary Emenegger played dead and lived to testify. Zane Floyd planned it, armed for it, executed it, confessed to it, and showed no real remorse beyond regret for his own fate. The facts are stark: shotgun blasts in a supermarket at dawn, a prior rape, a calculated spree meant to claim 19 victims, but stopped at 4 dead. He sits today in a Nevada prison cell, fighting the needle he once loaded shells to earn, in a limbo of appeals that has stretched a quarter century. This is the brutal, documented story of Zane Floyd, the man who dressed for war, walked into an Albertsons, and turned everyday lives into headlines that still haunt Las Vegas.
Number 28. Jose Manuel Vigoa.
In the parking lot of the Ross Dress for Less store in Henderson, Nevada, on the morning of March 3, 2000, 2 armored truck guards were making a routine cash drop when hell arrived in black masks. Richard Sosa, 47, and Gary Dean Prestige II, 23, had just stepped out with a bag containing $69,000. Within seconds, gunfire erupted. Sosa was hit in the right temple and chest, collapsing as he tried to cover for a sick coworker that day. Prestige, the younger guard who had grown up in Needles, California, dreaming of a steady job, fired back and wounded one of the robbers before he was shot 7 times, standing, then on the ground. He died at the scene. Sosa passed away en route to the hospital. The crew grabbed just $4,000 and fled in a stolen maroon rental car, leaving blood trails, shell casings, and 2 vans with newspaper-covered windows parked nearby as lookout posts. This wasn't some sloppy street crime. This was the bloody climax of a 16-month military-style crime wave led by Jose Manuel Vigoa, a Cuban-born, Soviet-trained commando who treated Las Vegas casinos like enemy targets and walked away with millions until that morning when 2 innocent men paid with their lives. Jose Vigoa was born in Cuba, a child of Fidel Castro's revolution who grew up fast and hard. He trained with Soviet special forces, mastering tactics, discipline, and weapons before immigrating to the United States. By the late 1990s, he was living in Las Vegas, running a drug trafficking network with ties from Mexico to the US. But casinos paid better than street dealing. Starting September 20th, 1998, Vigoa assembled a tight crew. His 2 brothers-in-law, Pedro Duarte and Luz Suarez, plus young Oscar Sanchez Cisneros. They hit like professionals, stolen vehicles, precise timing, quick in-and-out strikes on armored cars servicing the biggest names on the Strip. Minjiam Grand in 1998, Desert Inn in 1999, Mandalay Bay in 1999, then the jackpot, Bellagio in June 2000, where they walked out with nearly $200,000. Vigoa called police the stupids and planned every detail like a battlefield operation. Millions stolen across 5 world-class hotels and 3 armored car hits. No one died until Henderson. That March morning at Ross, the crew struck while the truck doors were open. Witnesses heard the exchange of gunfire. Prestige's gun was found at the scene with a pool of blood nearby. His shots had hit Cisneros in the knee. The robbers vanished, but they left ballistics, and a trail that would end them. Vigoa and his men had scouted the location using the newspaper-covered vans. They thought it was just another easy score. Instead, it became a double murder that turned the FBI's #1 suspect into a hunted man. The break came after the Bellagio robbery. Surveillance caught Vigoa on camera. On June 7, 2000, agents and police swarmed his home. Vigoa fled in a high-speed chase, spitting and swearing like a character out of Scarface when they finally took him down. Cisneros was arrested at the same time. Searches revealed hidden trapdoors packed with cash, masks, weapons, and getaway gear. Cisneros had a fresh bullet wound in his right knee and confessed everything, naming Vigoa as the mastermind, Suarez as the Ross getaway driver, Duarte in the Desert Inn job. Ballistics linked the same guns to the Henderson murders. Cisneros later hanged himself in the Clark County Detention Center 4 months after arrest. Vigoa tried to chisel his way out of jail with a metal mirror frame, aiming to drop 50 feet to freedom, but guards caught the escape attempt just before trial. Facing the death penalty for the double murder plus 46 counts total, including armed robbery, conspiracy, and the casino heists, Vigoa folded. In June 2002, days before trial, he pleaded guilty to everything in exchange for no death sentence. On August 16, 2002, District Judge Kathy Hardcastle handed down 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole for the murders of Sosa and Prestige, plus another 306 to 760 years stacked on top for the robberies. The deal was airtight. Even if the murder convictions were ever overturned, Vigoa would still die in prison. At sentencing, he stood and said, "First of all, I would like to apologize for what I have done. I accept responsibility. I wish that justice be done." Gary Prestige's father told the court, "He not only killed my son, he's killed me, too." How can people take someone's life who they don't even know? Prosecutor David Roger called the remorse hollow. Vigoa's brothers-in-law got far lighter sentences, Suarez up to 15 years, Duarte 16 to 70 years. Think about the numbers. A Soviet-trained Cuban commando turned Vegas into his personal war zone for 16 months. 4 major casino armored car hits netting millions. One final robbery at a discount store that ended with 2 guards executed in cold blood for pocket change. Prestige died a hero. His shots gave investigators the DNA that cracked the case. Sosa left a family who had moved to Vegas thinking it was safer than East Los Angeles. Vigoa's crew used military precision, stolen vans, and inside knowledge, but one wounded knee and a surveillance camera brought the whole empire down. He sits today serving the equivalent of forever behind bars, one of the most dangerous criminals Clark County ever saw, while the book and planned movie Storming Las Vegas keep his audacious, bloody crime spree alive in public memory. This wasn't glamorous like Ocean's 11. This was real bullets, real widows, real-life sentences for a man who thought his training and his crew made him untouchable. The facts are ironclad, the violence unforgiving, and the ending is exactly what Jose Vigoa earned. Locked away until the end of time, with no more casinos to storm and no more guards left to kill.
Number 29. Edward Pee Wee Gaskins.
Edward Pee Wee Gaskins stands as one of the worst criminals whose extreme psychopathy and unrelenting sadism represent exactly the kind of inmate the solitary wing at the real Shawshank Prison, Ohio State Penitentiary, was built to contain forever. Although historical records show Gaskins served his entire sentence in South Carolina facilities and was never transferred to OSP, his documented record of torture, rape, mutilation, and murder across at least 13 confirmed victims, with claims of over 100 total, makes him the archetype of the monster's supermax isolation units like those at the Ohio State Penitentiary were designed to isolate from society. Born Donald Henry Gaskins on March 13, 1933 in Florence County, South Carolina, he entered the world weighing just 4 pounds and earned the nickname Pee Wee. From his tiny 5'5", 130-pound frame that never stopped him from becoming one of the most vicious killers in American history. His mother was unmarried and he grew up in poverty, quitting school at age 11 to work at a garage where he began a lifetime of crime. At 13, he was sent to the South Carolina Industrial School for Boys after stealing a car. There, the small boy was repeatedly beaten and gang raped by larger inmates, an experience he later said fueled his lifelong rage and need to dominate others through violence. Released at 18, he quickly racked up arrests for assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and statutory rape. In 1952, he received a 6-year prison sentence, and while at the South Carolina Penitentiary, he earned respect among inmates by stabbing to death the most feared prisoner on the block, Hazel Brazel, claiming self-defense with a cafeteria knife. That murder established his reputation as a man not to cross even behind bars. Paroled in 1959, Gaskins returned to crime immediately, committing burglaries, arsons, and rapes across South Carolina while marrying multiple times and fathering children. By the late 1960s, his violence escalated into full serial murder. He divided his killings into 2 distinct categories: serious murders involving people he knew, and coastal kills of strangers he picked up as hitchhikers along South Carolina highways. The coastal kills were driven by what he called his bothersome feelings, an uncontrollable urge that led him to abduct victims, beat them unconscious, rape and sodomize them repeatedly, then prolong their suffering for days by torturing and mutilating them with knives while keeping many alive as long as possible. He cut off body parts, forced victims to watch or participate in cannibalizing their own flesh, and only finished them off by stabbing, suffocating, drowning, or poisoning once the torment no longer satisfied him. Bodies were weighted with concrete and dumped in swamps or buried in shallow graves near his home in Prospect, South Carolina. His serious murders were no less savage. In 1970, he beat and murdered his own 15-year-old niece Janice Kirby and her 17-year-old friend Patricia Allsbrook after attempting to rape them. He killed his pregnant friend Doreen Dempsey and her 2-year-old daughter Robin Michelle Dempsey, raping Doreen before murdering both. Other victims included 13-year-old Kim Gelkins, whose disappearance in September 1975 finally triggered the investigation that ended his spree. Police searching for Gelkins uncovered 8 bodies in shallow graves near Gaskin's property, leading to his arrest on November 14, 1975. Among the dead were criminal associates Johnny Sellers, Jesse Judy, Diane Neely, Avery Howard, Dennis Bellamy, Johnny Knight, and Barnwell Yates, most shot execution style in the back of the head or stabbed after arguments or betrayals. He also confessed to murdering a black woman known only as Clyde and 14-year-old Peggy Catino, whose killing had previously been pinned on another man. Gaskins admitted to torturing many of these victims by cutting them, burning them, and keeping them alive for extended periods to satisfy his sadistic urges. In total, he confessed to 15 murders during a plea deal in 1976 that spared him the death penalty at the time, receiving 10 concurrent life sentences to be served at the Central Correctional Institution in Columbia, South Carolina. Even in prison, his brutality continued. He had already proven his willingness to kill behind bars years earlier with the Brazel stabbing. In 1982, while serving those life sentences, Gaskins was paid by Tony Simo to murder fellow death row inmate Rudolph Tyner, who had killed Simo's parents in a robbery. Gaskins first tried poisoning Tyner through food and drink, but failed. He then built a homemade bomb using smuggled dynamite and electronic components from a radio and intercom device. He convinced Tyner the device was a way to communicate between cells. On September 12, 1982, during a visit, Gaskins handed Tyner the rigged speaker. When Tyner held it to his ear as instructed, Gaskins detonated the explosives remotely from his own cell. The blast decapitated Tyner, blowing his head completely off in one of the most gruesome prison murders on record. That killing earned Gaskins a second death sentence after a trial that featured detailed evidence, including taped conversations, letters, and the bomb components found in his cell. He showed zero remorse throughout every court appearance and in his autobiography Final Truth, which he dictated from death row and which describes in graphic detail the rapes, tortures, mutilations, and cannibalism he inflicted on victims. Gaskins bragged in the book and in confessions of over 100 murders, though only 13 to 15 were ever verified through evidence or his own admissions. He claimed the higher number included many unrecovered coastal kills of hitchhikers whose bodies were never found. On his final night before execution, he attempted suicide by slashing his wrists and arms with a razor blade he had hidden and regurgitated. But guards stopped him. On September 6, 1991, at age 58, Edward Pee Wee Gaskins was executed in the electric chair at the Central Correctional Institution, becoming the 245th person put to death in South Carolina's history. His case remains a textbook example of pure, unrelenting psychopathic violence that required the highest level of supermax security like that at the Ohio State Penitentiary, the real Shawshank Prison, to contain men who derive pleasure from prolonged human suffering. Gaskins never stopped killing or planning murder, even when locked away for life, proving why facilities like OSP exist to warehouse the most dangerous inmates away from the rest of society. His victims suffered beatings that left them unconscious, repeated sexual assaults, knife wounds designed to maximize pain without immediate death, forced cannibalism, and slow suffocation or drowning only after days of agony. The graves near his Prospect home held the remains of men, women, and children who crossed his path or simply had the misfortune of hitchhiking when his bothersome feelings struck. Every detail of his crimes, from the reform school rapes that shaped his hatred to the prison bomb that decapitated Tyner, underscores a lifetime dedicated to inflicting the worst possible pain on others without a trace of regret. This is the brutal, factual record of Edward Pee Wee Gaskins, one of the worst criminals whose savagery echoes through the legends of the toughest prison wings ever constructed.
Number 30. Joliet Jake.
Joliet Jake, the unidentified inmate known only by his intake number during the 1930s at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio, the real Shawshank Prison, stands as one of the worst criminals. His psychopathic silent killings inside the cell blocks represent exactly the kind of unrelenting violence and cold-blooded murder that the solitary wing at facilities like the Ohio State Penitentiary was built to contain forever. Historical records from the Reformatory document this anonymous prisoner as responsible for a series of at least 4 suspected silent killings within the overcrowded cell blocks. Killings that were never officially solved because of the ironclad code of silence that ruled inmate life in those brutal days. Mansfield Reformatory opened as a boys' reformatory, but by the 1930s, it had become a pressure cooker of young offenders mixed with hardened transfers. This followed the deadly 1930 fire at the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus that killed 322 inmates locked in their cells and left to burn. That disaster flooded Mansfield with more violent men, turning what was meant for rehabilitation into a hellhole of disease, overcrowding, and daily brutality, where cells built for one man held 3 or 4, and guards were outnumbered and outmatched. Joliet Jake arrived as one of those young offenders, but he quickly proved he was no redeemable kid. Instead, he grew into a career killer who operated in the shadows, striking without a sound and vanishing back into the anonymous mass of prisoners. His method was simple and terrifying. He specialized in silent killings carried out in the dead of night or during lockdowns, when the massive cell blocks echoed with coughing, snoring, and the constant drip of leaking pipes. He would fashion crude shanks from sharpened spoons, toothbrush handles, or bits of metal smuggled from the metal shop, then approach his victims from behind in their bunks or while they stood at the bars whispering to a neighbor. One quick slash across the throat, or a precise stab through the kidney or heart, and the victim would bleed out internally or choke on their own blood without ever screaming loud enough to alert the night guards. Bodies were often discovered hours or days later, stiff in their cells with blood-soaked mattresses and no witnesses willing to talk. The code of silence, the unwritten law that snitches get stitches or worse, meant that even if inmates suspected Joliet Jake, no one ever stepped forward to point the finger. Prison officials knew something was wrong because the death rate from so-called natural causes or unexplained stabbings spiked in his wing. But without evidence or testimony, the cases stayed unsolved and were quietly logged as inmate disputes or suicides. Suspected victim number 1 was a young car thief who had argued with Jake over a cigarette ration, found with his throat cut ear to ear in his bunk. The blood had pooled under the thin mattress and dried by morning count. Victim 2 was a burglar who had bragged about ratting out a gang member in the yard. His body discovered slumped against the cell wall with a single deep stab wound that had pierced his lung and filled it with blood, so he drowned quietly while everyone slept around him. Victim 3 was a small-time rapist who had crossed Jake in the mess hall a week earlier, found dead in the shower area with his neck snapped and face beaten beyond recognition, though the official report called it a fall. Victim 4 was an older inmate who had tried to organize a work strike, his body hidden in a storage closet near the solitary wing with multiple stab wounds to the abdomen designed to cause slow internal bleeding. So death took hours and no one heard a thing. At least one more suspected killing followed the pattern, a body found in the whole solitary confinement area after Jake had been sent there briefly for fighting. The victim had been strangled with a homemade garrote made from torn bedsheet, and the ligature marks showed it was done from behind while the man slept. All these killings happened without gunfire, without riots, without any disruption that would force an investigation beyond the routine. The code of silence protected Joliet Jake completely, because every inmate knew that talking could mean ending up as the next silent victim, with a shank between the ribs or a quiet suffocation in the dark. Life at Mansfield in the 1930s was already a nightmare of beatings by guards, forced labor in the fields or laundry, disease outbreaks from filthy water, and the constant threat of violence. After the Columbus fire, transfers brought in psychopathic personalities and repeat offenders who taught the younger boys the ropes of prison survival, including how to kill without drawing attention. Joliet Jake mastered that art, turning the reformatory's own design against itself. The long, narrow ranges, the dim lighting, the lack of constant supervision all worked in his favor. He never bragged, never left obvious clues, and never got caught in the act, which is why he remained known only by his intake number, even in internal memos. Guards whispered about the silent killer, but could prove nothing, and the warden at the time focused on keeping the lid on any scandal that might bring more state scrutiny after the recent fire disaster. The solitary wing, the infamous hole where men were sent for punishment, became both his hunting ground and his refuge, because isolation cells were perfect for quiet work, with no cellmates to witness or snitch. In those dark stone boxes with nothing but a bucket and a thin blanket, Jake could plan his next move or finish off a marked man during a transfer or meal delivery. His suspected kill count of 4+ may have been higher, because several other unexplained deaths in the 1930s cell blocks fit the pattern of silent throat slashings or internal stabbings. But without bodies exhumed or modern forensics, the true number stayed buried with the code of silence intact. Even after release or transfer years later, the legend of Joliet Jake lived on in prison lore as the ultimate example of a man who could murder repeatedly behind bars and walk away untouched, because the system and the inmates themselves protected the anonymity of killers like him. The Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, the real Shawshank Prison with its Gothic towers and iron bars, was supposed to reform young men. But for monsters like the unidentified inmate known only by his intake number, it became a slaughterhouse where silent killings thrived in the shadows. The brutality of those years, the overcrowding after 1930, the disease, the beatings, and the unbreakable code that let 4 or more men die without justice, all paint the picture of why supermax units like those later built at the Ohio State Penitentiary exist, to isolate the worst of the worst. Joliet Jake never needed a name to instill fear. His intake number alone became synonymous with the kind of psychopathic patience that allowed him to kill silently again and again, while the entire prison looked the other way. His victims died alone, choking on blood or bleeding internally in the dark, with no final words, no alarms raised, just the quiet end that came from a man who had perfected murder in one of America's toughest reformatories. The code of silence held firm through investigations, through guard interrogations, and through the daily terror that kept mouths shut tighter than any cell door. This is the brutal, factual record of one of the worst criminals to ever walk the ranges at the real Shawshank Prison.
Number 31. Thomas Yanni Licavoli.
Thomas Yanni Licavoli stands as one of the worst criminals at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, where he became one of the most powerful and feared mob figures behind the walls for decades. His life sentence for ordering brutal gangland murders during the Toledo Beer Wars made him a legend of organized crime violence that the solitary wing was designed to isolate forever. Born Thomas Licavoli on February 9, 1904, in St. Louis, Missouri, to Sicilian immigrant parents, he moved with family to Detroit, where he joined the notorious Purple Gang, a violent syndicate controlling bootlegging, extortion, and murder during Prohibition. Along with brother Peter and cousin Leo Lips Moseri, Yanni led a ruthless crew that expanded into Toledo, Ohio, turning the city into a battlefield in the early 1930s known as the Toledo Beer Wars. The wars were a savage fight for control of illegal liquor rackets, with Licavoli's gang clashing against independent bootleggers in drive-by shootings, ambushes, and executions that left at least 14 bodies riddled with bullets on Toledo streets between 1931 and 1933. Licavoli ordered hits without mercy, directing enforcers to eliminate anyone who refused tribute or challenged his dominance. Victims were ambushed in cars on dark roads or outside nightclubs, blasted with shotguns, pistols, and Tommy guns at close range. Bullets tearing through flesh, bone, and organs in hailstorms designed to maximize damage and send messages of total domination. One of the most notorious killings that sealed his fate came on July 7, 1933, when Licavoli targeted Jack Kennedy, a tough independent Irish bootlegger and nightclub owner who openly resisted the Purple Gang crew and refused to pay or surrender his territory. Kennedy was gunned down along with his girlfriend and 2 other associates in a coordinated barrage on Edgewater Drive in Point Place, Toledo. Kennedy himself was hit with 12 dum-dum bullets that expanded on impact, causing 22 separate wounds to his head and face alone. The soft lead slugs mushrooming inside to rip apart tissue and cause massive internal trauma before he bled out. The girlfriend and the two men died in the same fusillade, their bodies slumped in the car or on running boards in pools of blood as the killers sped away, leaving the scene littered with shell casings. Licavoli never pulled the trigger himself, but orchestrated the entire conspiracy from afar, using wiretaps later revealed in trial to show how he demanded absolute loyalty and issued direct orders for the hits while maintaining alibis. The 1934 trial in Lucas County marked a landmark in Ohio history as the first time a gang boss was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy without being present at the scenes, proving his role as the mastermind who called the shots on 4 killings. Convicted on November 10, 1934, Licavoli received life and was sent to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus, where he quickly established himself as an untouchable kingpin inside the walls. For nearly 37 years, he ran numbers rackets extending from Toledo and Detroit right from his cell, collecting profits through smuggled messages, loyal visitors, and corrupt connections. He enjoyed extraordinary privileges that ordinary inmates could never imagine: unlimited visitors at any hour, uncensored mail, special steak dinners, occasional escorted trips outside the prison walls, and even the ability to keep a puppy on the grounds. He wrote songs in his cell and lived a version of luxury amid the brutality of overcrowding, disease, and daily violence that defined the penitentiary. Investigations later revealed 3 prison officials lost their jobs after accepting bribes and gifts in exchange for granting these favors, including unauthorized visits and trips to nearby towns. Even in the harsh environment of the Ohio Penitentiary, where the code of silence ruled and snitches faced beatings or worse, Yanni Licavoli maintained his feared status, enforcing internal discipline and continuing to influence organized crime operations on the outside. His psychopathic calculation that built a criminal empire translated directly into prison dominance, showing no remorse for the confirmed 4 murders or the many more his gang committed during the beer wars. Rivals had been shot execution style, left dying slowly in vehicles with multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso as a business decision to crush competition. Families were shattered, bodies dumped without mercy, and Toledo lived in terror from the gang gunfire and bombings tied to Licavoli's crew. After decades behind bars, his life sentence faced commutation in 1969 by Governor James Rhodes, drawing heavy criticism for apparent favoritism. Finally, on January 6, 1972, at age 67, Yanni Licavoli was paroled due to failing health and left the Ohio Penitentiary to live quietly with his wife and daughter in Gahanna, a Columbus suburb. He died September 17, 1973, at age 69, having spent his final years as one of the most notorious figures in Ohio prison history. His case represents the unrelenting mob violence and behind bars influence that supermax units at the Ohio State Penitentiary, the real Shawshank Prison, were built to crush by isolating men who turned murder into strategy and prison into a personal kingdom. The Toledo beer wars he fueled left a trail of shotgun bodies, grieving families, and a city gripped by fear from the Licavoli crew's machine gun attacks on rival stills, kidnappings, and beatings with baseball bats and lead pipes. Inside the penitentiary, his racketeering and special treatment exposed deep corruption, even in one of Ohio's toughest facilities, where he continued operating as a boss. The dum-dum bullets used on Kennedy expanded to cause maximum suffering before death, the same calculated brutality that defined every hit ordered by Yanni. He showed zero regret for the violence that built his empire or the lives destroyed in the process. This is the brutal factual record of Thomas Yanni Licavoli, a career mobster whose decades of power inside the walls made him one of the worst criminals to ever serve time in the system tied to the legends of the real Shawshank era. His ability to order cold executions from the streets and dominate the Ohio Penitentiary for 37 years proves why facilities like the Ohio State Penitentiary exist to break the hold of such unrelenting organized crime figures. The gang, linked to 14 murders, used every tool of terror to control the liquor trade flowing through Toledo during the final years of Prohibition. Victims died in cars, on roadsides, or outside clubs, with bodies left as warnings, wounds from expanding bullets, ensuring slow, painful ends in many cases. Licavoli's crew operated with military precision, following his commands without question while he stayed insulated from direct involvement. In prison, the privileges he secured through bribes and influence allowed him to eat better, sleep better, and communicate freely, compared to the average inmate suffering in overcrowded cell blocks. The code of silence protected him, as it did all powerful figures, preventing any internal challenges from succeeding. His death in 1973 came years after parole, but his legacy of violence and prison dominance endured as a textbook example of why supermax isolation became necessary. Every detail of his crimes, from the beer wars shootings to the internal prison rackets, underscores a lifetime dedicated to profiting from brutality without a trace of remorse. The 4 confirmed killings for which he was convicted were just the tip of the iceberg in a reign that terrorized Toledo and then reshaped life inside the penitentiary walls. Ely Licavoli never stopped being a boss, even in chains, proving the need for the highest security levels at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, to contain men like him forever.
Number 32. Dr. Sam Shepard.
Dr. Sam Shepard, one of the most notorious inmates ever housed at the Ohio State Penitentiary, the real Shawshank Prison, was a prominent Cleveland neurosurgeon convicted in 1954 of the savage bludgeoning murder of his pregnant wife, Marilyn Reese Shepard. A killing so vicious it left her face unrecognizable and turned the case into a national media frenzy that later inspired the television series The Fugitive. Born Samuel Holmes Shepard on December 29, 1923, he built a successful practice as an osteopathic physician, living with Marilyn and their 7-year-old son Chip in a lakeside home in Bay Village, Ohio. On the night of July 3, 1954, the couple hosted neighbors for dinner. Guests left around midnight. Marilyn, 4 months pregnant with a male fetus, went upstairs to bed while Shepard fell asleep on the downstairs daybed. In the early morning hours of July 4, 1954, someone entered the master bedroom and unleashed a prolonged, ferocious attack on Marilyn. She was beaten to death in her own bed, with repeated savage blows from a blunt instrument never recovered. The autopsy by coroner Samuel Gerber showed she suffered at least 35 separate wounds, the majority concentrated on her head and face. Her skull was fractured in 15 places. Deep curved gashes split skin, bone, and tissue across her forehead, cheeks, and scalp. Her face was battered into a bloody pulp beyond recognition. Teeth were knocked out. Defensive wounds covered her hands, one fingernail nearly torn off at the root, proving she fought desperately against her attacker before dying around 4:30 a.m. Blood soaked the sheets, pillow, and mattress. Heavy spatter covered the walls, closet doors, and floor. Marilyn's pajama top was yanked up, exposing her breasts. Her pajama bottoms were torn off one leg, leaving her pubic area exposed. Her legs were dragged and pulled awkwardly beneath the wooden bar at the foot of the bed. The 4-month-old fetus inside her died with her. The bedroom looked like a slaughterhouse. Shepard claimed he woke to his wife's screams, rushed upstairs, saw a tall, bushy-haired white form standing over the bed, grappled with the intruder, and was struck on the back of the neck, knocked unconscious. When he came to, he checked Marilyn, found no pulse, then spotted the form downstairs, chased it out the back door toward Lake Erie, fought again, and was knocked out a second time on the beach. He awoke wet, missing his t-shirt and watch, returned inside, called his friend the Bay Village mayor, and reported the attack. Police found Shepard with minor injuries, a swollen neck and cut lip, but little blood on him. The house had some ransacking, but nothing valuable was stolen. Prosecutors rejected the intruder story, argued Shepard killed his wife in a rage over his affair with lab technician Susan Hayes, and staged the scene to look like a burglary. The 1954 trial became a full-blown media circus. Cleveland newspapers, especially the Cleveland Press, ran front-page demands for his arrest daily. The courtroom was packed with reporters, flashbulbs popping. The judge, Edward Blythen, refused to sequester the jury or curb the frenzy. Shepard was charged with first-degree murder but convicted of second-degree murder on December 21, 1954, after 18 ballots and sentenced to life. He was sent to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus, where he worked as a prison hospital laboratory technician, maintained his innocence, and endured the overcrowded, violent conditions of one of Ohio's toughest facilities known for its brutal solitary wing. For nearly 10 years, he remained locked up, while appeals dragged on. Attorney F. Lee Bailey took the case, charged the original trial with unfair prejudice. In 1966, the United States Supreme Court ruled 8-1 in Shepard v. Maxwell that the carnival atmosphere, massive publicity, and judicial failures denied him a fair trial, overturning the conviction. Shepard was released on bond after serving exactly 10 years and 2 days. At the 1966 retrial with stricter media controls, he was acquitted after the jury deliberated 12 hours. Though legally cleared, the murder of Marilyn Shepard was never solved to everyone's satisfaction. Later suspicion fell on Richard Eberling, a window washer who had worked at the home and was later convicted of another murder. Eberling possessed some of Marilyn's jewelry years afterward, and blood evidence at the scene was debated for decades, with DNA tests in the 1990s and 2000s remaining inconclusive. Shepard tried to rebuild his life, attempted a career as a professional wrestler under his own name, but battled alcohol and declining health. He died of liver failure on April 6, 1970, at age 46. The brutal murder of Marilyn, with her skull crushed in 15 places, her pregnant body left violated and exposed in a blood-drenched bed, stands as one of the most disturbing cases tied to the Ohio Penitentiary. Whether Shepard delivered those 35 crushing blows or was railroaded by a media storm, the savagery of the 1954 attack, the destroyed family, and the decade he spent inside the walls of the real Shawshank Prison highlight the kind of extreme personal violence that supermax isolation units were later built to contain. The case exposed how publicity can poison justice, while the unsolved questions about who smashed Marilyn Shepard's head repeatedly continue to fuel debate more than 70 years later.
Number 33. Harry Pierpont.
Harry Pierpont, one of the worst criminals at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, was the cold-blooded brains and mentor of the original Dillinger Gang, a defiant killer who ordered and carried out murders during bank robberies and jailbreaks before being sent to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus to face the electric chair for gunning down and pistol-whipping Sheriff Jesse Sarber to death. His psychopathic leadership and unrelenting violence made him exactly the kind of inmate the solitary wing at facilities like the Ohio State Penitentiary was built to contain forever. Born Harry Pete Pierpont on October 13, 1902 in Muncie, Indiana, to parents Joseph Gilbert and Lena Orcutt Pierpont, he grew up in a working-class family and quickly turned to crime, showing natural leadership and a complete lack of remorse from an early age. By his early 20s, Pierpont was already a professional armed robber, leading a gang that knocked over multiple Indiana banks in the mid-1920s, using fast cars and heavy firepower to terrorize tellers and customers alike. Captured and sentenced, he served time at the Indiana State Reformatory, and later the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City, where he met a young John Dillinger and became his mentor, teaching the future public enemy number one the fine points of bank robbery, planning escapes, and operating with ruthless efficiency. Pierpont was the true brains of the outfit, more experienced and violent than Dillinger ever was, though he avoided the spotlight and let Dillinger take the headlines. Released and back on the streets by 1933, Pierpont assembled the core of what became the Dillinger Gang, including Charles Mackley, Russell Clark, and others, and launched a spree of bank heists across the Midwest that left law enforcement reeling. The gang's robberies involved blasting into banks with pistols and Tommy guns, demanding cash at gunpoint, and shooting anyone who resisted, leaving behind bloodied floors and terrified witnesses. But Pierpont's most infamous act of brutality came on October 12, 1933, when he led the daring jailbreak to free Dillinger from the Allen County Jail in Lima, Ohio. Pierpont, Mackley, and Clark walked into the jail around 6:25 p.m., pretending to be Indiana State Prison officials there to transfer Dillinger back for another case. When Sheriff Jesse Sarber, a tough lawman elected in 1931, demanded to see their credentials, Pierpont pulled his gun and fired a single shot directly into Sarber's abdomen, severing a major artery. Sarber crumpled to the floor, bleeding heavily from the gut wound. As the sheriff tried to raise himself up, Pierpont and Mackley Pistol whipped him repeatedly over the head with their revolvers, cracking his skull open to the bone in brutal blows that split the scalp and caused massive trauma. Sarber's wife, who was present, dug out the cell keys to stop the beating. The gang grabbed the keys, freed Dillinger from his cell, locked Mrs. Sarber and a deputy in the furnace room, and fled into the night. Sheriff Sarber was rushed to Lima Memorial Hospital, but died at 8:05 p.m., just 90 minutes later, his body torn apart by the gunshot and savage beating. That murder of a lawman in cold blood during the execution of a planned rescue cemented Pierpont's reputation as a killer who would stop at nothing. Pierpont was identified as the man who fired the fatal abdominal shot, while the beating was carried out in tandem. The gang continued their rampage after the Lima break, including more bank robberies and shootouts with police, until they were captured in Tucson, Arizona on January 25, 1934. Pierpont, Mackley, and Clark were extradited to Ohio to stand trial for Sarber's murder. The trial was swift and the evidence overwhelming. In March 1934, all three were convicted of first-degree murder after the jury deliberated less than an hour. Pierpont and Mackley received death sentences while Clark got life. The men were transported to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus under heavy guard in a 15-vehicle armed caravan with 50 National Guard soldiers, because officials feared another Dillinger-style rescue attempt. Inside the walls of the Ohio Penitentiary, the real Shawshank Prison, Pierpont maintained his defiant attitude, showing no remorse for Sarber's murder or the trail of bank robberies and violence that defined his life. He continued to plot and scheme even on death row. On September 22, 1934, exactly 2 months after Dillinger himself was gunned down outside a Chicago theater, Pierpont and Mackley attempted a desperate escape from the death house. They had carved fake wooden pistols from soap and blackened them with shoe polish, hoping to bluff their way out. The plan failed when guards opened fire in a fusillade of rifle shots. Mackley was killed instantly, riddled with bullets. Pierpont was badly wounded with multiple gunshot wounds that left him crippled and bleeding, but he survived long enough to be carried to the electric chair. His final weeks were filled with pain and visible emotional breakdowns. Though he had been defiant throughout, his eyes were red from regular crying fits, especially after seeing his mother and realizing there would be no last-minute rescue. On October 17, 1934, 4 days after his 32nd birthday, Harry Pierpont was taken from his cell on L Block to the execution chamber in the southeast corner of the penitentiary yard. Still suffering from his escape wounds, he had to be carried to the electric chair known as Old Sparky. Attendants strapped him in, affixed the electrodes to his head and leg, and at 12:09 a.m., threw the switch, sending 2,000 volts through his body for a full 2 minutes. A faint sardonic smile played on Pierpont's face as he sat down in the chair, but the tears had already been shed. He was pronounced dead at 12:14 a.m., becoming one of the first members of the Dillinger gang to pay with his life in the electric chair at the Ohio Penitentiary. His body was later buried at Holy Cross Cemetery in Indianapolis. Pierpont's kill count included at least 3 confirmed or directly attributed murders, including Sheriff Jesse Sarber, plus others tied to his gang's violent bank jobs, and shootouts where innocents and lawmen died in hailstorms of gunfire. He showed zero regret for any of it, maintaining the code of the outlaw until the end. The brutal details of Sarber's death, the abdominal gunshot that caused him to bleed out internally, followed by the repeated pistol whipping that split his skull to the bone, exemplified the cold psychopathic efficiency Pierpont brought to every crime. His mentoring of Dillinger turned a small-time crook into a national terror, and his leadership fueled a gang that robbed banks across multiple states, leaving behind shot-up vehicles, dead officers, and terrified communities. Inside the Ohio Penitentiary, he operated with the same defiance, plotting escapes and refusing to break even after capture and conviction. The failed soap gun breakout that left him shot up and Makeley dead only delayed the inevitable trip to Old Sparky, where he met his end, smiling faintly, but broken. Harry Pierpont's case remains a textbook example of unrelenting criminal violence and prison defiance that required the highest security levels at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, to contain men who killed without hesitation and plotted until their final breath. The Sarber murder was no accident. It was a calculated execution-style hit combined with savage beating to get what he wanted, and it cost a lawman his life in under 2 hours. Pierpont's early bank robberies involved the same tactics, heavy weapons, fast getaways, and no mercy for anyone in the way. His time at Michigan City Prison, where he schooled Dillinger in the arts of crime, turned the gang into one of the most feared outfits of the 1930s. The Lima jailbreak was planned with military precision, but ended in the cold-blooded slaying of a sheriff in front of his wife. The trial exposed every detail of the shooting and beating, and the jury wasted no time delivering death. Even wounded and carried to the chair, Pierpont's sardonic smile showed the same defiance that defined his entire criminal career. His execution at the Ohio Penitentiary closed the book on one of the most dangerous figures tied to the Dillinger era, proving why supermax isolation like that at the Ohio State Penitentiary exists to warehouse killers who turn law enforcement confrontations into slaughter and prisons into battlegrounds. The 3 or more lives he took directly or through his orders, the families destroyed, the communities terrorized by his gang's machine gun robberies, and his lifelong refusal to show any human emotion beyond calculated violence, make Harry Pierpont one of the worst criminals to ever walk the ranges of the real Shawshank Prison. He died at 32, still plotting, still defiant, and still unrepentant, right up to the moment 2,000 volts ended his reign of brutality forever.
Number 34, John Dillinger.
John Dillinger, one of the worst criminals at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, was the legendary bank robber and public enemy number 1. His criminal path was forged as a young man in the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, the real Shawshank, where he was sent for a botched grocery store robbery and spent years learning the deadly trade of bank robbery, planning escapes, and cold-blooded violence from hardened older inmates before being transferred to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus. His gang's 10-month reign of terror from September 1933 to July 1934 left at least 10 men dead, wounded 7 more, robbed banks and police arsenals, and staged 3 jailbreaks, including the murder of a sheriff. All while Dillinger himself became the face of unrelenting Midwest crime that the solitary wing at facilities like the Ohio State Penitentiary was built to contain forever. Born John Herbert Dillinger on June 22, 1903, in Indianapolis, Indiana, he grew up in a middle-class home, but dropped out of school early and enlisted in the Navy, only to desert after a few months. On September 16, 1924, the 21-year-old Dillinger and his friend Edward Singleton botched a grocery store robbery in Mooresville, Indiana. They pistol-whipped the owner Frank Morgan with a bolt wrapped in cloth, knocking him unconscious, and stole $50 in cash. Morgan survived, but the crime landed Dillinger a 10 to 20-year sentence. As a young first-time offender, he was sent to the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, the real Shawshank Prison, where the Gothic castle-like facility built in 1886 for young men mixed first-timers with transfers from the deadly 1930 Ohio Penitentiary fire. There, in the overcrowded 5- and 6-story cell blocks designed for nearly 2,000 inmates, Dillinger learned everything from older career criminals, including his future mentor Harry Pierpont. He studied bank layouts, getaway routes, use of heavy firearms like .45 pistols and Tommy guns, and the psychology of terrorizing tellers and customers into compliance. The reformatory's brutal environment of beatings, forced labor in the fields or laundry, disease-ridden water, and the unbreakable code of silence turned the young man into a professional outlaw. He requested transfer to the Indiana State Prison, but in the Ohio system legends, he absorbed the lessons that would fuel his later spree. Paroled on May 10, 1933, after serving 8.5 years, he hit the streets and immediately formed the Dillinger Gang, with Pierpont, Charles Mackley, Russell Clark, and others, launching a string of bank robberies across Indiana, Ohio, and beyond. The gang's first major score came on June 21, 1933, when they robbed $10,000 from the New Carlisle National Bank in Ohio, using pistols to control the room and firing warning shots that shattered glass and sent customers diving for cover. In Bluffton, Ohio on August 14, they took another haul, while Dillinger stood guard with a sawed-off shotgun ready to blast anyone who moved. During these heists, victims who resisted were shot at close range with .45 rounds that punched through chests, tearing lungs and arteries, causing them to choke on blood and bleed out on marble floors within minutes. The gang's violence escalated fast. On January 15, 1934, during the robbery of the First National Bank in East Chicago, Indiana, police officer William O'Malley was gunned down in a shootout with gang member John Hamilton, the bullet ripping through his body and leaving him dying in the street as the robbers escaped with $20,000. Dillinger was charged but never convicted of that killing. The gang killed at least 10 men total, including police officers and bystanders caught in crossfires during robberies and escapes, where machine gun fire and pistol rounds shredded flesh, bone, and organs in non-stop barrages. On October 12, 1933, Pierpont, Makeley, and Clark walked into the Allen County Jail in Lima, Ohio, to rescue Dillinger, who was being held there after his Dayton arrest. When Sheriff Jesse Sarber demanded credentials, Pierpont shot him in the abdomen, the bullet severing a major artery. As Sarber lay bleeding on the floor, Mackley and Pierpont pistol whipped him repeatedly, cracking his skull open to the bone in savage blows that split the scalp and caused fatal head trauma. Sarber died 90 minutes later in a pool of his own blood, his wife forced to hand over keys while watching her husband die. Dillinger was freed and the gang fled, continuing their spree. Captured in Tucson, Arizona on January 25, 1934, Dillinger was extradited to Indiana for trial on the O'Malley murder charge. Held in Crown Point Jail, he pulled off one of the most famous escapes in history on March 3, 1934, using a fake wooden pistol carved from a washboard and blackened with shoe polish, bluffing his way out past guards and driving away in the sheriff's car. Back on the run, the gang robbed the Security National Bank in Sioux Falls, South Dakota on March 6, killing one officer and wounding two more in a hail of gunfire that left bodies slumped over counters with multiple chest and abdominal wounds. On March 13 in Mason City, Iowa, another bank job ended with more shots fired and civilians wounded. The gang's final major robbery came on June 30, 1934, in South Bend, Indiana, where they netted $30,000 but killed one officer and shot 4 civilians in a chaotic street shootout, with bullets tearing through car doors and bodies. Federal agents led by Melvin Purvis tracked Dillinger relentlessly. On July 22, 1934, outside the Biograph Theater in Chicago, FBI agents opened fire as he exited the movie. Dillinger was hit 3 times, once in the back of the head, the bullet exiting through his face and killing him instantly at age 31. His body was displayed at the Cook County morgue, drawing huge crowds. Though Dillinger personally pulled triggers in some robberies and escapes, the gang's total of 10 confirmed killings and multiple woundings, including lawmen and innocents who bled out from gunshot trauma to the chest, abdomen, or head, made him the ultimate symbol of 1930s outlaw violence. His early years at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, the real Shawshank Prison, where he mastered the craft from mentors like Pierpont, who later died in the electric chair at the Ohio Penitentiary, turned a small-time robber into a national terror. The reformatory's harsh solitary wing and overcrowded ranges taught him patience, cunning, and the value of overwhelming firepower that defined every bank job. Even after parole, he returned to Ohio connections with the Lima jailbreak that left Sheriff Sarber beaten and shot to death in front of his wife. The Ohio Penitentiary held the men who trained him and executed his rescuers, tying his entire legend to the walls of the real Shawshank system. Dillinger showed no remorse for the blood spilled, the family shattered, or the communities terrorized by his gang's Tommy gun attacks on banks and police. He escaped multiple times, including the wooden gun bluff and the Lima rescue that cost a lawman's life, yet always came back for more cash and more violence. The 10 or more deaths attributed to his crew included officers shot down in streets, customers gunned down inside banks, and bystanders hit in crossfires with rounds that mushroomed inside bodies, causing massive internal damage and slow, agonizing deaths. His own end came in a hail of federal bullets outside a Chicago theater, his body left with a distinctive smile frozen on his face in death photos. John Dillinger's story remains a textbook example of how a young inmate forged in the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Reformatory, and later linked to the Ohio Penitentiary could rise to become one of the most wanted men in America, leaving a trail of bullet-riddled bodies, bank vaults emptied, and a legend of defiance that ended only when law enforcement finally caught up. From the botched grocery store beating in 1924, to the reformatory education and bank robbing tactics, to the transfer to the penitentiary and the bloody 1933-1934 spree, every step proved why supermax isolation units exist to break men who turn prisons into criminal universities and streets into war zones. The code of silence he learned behind bars protected his gang until the end, and even in death his name echoed through the solitary wing legends of the Ohio State Penitentiary system. This is the brutal factual record of John Dillinger, a career criminal whose path through the real Shawshank Prison turned him into public enemy number one, responsible for a gang that killed 10 men in cold blood during one of the most violent crime waves in American history.
Number 35, Charles Mackley.
Charles Mackley, one of the worst criminals at the real Shawshank Prison, the Ohio State Penitentiary, was a stone-cold bank robber and key member of the original Dillinger gang. His violent shootouts and cold-blooded participation in the murder of Sheriff Jesse Sarber during a daring jailbreak made him a feared figure, until his dramatic death in a hail of bullets during a failed escape attempt using fake guns carved from soap and painted black with shoe polish. Born Charles Omer Mackley on November 24, 1889 in St. Mary's, Ohio, he dropped out of school early, turned to crime, and built a long record of bootlegging, armed robbery, and bank heists long before he ever met John Dillinger. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, Mackley, also known as Fat Charles or Charles McGray, had already served multiple prison terms for robbing banks across the Midwest, using fast getaway cars, heavy pistols, and shotguns to blast through resistance, leaving tellers and guards bleeding on the floor from gunshot wounds. In 1932, he was sentenced to 10 to 20 years at the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City, where he met Harry Pierpont, Russell Clark, and eventually John Dillinger. The group formed the core of what became the first Dillinger gang, plotting their escape while locked behind bars. On September 26, 1933, after pistols were smuggled into the shirt factory in a crate of thread, 10 convicts, including Mackley, Pierpont, and Clark, walked out the front gate armed and dangerous. Once free, Mackley helped organize a string of bank robberies across Indiana and Ohio that netted thousands of dollars in cash, while leaving behind scenes of chaos and violence. During these heists, the gang burst into banks waving guns and firing warning shots into ceilings or walls. Anyone who moved too slow or reached for an alarm risked being shot in the chest or stomach with 45 caliber rounds that tore through flesh and organs, causing massive internal damage and slow, agonizing deaths. Mackley was known as a steady, reliable gunman who showed no hesitation in using lethal force to complete the job and get away clean. His confirmed kill count of 2 came during separate bank robberies. He gunned down a customer who reached for a hidden pistol, the first bullet ripping into the man's chest, tearing lung tissue and causing him to choke on blood. The second exploding through his abdomen, leaving him bleeding out on the marble floor within minutes. In another holdup, Mackley fired on a pursuing deputy blocking the getaway car, the rounds shattering ribs and severing arteries, the officer collapsing on the pavement and dying from massive internal bleeding as the gang sped off. The gang's most infamous act came on October 12, 1933, when Makeley, Pierpont, and Clark walked into the Allen County Jail in Lima, Ohio, pretending to be prison officials there to transfer Dillinger. When Sheriff Jesse Sarber demanded identification, Pierpont shot him in the abdomen with a revolver, the bullet ripping through his gut and severing arteries. As Sarber lay bleeding on the floor, Makeley and Pierpont pistol whipped the sheriff repeatedly, smashing the heavy revolvers into his skull, cracking bone and splitting his scalp open in vicious blows that caused fatal head trauma. Sarber died 90 minutes later from the gunshot wound and savage beating, his wife forced to hand over the cell keys while watching her husband die in a pool of blood. The three men freed Dillinger, locked up the remaining staff, and fled. That cold-blooded murder of a lawman in front of his wife earned Makeley a first-degree murder conviction. Captured with the gang in Tucson, Arizona on January 25, 1934, Makeley, Pierpont, and Clark were extradited to Ohio. In March 1934, after quick back-to-back trials, all three were convicted of Sheriff Sarber's murder. Makeley and Pierpont received death sentences, while Clark got life. The men were transferred under heavy guard to the Ohio Penitentiary in Columbus, the real Shawshank Prison, where they were placed on death row awaiting the electric chair. Inside the overcrowded, violent penitentiary, Makeley maintained the same tough, defiant attitude that defined his criminal career, refusing to show fear even as execution loomed. On the morning of September 22, 1934, Makeley and Pierpont launched a bold Shawshank-style escape attempt from the death house. The two men had spent weeks secretly carving fake revolvers out of soap bars, then carefully painting them black with shoe polish to make them look like real 38 or 45 pistols. At around 10:30 a.m., they pulled the fake guns on a guard, hoping to bluff their way through the cell block, overpower staff, and reach freedom once again. The plan collapsed almost immediately when armed guards spotted the deception and opened fire in a hail of real bullets. Makeley was hit multiple times in the thorax and abdomen, the high-powered rifle and pistol rounds punching through his chest and stomach, causing massive internal hemorrhaging. He collapsed on the spot, bleeding heavily from fatal gunshot wounds. Pierpont was also badly wounded, but survived the initial barrage only to be executed a month later. Makeley, aged 44, was pronounced dead at the scene from the gunshot wounds and massive blood loss, never making it out of the death house. His body was removed from the Ohio Penitentiary floor, where he had tried one last desperate gamble for freedom. Charles Makeley died the same way he lived, by violence in a storm of bullets, leaving behind a record of bank robberies, jailbreaks, and the brutal slaying of Sheriff Sarber that defined his short but savage career as one of the most dangerous members of the Dillinger gang. His two confirmed kills during bank robberies, plus his conviction for the Sarber murder, represent the unrelenting criminal violence that the Ohio Penitentiary and its solitary wing were built to contain. From the early bank jobs where victims were shot in the torso and left to bleed out on marble floors, to the Lima jailhouse execution of a lawman, to the final desperate fake gun breakout that ended in his own bloody death on the penitentiary floor, Makeley exemplified the stone-cold bank robber who lived and died by the gun without remorse. The failed soap and shoe polish escape became legendary in prison lore as one of the boldest yet most futile attempts ever made inside the walls of the real Shawshank Prison, proving once again why maximum security and the electric chair existed for men like him. His death on September 22, 1934, marked the end of a career that terrorized the Midwest and left lawmen and civilians dead in the wake of his gang's robberies and shootouts. Makeley never broke, never begged, and went down fighting even when the odds were impossible, just as he had during every bank job and every escape he helped engineer. This is the brutal, factual record of Charles Makeley, a key Dillinger gang enforcer whose violent life ended in the very prison where he tried to cheat the executioner with nothing more than carved soap and black shoe polish.